Which captures can beat Mario Odyssey? The literal answer to this question is 0. The game isn't programmed to ever let a Goomba, or any other capture for that matter, make it from the start of Cap Kingdom to the end of Moon Kingdom, so I'm going to have to test this question in a slightly different manner. I'm going to let every capture start at the beginning of every kingdom from Cap to Moon. If that capture can collect 124 moons across every kingdom, it is considered a winner. Now, before we get started, I want to set some ground rules. All captures must start from roughly the same spot in front of the Odyssey on a fresh save file of the kingdom. Uncapturing is illegal and counts as a death that sends me back to my last checkpoint, with the only exception being loading new areas. As an example, when I enter Shiveria as the Goomba, I'll fall into the room as Mario. This is considered fine as long as I recapture the Goomba before doing anything else. Lastly, we aren't just here to see which captures can collect 124 moons. I want to find a winner. To do this, each capture is going to receive 2 scores, one being how many moons the capture can collect entirely on its own, while the other is how many moons the capture can collect with assistance from 2-player mode Cappy. Each category will have a separate winner, with a definitive best capture being determined by combining the 2 scores. Also, important thing to note about this, CRCs don't work in captures. Please don't suggest this as a solution for 2-player moons. Now, before we get started, out of all 52 captures, there are a lot that just don't work for this challenge. Like if you put the pole capture at the Odyssey, it's not like you're going to be able to do anything. This list generally includes things that can't move, things that can only move in a small area around their spawn, sorry Cactus fans, and captures that are hard-coded in weird ways where you just can't place them at the Odyssey and have the game work. The full list is on screen now if you're curious and want to pause. I've also included my reasoning for every capture in the description in case you want some extra reading. This leaves us with 28 competitors. I'm honestly not confident in a lot of these, and I'm unsure of who will actually be able to get the most moons, so to make things a bit more interesting, I'm going to be testing them in order based on my personal predictions. If you want to make your own, feel free to pause the video and leave a comment with your guesses, whether it be a full list or just your top 3. Without further ado, my prediction for the worst capture in Super Mario Odyssey is... Part of what screws over the Podoboo is the format. If every capture has to start at the Odyssey in roughly the same spot, and you're a capture that dies instantly when you touch anything but lava, it is impossible to collect a moon. Even if you're in a kingdom that has lava, you can't reach it without dying as you spawn in. You might think this is unfair, but even if I were to place the Podoboo in lava in Luncheon, all I'd be able to do is collect 1 moon and then die. But Fur, you say, what about this moon? Or I'm sure you could get that moon with 2-player mode. Well, the thing is, there's not a lava path from the area by the Odyssey to reach any of these moons at this point in the story. One does eventually open up, but that will require me to get a ton of story moons on land, and we already know that isn't going to work. The Podoboo earns a final score of 0 moons in single player and 0 moons in co-op. But again, if you think I'm being unfair by not placing it in lava and Luncheon, you can give both of these a 1. Conceptually, the RC car is a really funny capture to try and beat Mario Odyssey with. Like, it's not gonna work and is super buggy, but it's still awesome. Now, the reason I'm giving this capture the worst prediction out of all the captures that can't jump is because of how short it is. There are not many moons that just sit on the ground. The ones that do often exist later in the story, and I'll be honest, I don't think an RC car is going to be able to beat Spewart or even get that far in the first place. I started the run in Cap Kingdom and met what will be the first major stoppage for mini captures in Mario Odyssey: stairs. It's just stairs. So, to no one's surprise, an RC car cannot beat Cap Kingdom. Unfortunately, in Cascade Kingdom, we run into a similar issue. The RC car can make it to the first moon rock, but has no way of breaking it to collect the actual moon inside. I was optimistic for a moment when I learned the RC car could push the chain chomp directly into the rock, but that doesn't actually break it, and instead just causes the chomp to clip through. Sand Kingdom is where things start to get interesting, and for good reason. A kingdom with a huge open area should be easier for most captures to navigate, so hypothetically Sand is probably the best kingdom for the worst captures. I tested the obvious things first, but the RC car can't fit into the employees only room, and there's an invisible wall preventing it from going on poison, so it can't do the Jaxi driving sub area either. This left me with the Sheep Moon, which should be doable for just about every worthless capture in this challenge because most of them can scare sheep just like Mario. However, the RC car is a bit weird. This could get a moon, but I don't think it will. There's a chance it might not. Oh my god, I can push the sheep. So to give a technical explanation for what's going on, captures aren't actually what scares the sheep. It's the Mario actor that is invisible and following you when you're in a capture. With the RC car, the Mario actor doesn't actually follow the RC car itself. It follows the man controlling it, who's at the Odyssey. So instead of scaring the sheep, I have to slowly push them inch by inch until they're inside the pen. Now, I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to spend 30 minutes pushing sheep unless the RC car can actually grab the moon after it spawns. So I cheated and used Mario to push the sheep and did some quick testing where it became pretty obvious the RC car could not reach the moon. Unfortunate, but at least it saved me some time. I'd exhausted basically every possible moon at this point, so I decided it was time to bust out 2-player mode and see if I could at least get some ground pound moons. This doesn't work. Not because the moons are too high, but because 2-player mode Cappy has his movement restricted to a circle around Mario, who we already mentioned earlier is technically at the RC car driver. No matter how far I drive, Cappy can go no further than the area around the Odyssey. This is really unfortunate and continued to create problems as I tried out more kingdoms. Like on the lakeshore is a moon that would 100% be possible if Cappy followed the RC car. But he doesn't, so we can't even spawn the moon in the first place. Another sign of hope was the rabbit moon in Wooded. I can spawn this one in, but unfortunately it's impossible to get high enough to grab. Rolling Rock is the opposite of this, where the game just isn't programmed to let the RC car hit rocks, so we can't even spawn it in. These are some of the only points in the run where I had a chance to be optimistic. Most of the time I just had to try things I knew wouldn't work because there was literally nothing else I could do. Alright, can the RC car beat Cloud Kingdom? Let's find out. Give it a sec, give it a sec. Gotta line myself up. No! But stuff like this is honestly preferable to the sheer number of moons that are just barely out of reach. So I guess being stuck at the beginning of Metro isn't so bad. As I headed into Snow Kingdom with 0 moons, it was pretty obvious I wasn't going to be able to get any more here. But there's an additional question I want to answer for every single capture. Can it do Snowdram? If you aren't familiar with the trick, it's just getting to the painting island by doing a difficult jump from the Odyssey. So, can it do Snowdram? Well, no. It's actually really funny though, because you can get surprisingly close by driving up the side of the cliff. It's just the walls are barely too steep around the platform to reach the top. Up next was Seaside, which was a kingdom I felt optimistic about because the RC car can drive through water. Unfortunately, there's more random invisible walls that restrict you to the starting area, so that's awesome. Luncheon, you can drive on lava, but you can't get any moons. Ruined, you're stuck at the start. Bowser's, you're stuck at the start. And Moon, you're stuck at the start. I'm not entirely surprised we can't get any moons with the RC car, but I am disappointed. Like, you'd think there'd be something somewhere, but being unable to jump with such a small hitbox is so comically bad that there's literally nothing if you're starting from a fresh save in every kingdom. My expectations for the Moe-Eye is that it'll basically be able to go anywhere the RC car went, with the exception being that I can actually grab moons and use 2-player mode. Wow! In Cap and Cascade Kingdom, we don't see any real difference in the run, so I'm gonna skip right into Sand Kingdom where things get interesting. First thing I decided to try was the Bird Moon, but unfortunately, even with the extra height, it's still just out of reach. The Seed Moons presented a similar issue. I could get the Town Seed and Ruin Seed into the pots, but the Moe-Eye is just barely too short to collect the moons. It seemed like there wasn't much of anything I'd be able to get exclusively as the Moe-Eye besides the Sheep Moon, so I got that and switched into 2-player mode to start collecting ground pound moons. I got Top of a Dune, Where the Birds Gather, and Lost in the Luggage. I was also lucky enough to get the Traveling Bird Moon because hitting it with Cappy drops it low enough for the Moe-Eye to collect. From there, I did a few last checks over sub-areas because I could access those with 2-player, but unsurprisingly nothing was possible, so I headed to the next kingdom. Here's the thing though, I was actually wrong. So before we look at Lake, there's a couple more moons I need to add to Moe-Eye's total. The first is done solo by taking this sand spout and leading a bullet bill to a rock. For the next, I can grab the nearby checkpoint in 2-player, warp there, and walk deeper into the ruins to collect the Alcove Moon. With that corrected, we can look back at the stream where I was now in Lake Kingdom. This location is going to prove a very unfavorable kingdom for the majority of our competitors. As you may know, Mario Odyssey forces you out of most captures if you try to enter water. Moe-Eye is no exception, so the only possible moon here is on the lakeshore using 2-player mode. Next was Wooded, which is also a pretty unforgiving kingdom because captures cannot talk to NPCs. This includes the Sphinx that blocks over half the kingdom. Unless a capture has a way to climb up walls or fly over gaps, it's stuck in the small forest by the Odyssey. For low tier captures, including the Moe-Eye, this means 2 moons, rolling rock in the woods and caught hopping in the forest. Now, I wish I had more to talk about this run, but the Moe-Eye is unable to collect any more moons in future kingdoms, putting its final score at 4 moons solo and 10 moons in 2-player. This isn't that surprising given its capture that can't jump. I mean, the Moe-Eye is pretty blatantly designed to be able to see invisible platforms and that's it. So yeah, no shit it can't do Snowdram or anything else really. But what surprises a lot of people are some technicalities that make moons you think would be easy with the Moe-Eye impossible. The first comes in Seaside Kingdom where we're stuck in the starting area. But hey, there is a pipe on the ground, why not go in there and get the ground pound moon using 2-player mode? Well, under my rules, the flow of gameplay is as soon as I load into a room, I must become the capture within a reasonable area of where I spawned in, and after that, can't uncapture for any reason. The rule is set up like this so I can enter new rooms in the capture, and even though I'll start the next room as Mario, I can recapture and still consider it valid. This also applies to boss arenas because they work similarly to loading zones where you respawn out of the capture. The thing with pipes is they're weird. Walking into them uncaptures you before you enter the loading zone, making it invalid under my rules. You could say I'm being pedantic because I kind of am, but for me, this was the preferred way to pursue the challenge. Another weird moon comes up in Bowser's Kingdom. Like sure, you're stuck on the starting island, that much is obvious, but the moon behind the Odyssey you get for spinning Cappy on a Bowser statue doesn't work. Even in 2-player mode, because the second Cappy touches the head, you're forced out of the capture. Again, because I have to uncapture to get the moon, it's considered invalid. This is a big deal because it means every single moon that requires you to spin Cappy on something or enter a pipe is impossible for every single capture. Like, I knew this was going to be a tough challenge, but dang, hitting 124 moons on anything might be tight. The Mario letters on paper are basically just the Moe-Eye again, but I'm giving them a higher prediction because they should be buggier, which could invite random opportunities for unexpected moons. Like every capture so far, the journey is cut short before reaching the bridge in Cap Kingdom, and the first moon in Cascade is also impossible. Once I reached Sand, I decided to start again with the seed moons, which unfortunately didn't work on account of some weird hitboxes. And trust me, I tried every letter. The bird moon was possible without Cappy this time, giving the letters a slight edge over the Moe-Eye. After that, I finished off the solo moons collecting sheep in Hard Rock once again. I swapped to 2-player mode, collected the 3 ground pound moons, and used Cappy in the ruins to grab the checkpoint and get the Alcove moon just like I did with Moe-Eye. What's really interesting though is a rare trait the letter capture has, which is poison immunity. As it turns out, the game doesn't make everything die by default in poison. It may seem weird, but does make sense given a lot of things like the letter should never interact with poison to begin with. This helps in Sand Kingdom by letting them enter the Jaxi Racing sub-area in 2-player mode, and while reaching the moon at the end isn't possible, the Notes moon halfway through the room is, getting the letters one last point before leaving the kingdom. Lake Kingdom is another repeat, with On the Lakeshore being the only possible moon, but in Wooded things get a bit weird. In the solo run, we can get the Rabbit moon like normal, but letters aren't programmed to hit rocks, so this is the only solo moon. But that's not the most interesting thing about the letters in Wooded, because for some reason the letter M specifically can climb up this rock and onto the edge of the kingdom, meaning it's our first capture with access to deep woods. This doesn't open up as many moons as you'd expect because the dinosaur won't attack the letters, blocking off the hidden ground pound moons. However, I can still use 2-player to get the rolling rock here, as well as the one in the overworld before leaving the kingdom. Like the Moe-Eye, the letters would continue to struggle throughout the rest of the game, only getting one lucky break in Lost where I could poison walk to the moon under the bridge. I was actually surprised that this was all that was possible in Lost, but once you're in the poison, you're stuck, so moons like this that you think would be possible just aren't. Under the bridge would be the last moon I collected with the letters. Even though certain kingdoms like Snow felt close, given I could actually make it in Shiveria using co-op, I couldn't do anything once inside. The doors to its sub-areas are too small to enter, even if I'm playing as the letter I. One thing I do want to mention before I head on to the next capture though is the letters Snowdram attempt. Snowdram, so here's the problem. I can't make, wait, can I? Huh? Yeah, it sort of just clips into the ground because we start falling too fast, and there seems to be no way around it, which is really funny even if it's not helpful. The final score for the Mario letters was 5 moon solo and 13 in 2-player, setting a new high score in both categories. Lakitu has the potential to be a really interesting capture for the sole reason it floats, meaning stuff like poison walking will be baked in. But I also imagine it'll get stuck on a lot of walls like other captures that can't jump because Lakitu is literally designed to be stuck in a small fishing area. Like, the genuine reason I predicted this guy won above the letters is because he's tall and I expect his performance to pretty much equal the letters except places like the seed moons, where the extra height should provide an advantage. I started the run and it quickly became obvious I was wrong about Lakitu. Alright, well, can he climb the steps? What? Oh my god! This is the furthest This is the furthest the capture's ever made it. So technically speaking, this isn't a jump, but it's pretty much as good as one, meaning I made a bad prediction and we are in for a run that will likely outperform several of the upcoming competitors. But looking back at Cap Kingdom, there's something important I need to tell you. You see, like Spin Your Hat moons, we cannot pull levers without uncapturing. So for something to beat Cap Kingdom, it needs to cross this insane gap. But can he make the jump? Honestly, he made it closer than I thought. Unsurprisingly, Lakitu can't beat Cap Kingdom, but it was cool to see a new record for the level. I headed into Cascade where once again a capture was blocked by the first moon, so already we're back in sand. I was curious about how Lakitu's fishing rod might work, so immediately I headed over to the seed in town to try fishing it. Ooh, can Lakitu... Oh! Wait, this is insane. Come on. Oh, come on. Yes! I can't believe this is actually gonna work. Our first moon with Lakitu. All right, and now since we've already noticed weird stuff, maybe, just maybe, I can fish out ground pound moons. I doubt that's the case. I feel like people would know, but I'm willing to try. What? Why? Nobody ever told me. While these features aren't a huge help for Lakitu's total combined score because ground pound moons and seed moons are possible with 2-player, it was cool to see a capture so self-sufficient. I quickly got the 2 other ground pound moons, followed it up with Sheep, and traveled into the ruins to get Alcove. It felt nice to move through the kingdom so easily, unlike previous captures, though I can't say fishing the second seed all the way back to town was fun. In the end, I was able to collect every single moon the Mario letters got, with the addition of the 2 seed moons and taking notes jump on the palm. What's cool is this was also all possible playing solo, excluding the Jaxie stunt driving moon, which still required 2-player. I headed into Lake Kingdom and grabbed On the Lakeshore solo this time before trying to see if the nearby Taking Notes moon would be possible. I spent a while here, but ultimately determined that it was not happening due to Cappy's restricted movement underwater. I even tried an assist mode, which does increase the duration of the timer, but it still wasn't enough to get every note. In Wooded, I was able to collect the Rabbit Moon, but to my surprise, Lakitu can't hit rock, so that one would have to be saved for later when I went into 2-player mode. I dropped down into Deep Woods, where this time the dinosaur actually worked, unlocking 2 extra moons. At this point, there wasn't anything left in Wooded that I could manage on my own, so I hopped into co-op, collected both the Rolling Rock Moons, and left for Cloud Kingdom. What's fun about this world is Lakitu is going to be the first capture that can make it to Bowser. Using 2-player mode, I can hit the clouds and float up the steps into the arena. However, what's unfortunate is captures aren't programmed to be able to wear Bowser's hat. The only way this fight is going to work on any capture is if there's weird programming to let them damage Bowser, or some exception that lets a specific capture wear the hat. Chances are, nothing in the game except a regular Mario can beat Bowser. Maybe you're thinking I'm wrong because of older videos like Bowser mode, but all those challenges use custom code to make impossible things possible. This challenge, on the other hand, uses none of that. We are viewing every capture in their rawest form, meaning if Nintendo didn't program it, the capture won't be able to do it. But hey, we've seen plenty of weird things already, so there's always a chance something insane happens later. But until then, it's time to take Lakitu into Lost Kingdom. I want you to think about how the letters performed here. Now imagine if they could actually climb up small ledges. That's basically Lost Lakitu. The capture doesn't get stuck in the poison and can actually reach moons like the key at the beginning or the island moon. I collected these along with Under the Bridge before I started exploring the rest of the kingdom. What's really cool about Lakitu and Lost is that because I'm not technically touching the ground, Klepto doesn't trigger anywhere. This perk isn't all that helpful because of some bigger ledges on the road up the level, but I did manage to fish up this checkpoint near the 2D wall. Unfortunately, after warping, I found Lakitu couldn't float far enough to get the nearby moon. Next, I decided moon shards might be possible in 2-player, but once I spawned the moon in, it seemed impossible to reach from the poison. However, to my surprise, Lakitu's fishing pole can just barely touch it. I tried this strategy on a few other unlikely moons, but nothing was working, so I eventually settled on leaving the kingdom and going to Metro. Can Lakitu make the impossible jump? Here we go. You know, it made it closer than I thought it would. 2-player get the checkpoint. Honestly, you might be right. The only checkpoint in Night Metro is the one by the wire. There is not a checkpoint in Main Street right now. So we have to hit that one. I got it! The first capture that can make it to the island with the assistance of 2-player mode. Does this unlock you any moons though? Probably not. But dang, it feels good. Is this really where we lose? Cool to see a capture as unassuming as Lakitu make it to the mainland in Metro Kingdom, but that made it all the more sad to get stuck at the beginning. I did try to see if there was something weird I could do with checkpoints again, but everything was too far to reach, so I left for the next kingdom to find out once and for all, can Lakitu do Snowdram? Yes, actually. He can climb up the wall, but unfortunately we need 2-player mode to get the moon. This isn't a huge deal because when I traveled into Shiveria, I found out Lakitu is too big to enter any sub-areas, so it's not like he's going to be able to get any solo moons regardless. What was surprising though is how close I got to the Shiveria entrance moon. By carefully carving out boxes in 2-player mode, I could build steps for Lakitu that were incredibly close to hitting the moon. This was the absolute highest the strategy could bring Lakitu, which again, painfully close, but I was glad I could at least prove the moon was impossible. Traveling to Seaside, I ran into a lot of moons that you think would be possible, but aren't because one of the ledges you need to climb is just too high. Fortunately, I was still able to fish up what the waves left behind, and even the Notes moon was just barely possible with assist mode. But what I didn't find out until after the stream was that Lakitu as a capture doesn't die in water. Normally this doesn't matter because you just float on it, but if I grab a checkpoint in 2-player and warp, suddenly I have a whole new part of the kingdom to explore. This glitch sounds like a huge buff to Lakitu, but in reality, it only meant 6 extra moons. Underwater Highway, It's a Shortcut, Ocean Trench, dangerous ceiling, nesting spot, and northern reaches. Everything else, like Merci Dori, was too far out of reach. Luncheon Kingdom, I was stuck at the beginning. Ruined, I got the Chess Moon in 2-player. Bowser's, again, stuck at the beginning. And Moon, also nothing. Pretty uneventful end to the run, but Lakitu has set an incredible new high score. 19 Moons solo and 31 2-player Moons. I definitely underestimated this capture and have no doubt this was probably one of my worst predictions. That being said, I'm excited to see what other unexpected things captures might be able to do going forward. Jizo is the first capture on my list with a proper jump. It's not a good jump, and in retrospect will probably be worse than Lakitu's float, but this is the order I predicted things, so I'm just going to have to deal with it. I started in cap like normal, where I was quickly able to learn how effective the Jizo's jumps are. They're enough to make it up the railing and onto the first step, but can't go any further, even if I try to jump on the boxes. Cascade Kingdom, we again see another capture that can't break the first moon rock. I know the Jizo had a chance to be glitchy, so I spent some time hopping around the rock, hoping to clip inside. The worst part about that clip is that one wouldn't have even helped me. So yeah, I could clip into the floor, but not the rock, meaning the moon was likely impossible. Par for the course in Cascade, so time to move on to sand. I immediately went for the seed moons, quickly discovering that even with the hop, Jizo is too short to collect them. This wasn't too surprising, but it definitely was disappointing given just how close I could get. After, I left town and headed up towards the dunes to test my next idea. I think he might ground pound stuff. Yup. So that's good. That really only helps the 1-player score over the 2-player though. At the time, I didn't realize how accurate of a statement this was, but as I played through the kingdom, I learned the Jizo collected the exact same moons as the Moe-Eye, but entirely on its own, and gets nothing extra from 2-player. The statue does get incredibly close to an extra moon in the Jaxi driving sub-area, but falls short on account of its mediocre jump. There was also a weird instance where I managed to randomly clip through the floor. Get another seed and jump up that one. The seed doesn't make you jump higher. What just happened? No! This could hint at the employees only moon being possible, but after 20 minutes of bouncing into a wall trying to replicate the clip, I decided it wasn't worth the time and would be okay if somebody else came and proved it in the future. While I'm trying to get as many moons as humanly possible, I understand this game has weird random things I will miss. I do want my final scores to be accurate, but it'd be narcissistic to think I'm going to find and prove 100% of everything, especially when random clips like this exist. I'll do my best to mention any close moons like this going forward, in case anyone wants a starting point for their own research. For now though, let's continue the run into Lake where I got the ground pound moon, and Wooded where I couldn't reach deep woods, but could still get the rock and rabbit. It wasn't until Lost where things got particularly interesting because that poison walking trait helped this capture get the key moon, the island, and under the bridge. Those 3 moons would be the last the Jizo statue collected. This isn't surprising given how similar this capture's performance was to things like the letters, but it's still disappointing to find out I was wrong about how useful the small jump would be. I might be able to make this actually. No, that wasn't even close. At least, that's if we're only talking about 2-player, because of the 13 moons the statue collected, all were done in single player thanks to the jump, making it the only capture so far not to be buffed by co-op. Heck, this will probably be the only capture in the whole challenge to hold that accolade. It's just sad that 13 is such a weak score. Also, no, it couldn't do Snowdram. Originally, I wasn't gonna test this guy, but when I started these streams, him and Banzai Bill were the only exclusions that felt controversial. My original reasoning being that the short timer meant you had an incredibly limited run to do anything before an uncapture, creating a very weird gameplay loop with the rules I set. But in retrospect, that's what makes the capture interesting. So here we are. My prediction for this one is a bit more random because I put it in after already testing a few captures. Like, I would have loved to rank it lower, but I think it'd be unfair to rank something new under anything I already finished. Ultimately, I don't know if that would have been correct, but that's what we're here to find out. How far can the Bullet Bill make it in Cap Kingdom? Wow, the worst one yet. In spite of this capture being so predictably garbage for the challenge, it seems like in Cascade, there's an actual chance I'll be able to collect the first moon. I can pretty easily fly over to the rock and break it, but the problem is I am now no longer the Bullet Bill capture and have to reload to my last checkpoint. Fortunately, the story progress saves, so if the Bullet Bill is tall enough, the moon should be possible. I think... That's so sad. I feel like a lot of people would just quit here, but I am so close, and given the ground does have some small slopes, I think there's a chance I can make this work. All right, let's break the rock first. Rewarp. Come on. We got it! That was awesome. Maybe the low expectations for the Bullet Bill were misguided. I mean, being the first capture to collect the first moon is a cool accomplishment, even if it's the only one it can get in the kingdom. Sand as a whole ended up being a lot more disappointing and brought me back to reality on how bad of a capture the Bullet Bill is for this challenge. The only thing I can do is use 2-player mode to hit the checkpoint in town. Everything else is either too far away or not the right height. I left pretty quickly, but later had the insane realization that the seed moon might be possible. I eventually hit the seed into the pot with my own explosion, which I decided to count, and after that, it was actually pretty easy to gain the height I needed to collect it. Lake Kingdom was pretty normal, only being able to collect the classic ground pound moon. This was followed by Wooded, where the only possible moon was Hoppin'. I continued on with the game, where my expectations were again confirmed, with nothing being possible until Seaside. I started at the Odyssey, where I was able to fly over to the beach house checkpoint, giving me a new spawn once I exploded. From there, I went for the Notes moon, and to my surprise, I was just barely low enough to collect the notes while still being high enough to get the moon once it spawned. From there, I warped back to the Odyssey, flew over to the Rolling Canyon checkpoint, and used 2-player mode to get a second moon. Oh, come on. Yes! Oh my gosh. I did it! 2 moons! The rest of the run, like normal, was pretty uneventful. Sure, most captures fail because of how unforgiving the late game is, but when you only have several seconds to do anything, that doesn't make it any easier. The Bullet Bill ended the run with 3 moons solo and 6 moons in 2-player. While the Banzai Bill does have a much bigger body, which could be annoying for certain moons, it should vastly outperform the Bullet Bill because of how much longer it survives before exploding. I don't know how many moons this will end up translating to, especially given how much 2 players seem to mix things up for the Bullet Bill. Either way, this is definitely going to be an interesting run, even if it'll probably be a bit painful. All right, how far can a Banzai Bill get? Whoa, we're gonna be the first one to make it to the door? That's awesome. Reaching the door itself isn't useful if you can't fit inside without uncapturing, but it was neat to see what was technically a new high score for the kingdom. I continued into Cascade, where I was able to explode the rock, respawn, and clunk the first moon, just like I did with the Bullet Bill. I spent some extra time trying to fly around the kingdom looking for a checkpoint I could maybe grab, but even if I respawned at the first moon, it wasn't enough to get me anywhere. So I headed into Sand Kingdom. The first moon I wanted to try and get was the bird traveling the desert. This one felt really obvious because each time I respawned at the Odyssey, it'd be close by. This ended up being a bit harder than you'd think, but it did give me a good chance to learn more about the capture. I don't know the specifics, but it became pretty apparent that the more I boosted, the less time I had before Banzai Bill would explode. This meant to get the moon, I had to balance boosting so I didn't explode too early, but also still made it far enough to catch the bird. Nailing the trick perfectly took some time, and I had a lot of close calls. Come on. Gosh dang it. But eventually, I managed to get it. Come on. No. Yes! Oh my god, it pushed me up the ledge. I don't know if that mattered. All right, that is Our first moon in Sand Kingdom. I decided to follow that moon up with overlooking the desert town, which I thought would be difficult because Banzai Bill is massive, but surprisingly you can just barely poke your nose in at the moon and collect literal frames before exploding. After respawning back at the Odyssey, I flew toward the ruins where, to my surprise, I could hit the checkpoint. This was really useful because having places I can respawn on a capture that has a limited lifespan could make moons that are too far from the Odyssey possible. Because of this, I immediately went for the Moe-Eye habitat checkpoint, which I could just barely hit, giving me a potential third starting location to hunt for more moons. I warped back to the ruins where I decided to test the waters on the sheep. Like, sure, this probably won't be a solo moon, but it was impressive that I could at least get one into the pin. Back at the ruins, I used a mound of sand to get high enough and grab a leaning pillar. As I exploded, I started to wonder if there was a slope that could reach the Jaxi Ruins checkpoint, which could lead to even more moons. I tried gaining height using the hills by the oasis, but that took too long. I didn't want to give up on the idea and decided if I started at the Odyssey, I might get a better line and have more time to reach the checkpoint. And I was right. Let's go! This put me in the perfect position to respawn and collect the lone pillar moon, as well as gave me access to another checkpoint inside the ruins. I also tried using it to get the archway moon, but because the checkpoint itself wasn't high enough, I had to turn around, gain a little height on another dune, and rush back towards the moon. There we go! Okay. I was very shocked at Banzai Bill's success as a solo capture. Like, it probably won't do as well in other kingdoms, but it's actually insane how much the dunes of Sand Kingdom enabled this guy. However, I was very clearly reaching the end of what was possible alone. I was still able to collect inside a block because Banzai Bill can break certain rocks without exploding, as well as the secret of Jaxi Ruins because this trait can also apply to chests for some reason. But anyways, that was it. I tried other things like the Oasis notes, but my efforts made it clear I needed to swap to 2-player if I wanted to make more progress. The first thing I did was grab the Toast Arena Town checkpoint with Cappy and see if I could push the seed in the pot like I did with Bullet Bill. I tried this a few times, but the seed never budged. This didn't mean the moon would be impossible, just that I needed to use Cappy to hit it. I came up with a strategy where I would fly Banzai Bill around the right side of the fountain to delay my explosion, while maneuvering Cappy around the left to hit the seed into the pot. Come on! No! This was painfully difficult, but after that attempt, I was certain it'd be possible. About 10 minutes later, I managed to find a strat that let me get the Bullet Bill stuck, which turned all of my prior struggles into a joke. I got the moon shortly after and started following it up with the ground pound moons, collecting top of a dune, where birds gather, and lost in the luggage relatively easily. At this point, it didn't feel like there were many moons left to get, but then I remembered the sheep moon from earlier and how I might be able to use Cappy to knock the remaining sheep towards the pin. I spawned in at the ruins and decided to give it a few attempts. Most of these weren't getting the sheep far, but I was making enough progress to where I figured I should give it some more time. Before doing that though, I collected the other easier sheep before returning to this one. Come on! No! After this attempt, I was certain that the moon was possible. I just needed to play perfectly. Even if this would likely be one of the single most annoying moons in the entire challenge, I wanted it and would make sure it happened. There we go! While this was the last moon I'd collect in the kingdom, I was shocked to be leaving Sand with 8 moons solo and 13 in 2-player. That's better than Lakitu, and while I doubt it'll be able to keep up in future kingdoms, it'll be interesting to see what's possible. Lake Kingdom had the standard 1 ground pound moon at the start, while in Wooded, I could collect the Bunny solo and the Rolling Rock by hitting it with Cappy. Before leaving the kingdom, I managed to fly around the back and made it to another checkpoint, but this didn't open up any more moons. I mainly wanted to mention it because it's cool that a capture can finally get somewhere new. In Lost Kingdom, I thought there would be a good chance I'd get at least 1 moon solo, but as I flew around the back of the kingdom, I realized the one I was thinking of was too low. Fortunately, as I explored the level, I realized below the cliff's edge was just the right height to hit. After this, I swapped into 2-player to grab the checkpoint by the 2D wall. This put me at the right height to grab the nearby moon I missed earlier, along with moon shards, which was incredibly silly to get as Banzai Bill. Before leaving, I tried some other moons like under the bridge, but none of it was working, so I just left. Entering Entering Metro, I figured I might be the right height for at least one moon, but that didn't work out, and using 2-player for a checkpoint wasn't doing any good either. Given how weird Banzai Bill has been in some kingdoms so far, I assumed there might be a chance it could fly up the wall for Snowdram, but it just explodes, so 0 moons here too. Fortunately, I got a break in Seaside where I was able to collect the same moons Bullet Bill did. Unfortunately, this time the Notes moon was 2-player only due to some weird hitboxes, but hey, I'll take it. Luncheon was another quick kingdom where moons like Pillar Shadow weren't possible because of Banzai Bill's size, but fortunately, I could at least get Island Assault in 2-player. Ruined and Bowser's gave 0 moons, but once I made it into Moon Kingdom, I collected Cliffside Treasure Chest and Rolling Rock before finishing the run with 10 moons solo and 24 in 2-player. I was genuinely surprised to see Banzai Bill in 2nd place for the co-op category so far. Definitely a capture that sounds bad at first, but is absolutely carried by its ability to fly. That being said, I don't think this score will be too hard to beat, especially with the capability of captures quickly trending upwards. Chargin Chuck is a capture that should have the same utility that both the Bills have, where it can break stronger objects like the first Moon Rock, but with the added bonus he doesn't have to die to accomplish it. I am slightly doubting my initial prediction, however. Chuck doesn't have a jump, so if I can't get him anywhere where the utility is actually useful, he probably won't beat Banzai Bill. But hey, I can't say that for sure until I try. I started my run in Cap Kingdom, where we're back to a good old-fashioned capture that can't climb steps. I moved on to Cascade, where I was slightly concerned there'd be some weird code that prevents Chuck from breaking the first Moon Rock. Fortunately, this wasn't the case, and it just worked, letting Chuck become the 3rd capture to collect the first moon. Unfortunately, the rest of the kingdom didn't go as smoothly. I can't jump, so passing the bridge to the rest of the level is impossible. Entering into Sand, I started with the obvious stuff like the Seed Moons. Chargin Chuck is actually too small to grab them normally, but if you start charging, his hitbox becomes tall enough to collect them. It's kind of funny that makes the difference, but hey, I'm not complaining about 2 easy moons. I use this knowledge to get the bird as it cut through the Oasis, and then followed that up with Sheep and Hard Rock. I thought I was out of moons to get and was ready to head into 2-player until I remembered the Cactus Moon at the edge of the kingdom. Surprisingly, Chargin Chuck can't break cactuses, making this moon impossible. I finally decided to swap into 2-player, where I wanted to try out some sub-areas. Oh, just barely not too big. You can like squeeze through. But yeah, we're not gonna get a moon in here. That much is obvious. How did I make it through that door? What the heck? Is it because it was on a slope? Honestly, this isn't even something I considered when ranking Chuck, but I guess he can only enter some sub-areas, which may affect his final score. Since it didn't seem like I'd be getting any weird 2-player moons, I just collected the 3 ground pound moons in Alcove before leaving the kingdom. Chargin Chuck proceeds to make 0 interesting ground in the mid-game, collecting the 2-player moon in Lake, 2 moons in Wooded, and absolutely nothing in Cloud and Metro. Snow Kingdom, on the other hand. Come on! Oh no! He almost fell all the way, but he hasn't yet. Gosh, it's so close. It just gets so steep. Wait, come on. Come on. Come on! No! Oh, I was so close! Wait, I think I can make this one. Let's go! Chargin Chuck can do Snowdram! And he can get the moon with 2-player mode. That's the only moon Chargin Chuck would collect in Snow Kingdom, and it's not for the reasons you'd think. Wait, what? Wait, why did he die? What? Huh? Apparently, some captures just randomly die when you try to enter Shiveria. I have no idea why this happens. Like, why can Lakitu enter Shiveria, but Chuck can't? It's strange, but rules are rules, so I left the kingdom. The last moon I managed to collect in the run was the Chest Moon in Ruined using 2-player. This moon has been a struggle to get for a lot of captures because they just fall straight down with no air control. Fortunately, Chuck's boost gets around this by letting me turn while falling off the edge to reach the platform. This is surprisingly difficult, but it was cool to see a capture besides Lakitu reach this moon. Chargin Chuck finished the run with a final score of 8 moons solo and 15 in 2-player. I'd say this is a pretty average score for a low tier capture, indicating I clearly overrated Chuck in my initial prediction. As it turns out, having something that's utility is really only useful if and only if you have decent movement to back it up. With that in mind, I think it's safe to say my next prediction is even worse. The Sherm, also known as the tank, has the same utility as the Chargin Chuck capture, but with worse movement. The reason I initially ranked it higher was because you can break and interact with stuff at a range. This sounds useful on paper, but if your movement only lets you reach like 10 moons, that's not gonna matter. This run started the same as Chuck's, getting stuck at the stairs and collecting the first moon, but what surprised me is what happened after. It's time to finally see, can it hit checkpoints? No. It cannot. What? Unfortunately, it could not climb up the second step, but it did make me realize there was a chance the tank might be able to reach some interesting spots. I started with the seed moons, but was too short, followed it up by trying to reach hard rock, but was too slow, so I eventually caved and just went for sheep, which is practically guaranteed for every capture, but on my way there, I learned something new. Tank can ground pound since when? Huh? After collecting the sheep moon, I used this newfound knowledge to get the remaining 2 ground pound moons along with bird traveling the desert, which I was only able to get thanks to a tank shot. While I was in Oasis, I also found out I could climb this icicle, but unfortunately it wasn't that useful. I couldn't jump to any of the nearby trees, so there was no way I could reach the Taking Notes moon. Given the tank wasn't programmed to rank cactuses either, it seemed like the only way I'd get more moons here was with 2-player. I used this in the ruins to grab a checkpoint with Cappy that let me reach the hard rock as well as alcove. In Lake Kingdom, I grabbed the guaranteed moon every run seems to get, while in Wooded, I got rabbit and rock like most captures. I was hoping there'd maybe be a way to get into deep woods with some glitchy wall climb, but as expected, nothing worked. Surprisingly, these were the last 2 moons I collected with the tank. The movement was just so unbelievably bad, I could not go anywhere. Like, you'd think maybe I could finesse my way up the wall for Snowdram like the other captures, but no, I can't even reach the wall because my movement is just so horrible. The tank had a final score of 9 moons solo and 11 in 2-player, clearly cementing itself as one of the worst captures. Cheep Cheep is a really funny capture for this challenge because after spawning it in, it has 10 seconds to live unless it can reach water. So most kingdoms, 0 expectations. However, Lake and Seaside could go crazy, hence my prediction being as high as it is. Here we go. How far can the Cheep Cheep get in Cap Kingdom? Not very far. This is how most of the run is going to go, but fortunately in Sand Kingdom, the 10 seconds is just barely enough to hit the first checkpoint in town using 2-player. Respawning at the checkpoint gives me just enough time to use 2-player again to push the seed into the pot. Actually grabbing the moon after growing the plant was a lot more difficult. I'm just barely fast enough to reach the pot and can only grab the moon in time if I reveal it with Cappy beforehand. After attempting this for about 25 minutes, I finally got the trick and could move on to the next kingdom. Lake, I started off by immediately getting the Notes moon. After, I tried jumping out of the starting area, which didn't seem possible. This was really concerning given Lake is one of the 2 kingdoms I was expecting to actually collect moons. In defeat, I decided to swap into 2-player, grab the Lakeshore moon, and see if I could use Cappy to do anything weird. This eventually brought me and Twitch chat back to an old glitch I'd never done before. If I swim under this island and ground pound it with Cappy, I can clip out of bounds and reach the rest of the kingdom. While all of these moons would unfortunately be considered 2-player mode because of this, it was really exciting to have Lake not be a complete failure. I was able to collect 5 more moons swimming through the kingdom. Generally speaking, these were all pretty basic and hardly worth talking about. Though something I did learn that I wasn't aware of prior was the moon I'm at a lake Cheep Cheep just doesn't work until you beat Rango, in spite of the lock lady still having the dialogue beckoning for a fish. So yeah, that moon surprisingly wasn't possible. I tried a lot of other things as well because 7 moons total for Lake Kingdom seemed really low. All right, can we get it? Ugh. No. But yeah, it genuinely was just the limit. I headed over to Wooded next, where I tried to see if I could reach the rabbit in time. I could get nearby, but actually hitting the bunny seemed impossible. Not to mention, if I did hit it, I would almost certainly die before the moon spawned. I decided to shift my focus towards deep woods as a last-ditch effort for a moon. It felt like I didn't have enough time to make it into the area before dying, so I skipped ahead to see if this trick was even worth attempting. It was pretty obvious from the deep woods spawn that I was wasting my time. None of the moons down here would be anywhere near close enough to collect in 10 seconds. I left the kingdom and was expecting mid-game to be a complete failure all the way up until Seaside, but something surprising happened in Lost. All right, do Cheep Cheeps die in poison? Probably, but we gotta find out. What? Wait, that's gonna be a moon. That's gonna get us a moon. Wait, am I even gonna have time? I'm kind of afraid. Come on. Yeah, let's go! What an insane trait for the capture. Unfortunately, everything else in the kingdom is too far to reach, but I'm still more than happy with the results here. In Metro, the rain doesn't save you from the 10-second rule, in case you were wondering. However, in Snow Kingdom, a normal Cheep Cheep can swim in the cold water. As a matter of fact, this is the reason I'm not testing the Snow Cheep Cheep. The two should function in exactly the same way, and as a result should get the exact same score. Anyways, I spent some time trying to climb up to the painting moon for Snowdram, but that clearly wasn't going to work. Instead, I flopped my way into Shiveria to check for potential moons. I think there's a chance if Cheep Cheep can go down here, which it can, we might be able to get a moon in Snow Kingdom. All right, here we go. Can Cheep Cheep get the moon on top of the boxes? Not in single player mode, but maybe in 2-player. Come on. Yeah, no! It died the easy, wow. Okay. I was a bit worried in Seaside that the Cheep Cheep wouldn't be able to make it to the water in under 10 seconds, but fortunately the Odyssey is just barely close enough for it to be possible. Now it was time to get every possible underwater moon. I got Glass Palace Treasure Chest, It's a Shortcut, Under a Dangerous Ceiling, Mercy Dory, Northern Reaches, Ocean Trench, Nesting Spot, Underwater Highway Tunnel, and Looking Back in the Dark Waterway, all for what was essentially free. But there were still more possible moons. I was shown a clip that's actually done in any percent speedruns where you use this chest to go out of bounds. I've done Odyssey speedruns, but that was before the community knew about this glitch, so I had to spend a fair bit of time trying to learn the trick. Basically, the way it works is if you bonk against the wall in the right spot, spin and swim forward, you will clip. It's a bit harder than that, but that's my general understanding of it. The first time I clipped, I used it to go underneath the lava on Hot Spring Island for the story moon. I clipped again to reach the Capulus Moon Shards moon, and then clipped one last time for Sphinx Underwater Vault. Finally, before getting some 2-player moons, I collected notes because apparently I forgot to do that earlier. With 2-player, I ground pounded to get What the Waves Left Behind, Wriggling on the Sandy Bottom, and then used Cappy to open the chest for Treasure Trap. Throughout the rest of the run, there was nothing else I could get, but that doesn't mean Cheep Cheep didn't have a commendable score with 15 moons solo and 26 in 2-player. It's kind of funny to think 23 of 26 moons were in Lake and Seaside, but honestly, it makes the capture's performance all the more entertaining. The Tropical Wiggler doesn't have a jump, but does have a stretch, so I should be able to climb up some ledges if there's a nearby slope. This was my logic for ranking the capture so high, but given it's the 12th capture I'd be playing through Odyssey with, my intuition was saying this was a bad prediction. Movement has been king thus far, and the perk the Wiggler gets for stretching probably won't be able to do much. Now that I think about it, Cap Kingdom is actually the perfect example for this. Yippee, look, we didn't make it again, except the Wiggler's I think that's as far as it's getting. Obviously, Wiggler was not beating Cap, so I headed into the next kingdom. You go in a circle and run into a wall, you can gain height as Wiggler. Really, I don't know how true that is, but I'll try. Okay, so people say random garbage in Twitch chat all the time. That isn't true, but this didn't feel like that. A couple minutes later, I was sent this clip done by Games Jam, a well-known member of the Min Mario community. It was 100% real, and I had to figure out how it worked. I spent a while trying to get it in Cascade, then in Sand, but it wasn't working. I actually decided my best course of action would be to give up and skip the capture for now. I didn't want to leave the trick out of my score, but trying to learn it live on stream wasn't getting me anywhere. As I started my next run and left Cap Kingdom, however, I got an interesting message. It was like, oh, you're here now. Was I shaking in the wall to start off? I think I tried. Oh, gosh dang it, now I want to try it more. Not only did this give me motivation to go back to the Wiggler, it was the key bit of information I was missing. The trick only works if you start stretching with a controller shake. I didn't fully understand that at first, and it didn't help that the way you rub against the wall had to be very particular. Push too hard and you'll fall back to the ground. After a long stretch of practice, I would finally climb a wall for the first time. Chat, this might be my first success. We're figuring it out. We can do the Wiggler run today. I did it! I spent a bit longer practicing to make sure I was ready before restarting the Wiggler run. The trick doesn't help in Cap or Cascade, so I immediately went to Sand where things would be more open. The first moon I wanted were the seed moons, but to my surprise, the Wiggler can't push them. That's okay though, because with my new strategy, I can climb the buildings of Sand. Just really, really slowly. I'm having trouble getting this last bit. There we go. In total, it took me 6 minutes to get this moon. Let me stress that, 6 minutes for this moon. God, this run is gonna be hell. I took a quick detour to Employees Only, where surprisingly, the Wiggler could stretch inside to collect the moon. This actually makes it the first capture to collect this one, which is kinda crazy. I'd used the glitch again to collect the bird as it traveled through the oasis, and then stretched my way to the treetops to get Taking Notes jump on the palm. The capabilities of this capture were honestly comical. Oh, the moon's too high? Yeah, not on my watch. Wiggler really is just built different, The main downside to this is if something doesn't work, it could genuinely take a long time for me to figure that out. A good example of this is the Leaning Pillar Moon. At 59:04 into the run, I looked off at the moon and said, I think it's too tall, which is the sad thing. Only after 15 minutes did I finally give up and deem the moon impossible. I think it's like maybe if you try really, really hard, position in the exact right spot, but I don't think it's worth it. And even then, you can tell I'm still in denial when I keep trying, but like, no fur, the moon is too high. You're gonna be here for 8 hours if you don't stop. I decided it'd probably be a good idea to get at least one easy moon out of the way before wasting more time, so I collected Alcove in the Ruins and Sheep. The next moon on my radar was on top of the stone archway. I climbed up the nearby icicle and tried to scale the wall like normal, but I pretty quickly noticed a flaw with this plan. There's small edges on the arch that are impossible to climb up. So if I still want this moon, I'm gonna need to try something else. On one side of the archway, there's a second taller icicle I can climb up using the Wiggler. It's a bit tough to nail the trick and literally took me 20 minutes to finally get, but slow and painful moons are what I've come to expect from this capture. With that in mind, wanna know what I did for the next hour? I figured there'd be a chance I could get this moon, even if it forced me to use 2-player, but no. Every moment I thought I was getting close, something was just barely out of reach, and I never made it high enough for Cappy to be able to grab the checkpoint on his own. Before actually focusing on the co-op moons, I had one last thing to get, from a crate in the ruins. This one was only possible because the wall leading up to where the moon spawns was flat, even though it didn't look that way. With that done, I was ready to officially tackle 2-player mode and started with the ground pound moons like always. I thought this was just gonna be easy, but I move the seed all the way over there and gain height on it. Sure, I'll try, why not? Here, first let me see if I can just gain height on the seed to begin with. It looks like the answer is yes. All right, let's Sure, it worked. It was enough. The other two were fortunately much easier. When it came to sub areas, everything was pretty straightforward. Climb up a wall, collect a moon. Climb up the wall again, collect the other moon. In the invisible maze, I hardly had to even do that. All that was left now were the seed moons, which I slowly collected by hitting them both with Cappy. After 3 hours and 38 minutes, I could finally leave Sand Kingdom with a score of 9 moons solo in 17 in 2-player. Like, dang, I thought I was wrong about my prediction, but I assumed Wiggler was going to get less moons than expected, not more. I would have never thought a glitch like this existed, and it's making me even more excited to continue. But before we move on, I got told after this stream there was a moon I missed. Games Jam, the same person from earlier, proved you could stretch across to this statue, glitch up to the tiny awning, and then use 2-player to grab the checkpoint. This is incredibly difficult, but brings the total up to 18 moons in 2-player, which is just absurd. With that sorted, I traveled into Lake where I immediately wanted to see if it was possible to get deeper into the kingdom. All right, first things first, I will at least try to see if I can get up there. I don't think I'll be able to. I think it's slightly too far, but you never know. Oh, I can't even reach here. Okay, yeah, we're not getting up there. I took the free ground pound moon in 2-player and left for Wooded. I got the bunny with ease and was pretty happy to see the Wiggler could hit rocks as well. After collecting those 2 moons, I glitched onto the outer wall to get deeper into the kingdom. Back here, there were 2 potential nut moons if Wiggler could stretch far enough. So, a bit reluctantly, here we go again. Hey, wait, we gotta change the music again. I like that this song exists. You want to hear this in the video? I don't know if it'll make it into the video. Maybe I can make a note for my editor. Maybe we don't. Oh, no! How am I still on Tropical Wiggler? I feel like it's pretty obvious if you're watching the stream. If you just look at what I'm doing, it's like, maybe that's why it's taken 4 hours. Is he gaining height? Heck yeah, I am. Come on. We're so close. I think I might technically be touching it, but I think we need to use 2-player. Yeah, we need to use 2-player, but that's fine. Because if we can get the moon! Come on! We're so close. I'm so... There it is! All right, no more. Back to normal music. I did the same for the nut in the cave before heading into deep woods where I collected the second rock solo and both the ground pound moons in 2-player. Like normal, nothing interesting happened in Cloud, so I went straight into Lost Kingdom. The first thing I did here was collect the key moon. This moon is literally designed with the Tropical Wiggler in mind, so it's not surprising it works. Now, something that's really cool about the Wiggler is it can kind of poison walk. A well-timed stretch while walking up the edge will suspend you in the air temporarily. The catch is, each subsequent stretch, your height lowers. This means it's impossible to take more than a few steps on a flat surface before dying. I tried to use this glitch to make it towards the island, but it was unfortunately too far. Even if I made it though, doing the glitch to climb walls is impossible while poison walking because doing the trick contorts the Wiggler's body in a way that always makes contact with the poison, killing it. This made the strategy useless when collecting moons, but I still wanted to mention it because it's cool. Before leaving the kingdom, I messed with a few ideas to see if getting deeper in the kingdom was possible without running into Klepto, but nothing worked. The only thing I managed to get was peeking out from under the bridge, which again makes sense because the moon was designed with the Wiggler in mind. Can it do Snowdram? The answer might actually, I think it's just no, because I don't think Wiggler can reach the outskirts here. Wait. And now. We're back! Come on, Wiggler, you can do it. Chat, I think the Tropical Wiggler can do Snowdrift. That's too... There it is! It can do Snowdrift! This is a 2-player moon, however, so we'll have to come back and get this later. Inside Shiveria, I immediately climbed my way up to the entrance moon before traversing into the sub-areas. None of the moons in here were hard, but as expected, they could randomly be a time sink. Like the icicle barrier took around 25 minutes, while the ice wall barrier only took about 3. I brought the Wiggler into the remaining 2 sub-areas, but unfortunately the Rango room was too tall to climb, while the end of the poison room was too far to reach. I swapped into 2-player, collected the ground pound moon that was in my range, and finished up the kingdom by using Cappy to open the Snowdram chest. In Seaside, I wasn't very optimistic about getting mini moons, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't try. My first idea was overlooking the beach, but that was obviously too high, so I instead tried doing the wall climb glitch at the entrance to the Ride the Jetstream moon. I nearly made it up, but was just too short to get inside. My next idea was to stretch over to the back canyon where I'd climb the hill and make it to the first story moon. This was a little annoying because I had to manage the wall climb glitch while spike balls were being shot at me, but given I got the moon, it was all worth it. At this point, I was already out of solo moon, so I swapped to 2-player and decided this time I'd start with the most annoying moon first. What the waves left behind should be possible if I wait out the agonizingly long Dory cycle. It was only 3 minutes, but dang, it felt worse. I stretched onto her back, waited some more, and stretched over to the rocks, letting me get the ground pound moon. Also, before anyone asks, no, riding Dory further will not let me get any additional moons. Finally, I did one last stretch to reach the back canyon excavate prior to leaving the kingdom. This capture has by far been the most exhausting yet. Like, it's been 6.5 hours and I really just want a break. Wait, you can reach... Can you reach Spewart? Huh? Is the joke stale yet? I was not getting that break, and damn, I could feel it. I regretfully started off the kingdom by collecting piled on the salt and lurking in the pillar's shadow. These 2 moons took a combined total of 10 minutes. Next, I beat Spewart using 2-player. The fight was pretty much a joke and made for an easy moon. The downside is, this did mean any moon after this point would be considered a part of the 2-player category. You may have noticed I normally like to do sub-areas as a last thing before leaving the kingdom. However, I was tired of climbing walls, and the Magma Swamp sub-area would require basically none of that. It's just a simple moon hidden behind the start and some easy moon shards. That's it. Next, I experienced 5 more minutes of hell to get Is This an Ingredient Too, and then another minute of climbing for overlooking a bunch of ingredients. Atop a column in a row was surprisingly possible without the glitch, but that doesn't mean I'm done because I need to spend several more minutes climbing to the other side of the kingdom so I can stretch onto the volcano to walk all the way across to surrounded by tall mountains. Unfortunately, I still wasn't done and needed to climb one last mountain, which took another 6 minutes, by the way. Thank God this would be the last moon I collected in Luncheon Kingdom, but that didn't stop me from spending an extra 35 minutes trying forks, trying to get the Isle of Salt moon, and seeing if I could poison walk across the lava over to a far off island. None of these things ended up working, but it just goes to show how obnoxious of a capture this is because I have to check literally everything or else I'll miss a weird glitch that gets a moon. Fortunately, I was reaching the end of the run. I collected the chest moon and ruined using 2-player, got the rabbit and rock and moon, and used 2-player one last time to collect taking notes on the moon's surface. The run finished after 8 hours, 12 minutes, and 44 seconds, collecting 22 moons solo and 50 in 2-player. This was an unbelievable score, breaking both the solo and co-op record. I would have never expected it going into this stream, but leaving, let's just say I'm happy I'll never have to do it again. I know we tried to start this run earlier, but it's happening for real now. My expectations for the Tyfoo can be summed up as a Banzai Bill, but it doesn't die. I don't know how much of an advantage that'll be, but I'm fairly certain it'll at least do better. At the beginning of Cap Kingdom, I'm granted the luxury of flying straight to Top Hat Tower, but as expected, this capture runs into the same problem as Banzai Bill. I'm too high up to enter the door, but even if I was lower, it's not like I'd fit. Cascade Kingdom is where the run starts to differ, albeit only a little bit. The Tyfoo can't break things like Banzai Bill can, but it does have weird hitboxes. If you face your back to a wall and blow, you can squish your body slightly out of bounds for a brief moment. I tried this on the first moon, which unfortunately didn't work, but this is a tool I have that could be very beneficial later. Before leaving, I wanted to spend some time flying around the kingdom, collecting checkpoints in 2-player. I actually managed to get every single one excluding the Painting Island, which is kinda sad because that's the only one that actually get me a moon. I also got to trigger the Madam Brutal boss fight for the first time, but like mini bosses, there's no programming that lets captures do damage, making this a dead end for the Tyfoo. Like always, Sand Kingdom was next, where the first thing I did was fly into town and grab the Bird Moon. This was a lot easier to do now than it was with the Banzai Bill. Like, it was genuinely really nice to just fly around and not worry about dying. There was a downside, however. The Tyfoo doesn't preserve the height it gains from climbing up slopes. This became pretty apparent when I flew over to the Oasis, and instead of floating over, I immediately immediately dropped in. This creates a problem. I use slopes a ton as the Banzai Bill to gain height and fly over to moons. Now the only way I can do that as a Tyfoo is with checkpoints. There's always a chance this won't be a big deal, but I'm definitely a little concerned about whether or not I can still beat Banzai Bill. I respawned at the Oasis checkpoint to set my height, and while I would be trapped in this area, I wanted to see if it was possible to blow my hitbox into the notes, but they were just barely too far. I tried the same strategy on the town moon, but the height I had from the Odyssey spawn didn't match up either. I flew towards the ruins where I had the perfect height to collect on the leaning pillar, then I got a bullet bill to explode the box for inside a block is a hard place. Can I get up here? Because I think this will push me up because I'm a levitating capture. Yeah. So I could have just gotten up here to begin with. I felt a bit defeated that the strat hadn't been useful yet, so I took a quick break to see if I could scare the sheep into the pen. Miraculously, I was close enough to the ground to make it work. All right, we can spawn the moon, but can we touch it? That is so sad. Wait, we got it! Let's go! After, I traveled back to the ruins where I'd use another sand pillar to climb up to my next checkpoint. I immediately wanted to see if this opened up any more moons, so I warped to set my height to the new spawn. With it, I could now reach the top of Jaxi Ruins, but with no way to open chests, I'd have to save the moon here for 2-player mode. Next, I went for a lone pillar, which was a bit high, but fortunately still close enough to hit with a blow. I tried the same thing on Stone Archway, but that moon was actually too far inland to reach. This is when I realized my new height might let me reach the notes in Oasis, which worked well and got me an extra moon. I tried a few last things like overlooking the town from the ruins height or the alcove moon from Odyssey height. Neither of these worked, but they were good things to check before attempting co-op. With 2-player mode unlocked, I could finally use Cappy to grab lower checkpoints. This made it pretty easy to get several more moons, including Alcove in the Ruins, the Jaxi Ruins chest, all 3 ground pound moons, along with both the seeds most captures tend to get. That was it though. There wasn't enough variety in the spawn heights to grab a lot of those seemingly obvious moons like overlooking the town or Crate in the Ruins. It was time for Lake Kingdom, and as expected, I'm trapped in the beginning. But what's surprising is even with assist mode, I don't have enough time to get notes. This is actually the same issue Lakitu ran into, but a bit more exaggerated. Because we're floating high above the water, Cappy actually moves slower inside of it. Mario's distance to water affecting Cappy's movement is such a specific mechanic that it's unsurprising I didn't know it existed until this challenge. Regardless, it means I'm only getting the ground pound moon in Lake Kingdom. Just like Banzai Bill, in Wooded I'm able to fly around the back half of the kingdom, but it's completely useless. As a matter of fact, the only moon Tyfoo can get here is the rock. The bunny is too low, and there's not a single checkpoint I can reach that does anything useful. Now I'm gonna be honest with you. The rest of this run is really boring and provides no new interesting content. All I'm doing is checking what moons are available at the height I spawn in solo, and what moons are available at different checkpoint heights in 2-player. Like, I was right, this run is basically just a better Banzai Bill, but that also means it's a more boring Banzai Bill. So to save both you and me some pain, I'm going to speed through the rest of the moons with a lightning round. In Lost, I got these 2 moons solo and was able to get 4 extra in co-op. Metro, I got this moon solo. Snow, I was able to do Snowdram with 2-player, but that's it. Seaside got these 6 moons in co-op, and in Luncheon, I collected this moon solo and was able to get 1 extra in co-op. That is the Tyfoo run, taking 2 hours and 56 minutes while collecting 10 moons solo and 31 in co-op. I was a bit surprised to see the co-op score beat Banzai Bill by 7, but not having a time limit was a huge buff for far out moons or things that just took long like Seeds in Sand Kingdom. Not to mention, the weird blowing hitboxes came in handy a couple of times to get extra moons. After all this time, I finally get to play as a capture with a real jump. Given how some competitors have performed so far, I definitely should have predicted some of the basic jumping captures lower, but it's too late for that. On the bright side, Coin Coffer does have the utility to break stuff, which might mean we finally have a capture that can not only break the first moon rock, but cross the bridge to the rest of the kingdom. I'm actually really excited to try it, and while we could just skip Cap, who knows, maybe something crazy will happen for once. All right. Dang, there's a part of me that was hoping. Oh, who am I kidding? That was never gonna work. I started Cascade by running to the first moon rock where I was able to break it open with a single coin to collect the moon. From here, I finally had a chance to cross the bridge and make it deeper into the kingdom. Like, sure, I was back here with the Tyfoo technically, but with that capture, I couldn't do this. Yippee! 2 moons. Look at him. That man is ecstatic. There's not any more moons I can get in this kingdom, but if anything, I am proud to say the coin coffer has the solo world record for moons in Cascade Kingdom. For now. Back in Sand Kingdom, it was time to go through the motions once again. Generally speaking, I was able to get all the basic moons you'd expect from a grounded capture, with the extra addition of stuff like overlooking the desert town and taking notes. The main things worth mentioning are poison walking is impossible, we're too big for employees only, and coins can't break cactuses, so among the 5 cactuses is impossible. This all added up to 8 moons before I had to swap into 2-player. Like normal, I got the 3 ground pound moons, but this time we're back to a capture that can try sub areas as well. In the Bullet Bill maze, my jump wasn't high enough to maneuver further in the room, while in the invisible maze, it was more than possible to reach the moon at the end. As I started wooded, it was kind of nice to be back to a normal capture. Sure, this meant I wouldn't be getting a particularly high score, but it also meant I wouldn't be missing the rabbit moon like Tyfoo did. I collected the rock right after and jumped down to deep woods. Here I could collect the other rolling rock, swap to 2-player, and collect both the hidden ground pound moons, leaving me at a score of 3-5 for the kingdom. I would consider this to be the standard wooded score. If your capture can walk around, hit rocks, and jump, that's probably what it'll get. There are only 7 moons accessible to any capture without going to the back half of the kingdom, and 2 of them are nuts that require some sort of high jump to reach. For a better score, you need something to reach the nuts, like the Wiggler who got a 3-7, or a way to fly to the back half of the kingdom while still maintaining decent movement for platforming. Like, there hasn't been a single capture that can do that yet, but I'm sure it's only a matter of time. In Cloud Kingdom, I was hopeful that maybe the coins would randomly be programmed to punch Bowser, but like every capture so far, it doesn't do anything. In Lost, the coin coffer suffers a tragic 0 moons from not being able to poison walk, having no movement options to platform around Klepto, and too weak of a jump to get the under the bridge moon before dying. Okay, but what about Metro? Can he do the impossible jump? Let's go. All right, that's gonna be another 0-0. Maybe Snow Kingdom? All right, can the coin coffer do Snowdram? You know, my brain was like, this is definitely a no, but coin coffer is climbing up steeper slopes than like everything. That's insane. Okay, it can do Snowdram. Can it open the chest? No. Are we like sure 100%? Like jumping on it? What? Okay, a coin coffer can open chests by jumping on it. All right, down we go. Oh no, it's one of these captures. This is the exact opposite of what I expected from Snow Kingdom. I thought Snowdram would be completely impossible while I'd be able to get a small handful of moons inside Shiveria. Instead, I'm leaving with 1 moon that was shockingly collected without 2-player. I moved on to Seaside, where I figured at least a couple moons would be possible, but unless you can jump high or swim out over water, the only available moons are found past this deep, treacherous cleft that screams into the earth. Unfortunately, this obstacle would be too much for our hero, who instead opted to spend his time relaxing on the beach before moving to the next kingdom. Luncheon was also a 0 moon level. The start requires too much complex platforming for something with such a weak jump. The closest I got was climbing up to the top of the Odyssey, but that's not enough to make it to Speward or any other moons. In Ruin, the coin coffer finally gets a break by becoming the first capture to collect a moon in the kingdom without using 2-player. Funny how that niche ability to open chest is actually letting this capture do things that are unique. This was the last moon collected by the coin coffer, putting it at a final score of 15 moons solo and 22 in 2-player. I definitely overrated this capture on my prediction, but it was cool to see a couple new solo moons throughout the run. The Goomba is a lot like the coin coffer, and while it can't break stuff, it does have a few distinct advantages that should give it a slight edge in the competition. Firstly, its jump is much better because it can carry extra momentum from slopes and even do some minor bunny hopping. Second, it gets the utility to interact with the Lady Goombas for moons, and lastly, it can also interact with the Goomba switches. Over the course of the run, these 3 things should make it more than easy for Goomba to beat the coin coffer. However, this is not how the run started. Because the Goomba can't beat Capper Cascade, it experiences an early deficit to the coin coffer, who actually has utility for this part of the run. In the next 6 kingdoms, from Sand all the way up to Metro, the Goomba's performance exactly ties the coin coffer. The better jumps are never enough to reach new locations of value, and we can't make it far enough into the story for any Lady Goomba or Goomba stacking moons to appear. By the time we're entering Snow, the Goomba's score is 11-8 compared to the coin coffer's 13-20. And while Snowdram is impossible for the Goomba solo, it doesn't force an uncapture when entering Shiveria, giving it a chance to catch up. My first thought was to check the entrance to Shiveria, and while the jump is too high solo, I'm definitely coming back to this one later to carve away some boxes with Cappy. Next, I went to the Poison Tyfoo room. I wasn't super optimistic about this working, but still wanted to give it a try. Might be possible. We'll come back to that. Even if I made the jump, both the moons in this room would require 2 players, so I took a quick detour towards the Goomba Ice Cave. This is the first location in the run where it's actually possible for me to get an extra moon solely because I'm a Goomba. Not to mention, the rest of the level isn't hard either. I just need to hop up to the top and knock down the giant ice skull to reveal a path towards the moon. Next, I went into the Bitefrost area where I was able to collect all 5 moon shards with relative ease, along with the moon itself. At this point, I had exhausted all of my options in single player mode, so I swapped to co-op and went back to the start where I could now use Cappy to reach the entrance moon. After, it was back to the poison room where I was finally ready to start grinding out that ridiculous jump. This time, instead of trying to build up speed on my own, I'd be attempting to carry it from the push block. What the heck was that? Oh, I did it! Oh my god! There we go! Now here's the problem. Hypothetically, what if I kept gaining speed and then jumped from here to there? This was an ambitious idea, but Goomba can maintain an insane amount of speed if you time your jump properly. I wasn't 100% sure on whether or not it would be possible, but I knew for a fact that if it was, I could do it. Here, what if I do like a normal jump into a big jump? Because that, if I land here, big jump, you know. Come on! Come on. Oh, if I didn't lose as much speed as I did on that second jump, I think that was it. Oh, now I think it's possible. Come on! It's so close, yet so far, man. Yes! Let's go! Cappy, this is all you. There it is. All that for 1 moon. All that was left to do was 2-player Snowdram. This strat was a bit harder than it looks, but I did eventually collect the checkpoint and warp up to get 1 last moon. In Seaside, I once again came face to face with that deep and treacherous chasm. Fortunately, the Goomba makes this jump look like a joke, and I'm able to climb up the back canyon and reach our first Lady Goomba moon. I spent some time after exploring the kingdom, and it became pretty obvious that Cappy was the only way I was going to collect any more moons. I swapped over and decided the first thing I was going to do was what the waves left behind. This is an interesting moon for the Goomba because normally it can't make the jump over to the necessary rocks. However, if we wait long enough, Dory arrives to make the jump possible. No! Every single time I failed this trick, it would take about 5 minutes for me to get another attempt. Oh my god. So, yeah, I don't think I need to explain why this was really, really annoying. Okay, I think we're gonna wait until we're over there. It just feels more likely. There we go! And we got it. At this point, the Goomba's weak movement would enable it to get 1 more moon. By traveling back up the canyon, I could now use Cappy to break the boxes and reveal the seal above the canyon. I collected it and then left for luncheon. Like the coin coffer, Goomba runs into the same issue of being stuck at the kingdom's spawn. However, the main difference is there's a Lady Goomba here letting it collect 1 total moon. In Ruined, we can reach the chest again, but it requires 2-player. And Bowser's, we can stack 10 Goombas, but the moon is still impossible. While in Moon, the Goomba's jump is good enough to reach deeper into the kingdom. This only results in us getting Rolling Rock on the moon, but that still gives it an extra point advantage over the coin coffer. By the end of the run, Goomba was able to collect 17 moons solo and 31 in 2-player, a notable improvement to the 1522 score achieved by the coin coffer. I'm honestly a bit surprised that the difference isn't higher because of how absurd the Goomba's movement can get, but the problem, as it is with many captures, is the unforgiving start in most kingdoms. Like Sand, Land, Snow, and maybe Wooded are quite literally the only kingdoms we aren't stuck at the beginning. Honestly, I'd be willing to predict once I start testing captures that have more advanced movement, the final scores are going to increase dramatically. When it comes to making an accurate prediction, the T-Rex is difficult because of its many uncertainties. It can probably climb some ledges, it might not die in water, and I'm pretty sure it can poison walk. The only thing I'm actually confident about is that it can break blocks and has an uncapture timer so lenient that it'll never be an issue. What do all these things amount to with a score? I don't know. And we see how far we can get. Yippee! Can he even make it to the steps? Is he too big? Like, there's a part of me that thinks I'll be able to make this, but it's just not working. Like, we don't make the gap to Top Hat Tower anyways, and it's not like we can go in the sub area. But I don't know, part of me just wants to make the jump now. I don't think it's happening though. After that, I moved on to Cascade, where somehow I was able to collect the moon without even breaking the rock. This wasn't necessary, just something funny I wanted to note. I was pretty easily able to walk further into the kingdom, which proved the dinosaur's ability to climb at least some slopes, but it didn't get any moons. I figured something like chomp through the rocks would be possible, but you can't get the dino close enough after breaking the rock to collect the moon. I swapped to 2-player and spent some time messing around, even if it likely wouldn't get any more moons. Surprisingly, I was actually able to use Cappy to collect the Fossil Falls Heights checkpoint. I used this to warp up and ran all the way over to the Madame Brutal boss fight. I was hoping there might be some weird interaction where the dinosaur could kill or chain chomp and soft lock the fight, but no. This was the expected outcome, but I'm still disappointed. The last thing I tried before leaving was testing if I could hit the Painting Island checkpoint using 2-player. Like, Cappy's height seemed to line up perfectly when I stood on top of the skull, so I had to give it a try. Unfortunately, when I ran forward, Cappy didn't even get close and dropped straight to the ground with me. I gave it another attempt, but I was just coping. This idea was never going to work and was clearly dead on arrival. I moved on to Sand Kingdom, where the first thing I wanted to do was try reaching the overlooking the town moon. Can I even like get up to... I'm like stuck, oh my god. This is gonna be a mess. I'm like actually just stuck. Please let me go somewhere, anywhere. Well, what an awesome start to the kingdom. Yeah, this is gonna be a weird playthrough. I started roaming around the kingdom to get a feel for what would be possible. First, I went for bird traveling the desert, which worked as expected. After, I went all the way to the edge of the desert for the cactus moon. As it turns out, the dinosaur can't destroy it either. At this point, I have to assume the only thing in the game with programming to break the cactus is the Jaxi, but since that isn't a capture, I doubt any future playthroughs will collect this moon. I'm still going to keep trying, but for now, it's time to enter the Toast Arena ruins as a dinosaur. This sure is something, all right. All right, get this moon. All right, that's two. All right, can I make the jump? You're kidding. That felt like it should have hit, man. Come on! Yes! I climbed back into the ruins with hopes that I'd be able to reach the sand pillar checkpoint, but the ledge up seemed to be at the limit of what the dinosaur could climb. It almost looks like the game is trying to help me up with the occasional weird jitter or slight bump upwards, but as soon as I started to lose hope, that's when it happened. Oh, there we go! Oh my god, it actually was. Ultimately, all my efforts were in vain. The only moon this could help me reach was trapped in an alcove that was too small to fit in. I gave an honest attempt at clipping my head through the wall, but the game was very adamant about keeping me in bounds, even creating moments like this where I was just completely stuck for no good reason. I moved on, found out poison walking did in fact work, and tried to make my way into the Jaxi sub area, but again, too big. I tried some other things like taking notes in the seed moon in town. Both of these might just barely be possible solo, but in my testing, I could only ever hit the seed once, and the notes were too far out of reach. This meant the last solo moon I could collect was Sheep. It did require a couple of lives because of the dinosaur's timer, but progress saves between loads, so that wasn't an issue. Afterwards, I finally swapped into 2-player. The first thing I did was go back for the seed in town before doing a quick test on the ruin seed to see how far I could get it before dying. I only made it about halfway, so this was definitely impossible. I followed this up with the get 3 ground pound moons along with notes. Since it was obvious I wasn't going to be making it into any sub areas, I had 2 last ideas before leaving. The first was using Cappy to grab the Jaxi Ruins checkpoint. Even though I'm pretty tall in the dinosaur capture, we can't jump Cappy high enough to land on the platform. The other idea was Crate in the Ruins. I can use Cappy to open the crate, but actually reaching the moon was proving to be an issue. You can get impressively close, but it's never enough to actually hit the moon. Even if this didn't work, there were at least a few funny glitches. That was weird. My foot stuck. What was that? I moved on to Lake Kingdom, where it was time to test if the capture actually has water immunity, and it does. This isn't too surprising because the dinosaur interacts with water in Cascade. I just wanted to remain skeptical in case this only applied to shallow water. This wouldn't be a huge perk in Lake Kingdom, like the only extra thing it gets the dinosaur is notes, but come Seaside, this could be huge. I grabbed the ground pound moon with Cappy and left for Wooded. Here we have another classic 3-5 performance by the dinosaur. You've seen how that goes already, so we're skipping ahead to Lost. Since we've already established poison walking will work, the limits of this kingdom will simply come down to the dinosaur's size. Moons like soaring over the Forgotten Isle are a given, while others are a bit more ambiguous. While the key moon is too deep in the wall to collect, Under the Bridge isn't. At first, this seems random, but it actually makes sense. All the trees around the bridge help force the dinosaur into the wall for that moon, but with the key, it's just simple flat terrain. I ran towards the back of the kingdom, collecting the moon just outside the 2D wall before starting moon shards. Here I collected the standard 4 out of 5 shards and then swapped to 2-player to get the last one. After that moon, I spent some time checking whether or not I could reach the Swamp Hill checkpoint by Klepto, but with my current height, Cappy couldn't jump up. Unfortunate, but 4 moons in Lost isn't the worst score. Our next kingdom of note was Snow, where I finally got to answer that all-important question once again. All right, can it do Snowdram? This is already not looking promising at all. Wait! Oh my god! All right, well, yes, it can do Snowdram, but it cannot open the chest on its own. So that's, we'll have to come back later for that. After awkwardly dropping into Shiveria, I began my quest for more moons. Entrance to Shiveria was the obvious place to start, and after a bit of finessing, I managed to collect the moon. It was clear I wasn't going to be making it into any sub areas, and I figured Snowdram would be the only other moon. But then this happened. All right, do you bounce on these like normal? Oh my god! I did it! I'm up! Wait. No, don't fall. I'm not taking my chances of having to do this again. Open it. All right, please. Grab it. Just grab it. I can't even tell what's happening. No! Yes! Oh my god! What a 2-player moon! After that surprise, there was pretty clearly nothing new left in the kingdom to collect, so I went back to get the Snowdram moon with 2-player and left for Seaside. This kingdom is the dinosaur's wild card. It's our second capture, excluding the Cheep Cheep, that can go underwater. When Lakitu did this, its score was 2-8. I don't know if the dinosaur will be able to beat that, but it'll be interesting to see if its massive size helps or hurts it here. The first thing I wanted to try was notes. This was easy for Lakitu because he can float on water, but for the dinosaur... All right, come on. Wait, it's gonna be too high. Oh no. Well, I'm definitely not getting that moon in single player, that's for sure. The dinosaur's size was playing an expectedly huge role on what moons were possible. The capture was tall enough to reach Mercy Dory, but too big for slip through the nesting spot. And I tried hitting it through the wall as a backup, but we're too small for that, which is awesome. It's kind of comical how worthless the dinosaur ends up being as a solo capture in this kingdom. I tried other things like the Back Canyon Story Moon or Underwater Highway Tunnel, but every single time size gets in the way. Eventually, I gave up and started using 2-player to collect moons. Some obvious things were working, like bubbling Northern Reaches, but for other ground pound moons like Under a Dangerous Ceiling, I was still too big. I decided to go back to the Canyon Story Moon because that one would at least be possible now using the checkpoint. After some searching, I was also able to reach the Back Canyon Excavate, but coming up with any further ideas was a struggle. I eventually had the insane realization that if I jumped off an umbrella, I might be able to hit the Painting Island checkpoint using Cappy. As ridiculous as this idea was, it actually worked. Oh, I made it. Oh my god. Wait, we actually got it. actually didn't think I'd be able to do that. With this moon, it was safe to say I was done with Seaside. The 1-5 score was rather abysmal given this was a capture that could go underwater, but it makes sense with how much of a detriment the capture's size has been. Sure, there were occasions it helped like this moon in Luncheon, but generally it seemed to hurt a lot more. As a matter of fact, this moon would be the last one the dinosaur collected, leaving it with a final score of 15 moon solo and 30 in 2-player. Not the worst score by any means, but it does lose to the Goomba in both categories, and I think that's pretty funny. This is the first capture that should have genuinely good movement. The reason I ranked it a bit lower was because of concerns I had with the availability of water in every kingdom. This was a very dumb assumption. If I collect a moon, my water refreshes. If I warp to a checkpoint, my water refreshes. If I enter a new area, my water refreshes. And to make things even more insane, assist mode makes you consume less water. Suffice to say, I underrated this capture. I am expecting this run to blow my initial estimate completely out of the water. I began in Cap Kingdom and slowly waddled my way over to the bridge. All right, the first capture in 2-player mode to make it into... Wait, hold. Into the tower! All right. I fly through Top Hat Tower, squeeze my way out the door, and inch up towards the Topper boss fight. I already had to use 2-player to open the door and make my way up here, so there was no reason to not just do the entire fight as Cappy. That being said, I still did a quick test to see if I could hit Topper as the Gushen. The answer to this question was a bit weird. If he's spinning on the ground, the answer is yes, but if he's running away, the answer is no. Not sure what this means for future bosses, but to keep things simple, I did the rest of the fight with Cappy. When all is said and done, the Gushen became the first capture to officially beat Cap Kingdom. You might be wondering, why does this matter? I can't take the wire to the next kingdom without uncapturing, and the Gushen gets to attempt Cascade regardless of whether or not it beat Topper. Well, here's the thing. In Mario Odyssey, players can revisit certain kingdoms for extra moons before beating the game. Since I'm letting every capture visit every kingdom, I think these revisit moons should only be allowed if the capture can beat the kingdom. This could mean defeating a boss or collecting enough moons to leave. For Cap, I decided my ruling would be if a capture can reach and defeat Topper, it gains access to the revisit. This means instead of leaving, it's time to see what moons are available in Cap for the Gushen. Since it's my first time here, I started by flying around the kingdom looking for moons. There's a couple that are just floating up in the air, so I got those first, including frog jumping above the fog and frog jumping from the top deck. From there, I started going into the sub-areas, easily getting all 5 moon shards along with the secret moon and Frog Pond. Next, I went for the Waves of Poison sub-area. This one was a bit more difficult, but given moon shards stay collected between deaths, getting both moons here was pretty easy too. The third sub-area, on the other hand, I think the problem here is we don't even get through the sub-area. Oh, it might be able to get the secret moon. I think we just have to go for it. No! Can you not just fly straight up? No. Because I think it's too high. I'll try. I could be wrong. I would love to be wrong, as a matter of fact, but I think it's just too high. Yeah. So this isn't a bad attempt, but I think I'm slightly too far still. Oh, that was good. Poor timing. Come on! Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall, don't fall. Yes! Yes! Okay, okay, okay. Get it, get it, get it. Yes! All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Yes! Let's go! I left the sub area and flew around the kingdom looking for any more possible moons. Unfortunately, a lot of things you'd expect to be there don't show up until you reach post-game. As a matter of fact, the only 3 moons left are Captain Toad, Shop, and Timer Challenge 1. So far, NPC moons have been impossible for every single capture, and I'm pretty hopeless about that changing. Timer Challenge moons, on the other hand, are just guaranteed to be impossible for every capture because of that 2-player Cappy rule I mentioned earlier. If you've forgotten what that is, as a reminder, you cannot stay in a capture if Cappy is on anything. This includes stakes, spires, strapedals, or literally anything Cappy can attach to or spin on. Yes, it's redundant to mention, but God, I know I'm gonna get comments suggesting it anyways, so here's the second reminder. With a perfect 2-player score of 8 in Cap, it was time to finally tackle Cascade. Given how strong the capture has proven itself to be already, it's not a surprise I was able to fly all around the level. Heck, I even made it up to the moon on the painting island. For a moment, I was actually a bit concerned this would be the Gushen's only point in the kingdom. Like, it can't break blocks in the same way other captures can, and that's the only way to get 2 of the moons. Or that's what you'd think. There's this really easy out-of-bounds trick where you can just fly down and go through the wall like it's not even there. This lets me reach our first power moon and chomp through the rocks, the 2 moons hidden in breakable blocks. However, that's not where it ends. This also lets me get Treasure of the Waterfall Basin, a moon only available if you can beat Madame Brutal or clip out of bounds. Not to mention, this was all done in single player because the Gushen spray is programmed to open chests. So that's cool too. With these 4 moons collected, the Gushen has achieved a perfect Cascade score completely solo. The only reason I'm considering the score perfect is because I don't think any capture we're testing can reach and defeat the Madame Brutal boss fight. There is technically 1 more moon in the kingdom to consider, but it's in a 2D section, which 0 captures can access. Yes, that includes Bowser, the Pipe, and Escape is special. So yeah, 4 is kind of an underwhelming amount of moons to be a perfect score, but that's just the way things go, so it's time to move on to Sand. Given how good the Gushen's movement is, I was able to collect a ton of moons just by flying around, and being able to shrink myself by depleting water was helping too. All right, what about this? Can I fit in here? Let's go! We're already at 3. If there was a moon just floating somewhere in the kingdom, I could probably reach it. Only 5 minutes into exploring, I had already collected my 10th with atop the highest tower. As a matter of fact, the Gushen is the very first capture to collect this moon. While it may seem unimportant, this is a story moon, so it unlocks an extra really easy moon that just buffs the Gushen's score even further. As I traveled through the kingdom, I was running out of obvious choices for moons and had to start getting a bit creative. Some things didn't work, like the Jaxi sub-area, but others did. Oh wait, it did work! Oh my gosh! Alright. Alright, there's another. There we go. Hey, let's go! Easy! We're up to 16 moons in single player as the Gushen. As my options died down, I collected a couple more new moons like Ice Cave Treasure, but my favorite has to be the 3rd Seed Moon. The Gushen might just be the only capture where a human player can juggle the seed midair. Yo, first try! After practice. This, along with the other 2 seeds, brought me up to 20 moons. But I wasn't done because I still had to check the inverted pyramid. Entering through the intended entrance is useless. It requires 2D, which we already know captures can't do. Fortunately for us, the Gushen can kind of just fly onto the roof. I was already pretty confident the Harriet fight would be 2-player only, so I took a quick detour inside the top to collect a hidden room in the inverted pyramid before starting the fight. I'm hoping by some miracle I can hit the bomb spec. All right, can I hit the big bomb? Nope. Can I hit the little bomb? Nope. All right. It is time for 2-player mode. Can I jump on Harriet? No, it's entirely Cappy, which is fine. I finished the fight, collected the multi-moon, and progressed the story. Since this fight was only possible in 2-player, any moons that became available because of story progress will be counted as 2-player, even if they themselves don't require Cappy. Instead of starting with the new stuff, I decided to collect the obvious moons first, which in this case were the 3 ground pound moons, the main moon in Invisible Maze, and both moons in the Bullet Bill Maze. I contemplated going for the post-Harriet fight moons next, but I had an idea that I really wanted to explore, flying to the Sand Kingdom Painting Island. It's too far for the Gushen to reach on its own, but with Cappy, I was getting eerily close. All right, as soon as I fall... Did I hit it? No. All right, let's try that again. Is it up? I did manage to get Cappy on the island, but because the checkpoint wasn't on screen anymore, I couldn't hit it. This is one of those things Mario Odyssey does to help save resources, which is usually great, but right now it could be fatal. Yes, there we go. There it is. And there we go. 31 moons in 2-player mode. With that, it was finally time to tackle the newly available moons. The first is Bullet Bill Breakthrough. Guided Bill to the cage, pretty simple. Next, I headed into the underground where I was able to fly straight forward and get Goomba Tower Assembly. After, I traveled deeper into the cave where with simple movement, I was able to collect underground treasure chest. The last thing to check before leaving was the Knuckle-Tech boss fight. This is another one of those moments where I pretty expectedly can't do anything, but honestly, who cares? A score of 2134 for a single kingdom is absolutely insane. I think I made a very obvious ranking mistake when I placed this capture around 10th, because it'll probably end up in top 3. That being said, the Gushen being so effortlessly capable is making me excited to see where this run will go. I entered Lake Kingdom and immediately flew into the back half of the level. My first thought was to reach the Painting Island, which was pretty easy. I followed that up by flying over to the Crate Moon, also easy. But here's the problem, there's no solo moons left. Everything else, including Rango, requires Cappy in some way. This in particular was disappointing. Jumping on Topper earlier made me optimistic about future bosses, so finding out it was just a weird exception sucked. Out of options, I used Cappy to beat Rango and started tracking down the other 2-player moons. The first one I got was Taking Notes, Dive and Swim. I followed that up with the only accessible sub-area. Given my movement, this section was incredibly underwhelming and led to 2 more easy moons. Next, I wanted to see if the Gushen could survive underwater like Lakitu. It makes sense given how regularly it interacts with water, but after using Cappy to reach the underwater plaza, it became apparent the capture still dies. This was fairly surprising, but because it was my last option besides On the Lakeshore, I collected that moon and left. In Wooded, there is yet to be a single capture that's collected over 7 moons, but given the Gushen's impressive performance so far, I think that's about to change. I started with the Rabbit Moon like normal, and then went for the rock. You can't interact with rocks! Insane, of all things. I thought a water capture dying underwater was weird, but having something that can open chests on its own but not break rocks is such a weird combination. It does make sense given there's chests in Seaside, but god, the Gushen has a very unique set of rules for what it can interact with. That being said, this is only going to affect the solo score by a small amount, so I'm not too worried. Because this meant there would be no possible single-player moons in Deep Woods, I flew towards the back of the kingdom, collecting Nut around the corner, along with the nearby checkpoint. Before I started flying too deep, I warped back to the Odyssey, got both nuts in the starting area. This guy destroys nuts, and flew all the way up to the nut on the tall fence. As I made my way back down, I also collected Climb the Cliff to get the nut. While this moon may seem unassuming, this is a rather significant nut to collect as a solo capture. Since captures can't do a traditional ground pound like Mario, the only way most of them can open nuts is by jumping into them from below. Exceptions like the Gushen's water attack having the proper programming to break nuts is rare, and honestly it just makes it even more confusing this capture can't break normal rocks. But anyways, this is definitely going to make up for that in the Gushen's solo score. With how well everything was going, I felt invincible as this capture, so it was genuinely a bit surprising when I learned my only possible entrance into the Red Maze was too high. And before you suggest starting at a higher spot to counter it, that doesn't work with the Gushen. I kept moving onward, defeating the giant piranha to collect Road to Sky Garden. Before moving on, I flew back to get a couple moons I'd missed, including Nut at the Dead End and Over the Cliff's Edge. Back at Flower Road, any challenges the game presented continued to be a joke for the Gushen. All 3 moons leading up to Spewart were free and posed no real challenge to the capture. With all that, I seemed to have reached the end of what was possible. Given I couldn't damage Rango and Lake, I assumed I'd need 2-player to defeat Spewart as well. I entered the fight, and I was unfortunately correct. However, before swapping to co-op, I wanted to try one last crazy idea. Alright, so what else am I missing? I can't get any moons in Deep Woods. Unless... Alright, so what if... Now, hear me out. What if we can grow a treasure made from coins? That would be so funny. Aw, I'm so disappointed. Before giving up, I did a quick check to see if the dinosaur could break the rolling rock in Deep Woods on its own, but it can't. Now that I was truly out of options, I made my way back to Spewart, defeated him in 2-player, and collected my multi-moon. With Cappy at my side, it was time to fly around collecting the easy moons. This included Thanks for the Charge, Rolling Rock, and all 3 Deep Woods moons. Because of the story progress, I now had access to some tanks by the rock wall. If I positioned the Gushen correctly, I could get one of them to blow it up and reveal the moon. Next, I decided to tackle the nearby sub-areas. I started with the poison room where I could easily skip everything to collect both moons. In the tank sub-area, I tried the same strat I used for the rock wall to get the secret moon, but the tank's bullet despawns before it can break the rock. Fortunately, I can still get the main moon here just by waiting for bullets to explode each of the P-switch cages on the way down. At this point, all that was left to attempt were the story moons. I tried hitting the bombs back along with shooting the targets directly, but nothing the Gushen did could defeat this mini-boss. As a backup, I also tried to see if there was some way I could glitch into the final boss room, but that was impossible either. Even if I somehow did manage this glitch, before leaving the kingdom, I checked if the Gushen could damage Torque Drift, which it couldn't. I left the kingdom, but wasn't disappointed. 1224 is an insane wooded score and destroys every prior performance in the kingdom. Given the weird programming of the water stream, I was somewhat hopeful that Gushen could be an exception for Cloud Kingdom, but to no one's surprise, the capture was helpless against Bowser. At least in Lost, we finally have a capture that should be able to perform Klepto Skip. I started the kingdom by flying all the way over to the Forgotten Isle for its moon and then coming back for the key moon. After that, it was time to do Klepto Skip. Instead of traveling straight through the kingdom and losing Cappy to the bird, I can simply fly around the back and avoid the Klepto trigger entirely. Along the way, I collected the Butterfly Moon by spraying it with water, adding to the random list of things the Gushen can interact with. I took another detour to see if I could reach the top of the island, but this was another spot where the Gushen's movement can't bring it high enough. There was still plenty of kingdom left to explore, so I collected the atop a propeller pillar moon, flew to Klepto to trick the game into removing the steel Cappy zone, and then continued my quest for more moons. Excluding the top of the mountain, I now had unrestricted access to the entire kingdom. This let me collect over the fuzzies above the swamp, all 5 moon shards, including the one in the tree. Let's go! He's insane! No capture has ever done that! Below the cliff's edge and peeking out from under the bridge. I tried a few other things like using water to activate flowers or desperately trying to clip out of bounds by flying into a corner, but it was obvious that for more moons, I needed 2-player. This enabled it to get all the obvious ground pound moons, including Rising Stone Pillar, Stone Cage, Propeller Pillar Secret, Cave Gardening, and On the Mountain Road. By this point, there were no possible moons left in the kingdom because everything was either too far to reach or forced to uncapture. However, because Lost is a 10-moon kingdom, and we passed that marker using 2-player, that means I qualify for the revisit. Lost is one of the few kingdoms that this actually matters because a rabbit spawns. I don't know why this only appears on revisit and isn't saved for post-game, but in this case, it helps us out by giving us 1 extra 2-player moon on the Gushen score. Entering Metro, I was immediately curious if the Gushen's water would refill in the rain. It doesn't, but I think all the prior levels are a pretty good indicator that this answer was irrelevant. As I flew through the kingdom, it was pretty clear that the Gushen wasn't going to run into any issues reaching every moon available at this point in the story. This included Girder Sandwich, Swaying in the Breeze, Inside an Iron Girder, and City Hall Lost and Found. Prior to beating Mecha Wiggler, these are the only 4 moons available in the kingdom. If you're thinking, what about the Painting Island? It's not there, I checked. Before leaving, I did a quick check to see if there was some way the Gushen could damage Mecha Wiggler. Spraying the boss with water does nothing, and letting the tanks shoot the boss on their own also does nothing. With that in mind, the only capture that can likely beat Mecha Wiggler is the tank, but because the tank fails to reach the boss fight, I'm going to consider Gushen's 4-4 run of Metro to be a perfect score. Something might come along to prove me otherwise, but until then, it's time for Snow Kingdom. All right, can the Gushen do Snow Drain? We know it can do Snow Drain. That's not even a question. That's the easiest moon of the Gushen's life right there. If we're being realistic, easy just describes the Gushen's life in general. I have felt genuinely challenged 1 time during this run, and that was like 2 hours ago in Sand Kingdom. Like, just look at this clip. You know, a bit of an easy sub area, if I do say so. This is just ridiculously easy. I don't want to leave content out, but this is a lot like the Tyfoo run, where things are becoming so formulaic and easy to the point where mentioning every moon feels like a waste of time, so here are the highlights of Snow. I got close to figuring out a way to clip through the wall and collect the Goomba stack moon, but the Gushen was too big to fully go out of bounds. Other than that, I was able to collect these 8 moons just by flying around and added in these 3 with 2-player. The only thing worth mentioning is that the Gushen became the first capture to collect all 4 story moons, but this doesn't unlock anything new. In spite of the Shiverian Elder being one of the only NPCs in the game that talks to captures, the Gushen is unable to enter the race and progress with the story. With my options exhausted, I left the kingdom. All right, Seaside, yippee! I can get so many moons here. It's time to get all the Gushen moons that have been just out of reach this entire time. This was a really easy kingdom, and it literally only took 5 minutes for me to collect all 7 moons I was expecting solo, which even included Secret Path to Bub Lane. But remember that seed stuff I did in sand? I think I might be able to do that here. This is about to suck. I'm awesome at this. No. Okay, we're good. That actually, yeah, that wasn't that bad. Okay, but that was the easy seed. There's this one all the way over here that I need to juggle across the entire ocean to reach the pot. All right, let's just see how hard this is first. Well, it's hard to get it to go the way I want it to, that's for sure. Okay, this isn't that bad. I've like got this. Oh my God, I am a god. Look at me go, man. To my surprise, this was an easy trick and let me hit 9 moons solo before swapping into co-op. Unfortunately, even with 2-player giving us the ability to ground pound the switches and progress through the story, we're never able to get far enough to start the boss fight. That doesn't mean 2-player doesn't unlock a few extra moons. I can now collect both moons in the Narrow Valley sub-area, as well as the 2 ground pound moons. 4 extra isn't a huge buff for the co-op score, but it's to be expected given a lot of the moons here are either trapped underwater or designed to be cleared as the Gushen. We are 2 moons away from witnessing the first capture that can accomplish the goal of this video in the 2-player category. And I mean, it's obviously gonna happen. There's 2 moons right at the beginning of Luncheon. My original idea for the script here was to use the live clip of me collecting the 124th moon and being hyped, but to be frank, I was in the zone and did not care. Got 2. All right, well, that's 124. You can pay out the prediction. I'm just like this sometimes, I'm sorry, but the uncaring reaction does kind of make sense. This video isn't just about finding which captures can collect 124 moons, it's about finding 2 winners. The champion of single player, a capture that can collect the most moons entirely on its own, and the king of co-op, the capture that can collect the most moons with Cappy's help. While Gushen was on an incredible run, there were still over 10 captures to test. This battle was not over. The next obvious moon to go for is Spewert, but we already know the Gushen can't beat the boss without Cappy. This creates a weird conundrum for the capture where it can't progress in the story, but still has the ability to fly past the boss and into town. So here's the question, what moons are available before beating Spewert? To start, we have the 2 moons I already collected, Piled on the Salt and Lurking in the Pillar's Shadow. As I flew into town, the next moon I noticed was atop the Jetting Crag. After I got that, I became curious if the first multi-moon would be sitting inside the pot. In this case, Nintendo was smart enough to lock that moon behind the proper story progression, so I flew back to town and collected Is This an Ingredient too? I kept searching, but everything else I found required 2-player mode, excluding one last Taking Notes moon. Oh, I think I missed some. That might be a bit hard. Oh yeah, that is 100%. I only missed 1 there. Pretty much. Yes, let's go. Oh, that's so hard. All right, well, are we out of 2-player or 1-player moons now? For in the Gushen were in fact out of 1-player moons. However, that did not stop them from attempting to fly to the Painting Island at least once. I went back to beat Spewert with Cappy and was finally ready to start my 2-player journey. First thing I went for was the Moon Shard sub-area right next to the Spewert Arena. Both the moon hidden at the beginning and the 5 shards are relatively easy to collect, given I can just fly around the whole time. I flew into town to collect overlooking a bunch of ingredients, and then flew back out to the remote island to get all the cracks fixed. The next thing I wanted to try was the Lava Bubble sub-area. I was a bit worried I wouldn't have the proper height to collect the moons, but the level is built in just the right way where it's super easy to fly through and get both. There were still a few more obvious moons to collect, but I wanted to at least see if there would be a weird way I could get the second story moon. I tried flying into it or even using the spinies to see if they'd push me inside. None of this worked, but I figured I should at least put it on the record. Before leaving the kingdom, I collected Island Assault floating in the lava, surrounded by tall mountains, and atop a column in a row, all by ground pounding with Cappy. I also attempted the Fork sub-area, but this was another instance of the Gushen not being able to fly high enough to reach the top. With my entrance into Ruined Kingdom, the run was finally starting to slow down. I could only collect the chest moon, with my efforts of reaching the Ruined Dragon being in vain. In Bowser's, however, it looked like a capture finally had a chance to collect a moon. No, that doesn't look that far. All right, let's see. Can we get high enough and far enough? Maybe 2-player. I think 2-player can make that work. Come on! No, I was so close. I got it! Let's go! It popped up for a second there. Is it not assist mode, right? What? You're right, it's not. Wait, it's not assist mode because I swapped save files. Maybe it is possible. Yeah, it's a lot more water, huh? That's not even fair, man. That's not even fair. All right, can we make this? Oh, so close. I think I can do that and make it. Let's go! About to do an easy note. Yeah, I think everything past this might be 2-player. All right. Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much assist mode helps Gushen. I made one last attempt to fly to the next island, but this time the change in elevation was too much for the Gushen, so I left for Moon Kingdom. Like most captures, the Gushen's gravity here is normal, but that isn't going to stop me from collecting moons. In the overworld, there's a total of 4 moons I can collect with relative ease, including shining above the moon, hopping on the moon, cliffside treasure chest, and taking notes on the moon's surface. I dropped into Moon Cave on the off chance I'd be able to get in a hole in the magma, and to my surprise, that moon worked too. The problem I faced now was getting deeper into Moon Cave. This side clearly wasn't going to work, so instead I'd have to exit the area, perform first moon skip, and enter through the back. Thankfully, this was pretty easy, and I was able to start backtracking through the level. The most important thing for this section was to conserve water, because even if assist mode gives me a lot, Moon Cave is a big area with few opportunities to refill. Fortunately, there is one in the form of a heart by the Chargin Chuck section, so I made sure to grab that before flying over to the Bullet Bills. This was a massive gap to cross and didn't leave me with a lot of water, but now if I die, I think the game will respawn me here with a full tank. Oh no, the checkpoint's here, I was wrong! Alright, but what if I just fly straight to where the moon is in 2-player mode? Oh, what if I just fly straight to that moon? Wait. Why did I do that? Now I gotta die again. The idea worked, and I could just fly directly to the moon instead of overcomplicating things like I was. Since this refreshed my water, I figured it'd be the best shot I had at reaching the chest moon in the distance. I didn't get anywhere near close enough, but hey, this is just one of those things you gotta try. Before leaving Moon Cave, I quickly grabbed on top of the cannon in 2-player to save time, even though I still had to go back to the chapel and collect up in the rafters solo. But once that was done, it was actually time to swap to co-op and collect the Rolling Rock Moon. After over 5 hours, I was done. Sure, Gushen could reach the final boss, but we already established that it can't fight Bowser. That didn't stop me from trying again, but still. The Gushen's final score was 84 moons solo and 150 in 2-player, shattering both the prior records by a mile. Yes, I made a bad prediction, but when I came up with the initial rules, I never considered assist mode as something that would affect scores. I don't regret including it, I think it makes the competition more interesting, but dang, it was an insane buff for the capture. That being said, I should mention that I still believe Gushen would have collected over 124 moons without assist mode, and the main reason this was a bad prediction is because I didn't think flying would matter that much. Odyssey is a kids game designed around easy platforming, so I assumed really strong movement would only be a minor buff compared to actual utility that can affect stuff in the world. So this is fair reasoning, but falls apart the moment you realize a lot of stuff in this game just blocks you off if you aren't Mario or can't uncapture. With my erroneous logic cleared up, please don't bully me for my next prediction. I ranked it 11th when it, just like the Gushen, might be number 1. I would consider Glydon to be the glitchiest capture in Mario Odyssey. He has such an insane knack for clipping through walls, there's a good chance I'll be able to find a completely new out-of-bounds location that has never been done before. This guy is just that good at clipping into walls. Not to mention, he has an infinite height glitch that might be possible in every kingdom. So yeah, not my proudest prediction, but I can't change that now, so let's just get started. Starting in Cap Kingdom, my first goal would be to find a spot where I could do the Glydon infinite height glitch. To give a quick rundown on the trick, if you walk off a sloped edge, turn Glydon and shake, you will fly with a skew. Depending on the direction you turn, that skew will either make you fly slightly upwards or slightly downwards. This means if a particular kingdom has enough room and a good slope, you can use it to gain infinite height. See, we're gaining height! Now we just gotta go like off into the distance, I guess, until we have enough height to turn around and land on... Is he not going to be able to do it then? He hit an invisible wall. I didn't do that. I was a bit concerned these invisible walls would make things impossible, but I gave it a few more tries and eventually hit a skew that much more aggressively let me fly upwards and straight to the Topper fight. All right, can you kill Topper on your own? Yes. All right. Easy. Glydon has become the second capture to unlock the Cap Kingdom revisit, so before talking about Cascade, let's see what moons are possible in Cap Kingdom. I started by warping up to Top Hat Tower to get an easy vantage point to fly down to both frog jumping moons. Based on my prior experience, these would be the only two moons available in single player, so I swapped over and started trying sub areas. I started with the frog room. This is our first good example of Glydon's movement not being that strong when we're in an area that doesn't allow for the infinite height glitch. I couldn't jump high enough to reach all the shards, and using Cappy doesn't help either. In spite of its useful quirks, Glydon just ends up being a pretty weak capture for sub areas, and Cappy only manages to get one of the 6 sub area moons, and it's only possible with multiple intentional deaths. It's hard to say for sure how this will pan out for the capture's ranking in the long run, but it goes to show that strong abilities won't necessarily make for a free win. Moving on to Cascade, my first goal was to find a way to clip into the first moon rock. A strategy like the one I used for Gushen wouldn't work. Glydon just does not have the same form of precise movement, so my idea was to jump into the rock and just pray. I did this for about 15 minutes, which was the point I decided the moon was impossible and I'd be better off looking for an infinite height glitch to reach the rest of the kingdom. My best bet seemed to be using the slope of the first moon rock, and after 5 minutes, I was in the back of the kingdom. As I waddled around and collected some checkpoints, I began to realize that if I actually wanted to collect a moon, I'd need to do the glitch again and make it all the way up to the painting island. Several more minutes of attempts passed, and I finally got the glitch and made it up to the moon. For the sake of being thorough, I flew down from the island straight to the boss just to make sure it still wasn't possible. After once again proving the obvious, I entered a tough spot where the 2 remaining moons seemed impossible. One was past a wall I couldn't break, and the other was blocked off until later in the story. If I wanted either of these, I needed to find some way to clip out of bounds. Because of the moon's positioning, the where didn't seem to matter much, so I traveled around the kingdom looking for corners. These are significant because Glydon is really good at clipping into corners. The problem with Cascade is all these potential spots are weird, rounded, and obtuse in a way where the trick is less likely to work. With all that said, I did find a spot. All right, so this is all... Oh, I got baited. Come on. Well, that's it. That should be at least 1 moon from that. Probably 2 if we count the chest moon. This was the perfect location to grab both of the out of bounds moons. The rock wall was on the opposite cliff face, while the chest could be found by flying a bit further and lower. There was one problem, however. This clip was impossibly hard. So hard I even had to come up with a strategy where I used 2-player to hit this cloud block that made every part of the trick slightly more consistent. And even then, it took nearly an hour just to get this clip. No! There we go! All right, one more time. we still gotta do it again. After grinding this trick for so long, I was finally getting the hang of how to properly clip and fly towards the moon. It was still difficult, but it only took a few more minutes for me to clip again and reach the chest. At this point, I was out of moons to try, and unfortunately, because I used 2-player to assist in the clip, both of these would be considered 2-player moons for the scoring. Yeah, the chest moon would have required co-op anyways, but I think there's a good chance Chomp Through the Rocks is possible solo. I just can't currently prove it and do not want to spend more time trying. This does result in a slightly worse 1-3 score for Cascade, but I think for the sake of my sanity, I'm okay with that. Starting Sand Kingdom, I was excited to actually have a chance to get some easier moons. With relatively basic platforming, I was able to get these 7, but with the infinite height glitch, I was certain I could get more. This pillar in the back of the kingdom is probably the spot most people recognize for the Glydon infinite height glitch. In the base game, it is by far the easiest spot to perform it, so with that in mind, it was time to take flight and soar all the way up to the painting island for another moon. From there, I flew down, collected on top of the stone archway, and did the glitch again to reach the first story moon atop the highest tower. As we know, this unlocks moon shards in the sand, which was basically another free point to add to Glydon's score. Next, I was ready to do some more out of bounds. While Glydon can't use the moving platforms to clip like Gushen, he can use that corner clipping strategy to get out in the ruins and gain access to hidden room in the flowing sands, as well as Sphinx treasure vault. However, we'd have to save that second moon for 2-player, given Glydon still can't open chests on his own. After this, I took a quick detour to get both seed moons, did an out of bounds clip in town to reach employees only, and then did a third out of bounds clip to reach the Jaxi driving sub area because trying to fly through the normal way did not work. When I got inside, it became pretty obvious neither of the moons here would be possible, so I left. I did one last check through the moon list to see if there would be anything else to collect. Turns out I was still missing Crate in the Ruins and Lone Pillar, but everything else was either impossible or 2-player only. And this includes a ton of desperate attempts to clip out of bounds and reach loading zones early. All of them failed because either clipping was impossible or the loading zone wasn't there. With 2-player now unlocked, I could get all 3 ground pound moons and start trying some sub areas. As expected, this is where Glydon starts to struggle. In the Bullet Bill maze, we don't jump high enough to climb the walls and are forced to navigate the intended way. Yeah, I don't think this sub area is going to really work at all, which is a shame. Oh, I think there's a chance. Come on. Yes, let's go. I left the sub area and got a few of the easier moons, including the Invisible Maze, Sphinx Treasure Vault, and the Treasure of Jaxi Ruins. After, it was up to the top of the inverted pyramid to collect Hidden Room before finally fighting Harriet. I spent some time messing around to see what Glydon could do on his own, but there was absolutely zero programming to let the capture interact with the boss, so I cleared it with Cappy. With the multi-moon collected, I only had a few things left to do before leaving. Bullet Bill Breakthrough is just right there, so that's easy, but I was doubtful about my chances with the 2 moons leading up to the boss. I flew over to the Bounce Flower and hit it with Cappy to launch me up to the next platform. From there, I flew over to the Bullet Bill launcher and then again around the corner to more Bounce Flowers. Luckily, all of these launched Glydon at just the right height to get me all the way up to the top, where I could then grab underground treasure chest. This put me in the perfect spot to fly back down through the level and collect Goomba Tower Assembly. The last thing to check before finally leaving Sand Kingdom would be the Knuckle-Tech boss fight. I knew nothing was going to happen and would be right again, but I did find this funny thing where I could clip into the boss's head, so that's neat. In Lake Kingdom, I was worried Glydon wouldn't have enough room in the beginning of the level to get anywhere, but as I climbed up the Odyssey and started flying deeper, my confidence came back. Every obstacle leading up to Rango was placed at just the right height to reach the boss without using 2-player. Can I jump on you? Yes, I can. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think that's gonna make Glydon the most successful solo capture in Lake Kingdom. There we go. I now had unrestricted access to the entire kingdom. The problem, however, is that's useless in single player. Everything in the kingdom is either underwater or needs some extra mechanic that we can only get with Cappy. I could use this as an excuse to go for the easy moons and leave, but I had a crazy idea that sounded fun. Come on! Oh, I think you could do it. I was getting close, but this trick was proving to be obnoxiously difficult. Even when I had a good skew and turn, I was still just barely missing the mark. I even tried strategies to gain more height by flying over towards the Odyssey and then turning around. These attempts got close, but it wasn't making the trick any easier thanks to the weird shape of the kingdom. I honestly wasn't sure if this strategy was better or if I should go back to the sharp turn, but then this happened. Oh, this is a good one. Oh, come on. Let's go. I I can't even open the chest. I swapped into 2-player, collected my prize, and then flew around the kingdom getting 4 more easy moons. This included On the Lakeshore, What's in the Box, Taking Notes, Dive and Swim, and Jump, Grab, Cling and Climb. The last moon was kinda difficult, but given Glydon works well with bounce flowers, it only took a few minutes. Finally done with the lake, I moved on to Wooded. I collected my 2 easy moons at the beginning and the Rolling Rock and Deep Woods before looking into spots where I could gain infinite height. I found this nice one on the outer edge that worked perfectly, giving me access to the rest of the kingdom. I used this to collect the Sky Garden Tower checkpoint and dropped down onto the Piranha Plant to get the first story moon. From there, I warped back to the checkpoint, had a very easy Spewart fight, and collected the multi-moon. Back at the Odyssey, it was time to do the infinite height glitch one more time. I struggled a bit to get the right setup, but eventually I hit a nice skew that let me fly all the way up to the observation deck checkpoint. Because this is the highest point in the kingdom, I shouldn't need to do the glitch anymore, which will be a nice quality of life improvement as I get more moons. The first thing I decided to drop down for was the painting moon. Generally speaking, there's no way to reach this moon besides taking the painting, but because Glydon is so glitchy, we can just clip into the wall and collect it rather easily. I kept on the path of weird out-of-bounds moons, flying towards this wall and jumping until I clipped through. This lets me glide down to the Capulus Firebro room for another normally inaccessible moon. I spent the next bit running around the kingdom, but was really struggling to find more single-player moons. I had the idea to skip ahead into the boss arena by using the infinite height glitch to drop in from the top, but because the loading zone isn't there, I just die. By all conventional means, it seemed like my only options for moons were locked behind 2-player. I couldn't hit nuts without Cappy, and my only other ideas were ground pound moons or sub-areas. The thing is, sub-areas aren't inherently 2-player only. By clipping out of bounds at the top of the kingdom, I can drop through the level and hit the loading zone without opening the door. Having this work so easily was incredibly lucky. Like, there's a reason this is the first time it's happening in the run, but hey, I'll gladly take more single-player moons. In the first sub-area, I was able to collect the main moon, but that's it. I clipped out of bounds again for the second sub-area, where thanks to a sloped portion of the Flower Road, I was able to do the infinite height glitch and get both moons. With the sub-areas done early, I was nearly ready to swap into 2-player. However, I still hadn't collected the Behind the Rock Wall moon. This seems like a moon that'd be a lot easier to collect just by clipping out of bounds again, so I did exactly that. After swapping into co-op, it was finally time to start collecting nut moons. There's a lot, so here's a quick list of everything I got. The most noteworthy moon here is the Nut in the Red Maze. This one is cool because I get to do that same out of bounds clip from earlier to reach where it is in the maze before breaking the nut with Cappy and grabbing the moon. I decided it was time for Deep Woods, where I collected the 2 ground pound moons, then left for the next kingdom. I pretty quickly realized there was something off about the 24 moon co-op score, so I came back to Wooded to check my work. Looking through the moon list, I found out I'd missed Nut at the Dead End, as well as Thanks for the Charge. This was easy to correct and just further emphasized how important it was for me to check my work before leaving any level. As expected, nothing happens in Cloud, so once again, we're back in Lost Kingdom. I immediately flew over to the Forgotten Isle moon. Next, I tried the Key moon. I knew this wasn't going to work, but as always, it never hurts to try. My next goal was to figure out the best way to do an infinite height glitch. The tree seemed the most obvious, and while it did take a couple of tries, I was slowly able to gain a lot of height by flying into an invisible wall at the edge of the kingdom. I grabbed the view of the Forgotten Isle and dropped down to the Rocky Mountain Summit checkpoint. Like in Wooded, this meant I shouldn't have to do the infinite height glitch again because I now have a quick and easy way to warp to the top of the kingdom. I used this to get some easy moons, including over the fuzzies above the swamp, on a tree in the swamp, and below the cliff's edge. I was even able to get the caged gold with a corner clip. The first moon I genuinely struggled with was peeking out from under the bridge. This one is only difficult because it's really easy to touch the poison and uncapture before collecting the moon. Whenever this happens, I have to quickly close the game so the invalid moon doesn't save, relaunch, and try again. I did eventually get it, but yeah, it was annoying. There were still a few easy moons left, like atop a propeller pillar and a butterfly's treasure, but everything else seemed to be locked behind needing Cappy. I spent a good amount of time seeing if maybe one of the moons would be possible with a corner clip, but most locations either seemed impossible to get out of bounds or worked in a way that wasn't helpful for reaching any moons. Out of options, I swapped into 2-player and went for some of the easy moons I now had access to. I grabbed moon shards, inside the stone cage, inside the rising stone pillar, a propeller pillar secret, and on the mountain road. I was going to get the flower cave moon next, but the entrance seemed too small to get inside. I tried using flight as a way to duck through, but eventually somebody told me if I just jumped against the wall, I'd clip through. Guess that's just how Glydon is sometimes. I double-checked the moon list and found that the only one left was the Rabbit Revisit moon. This would again be considered 2-player exclusive because I was only able to hit 10 moons with co-op. It's a shame, but 916 is still an impressive Lost Kingdom score. In Metro Kingdom, getting to the mainland was a simple task, but the moons would be a bit harder. I started by looking for a wall clip into the Iron Girder moon, but was struggling to get that to work. I shifted my focus focused towards the boxes at the entrance and eventually got the nearby enemies to break them, giving me the moon. Everything else in the kingdom was too high to reach normally, so I needed to find somewhere in the level to perform the infinite height glitch. Eventually, I got it to work on these stairs and flew up until I could grab the City Hall rooftop checkpoint. I used this vantage to grab Girder Sandwich and swang in the breeze. This also gave me access to the top of City Hall's interior, but starting here isn't enough to grab the Lost and Found moon, and there's no options inside for infinite height. With no way to defeat Mecha Wiggler, I was out of moons and ready to move on to Snow Kingdom. Alright, Snowdram time. Can I climb this? No, I can't. Wait, can he sort of do like the Goomba thing? Well, well, well. Easy, Snowdram. I jumped down to Shiveria and wanted to start with the entrance moon like I always do. I can't just fly up there like I did with Gushen, so I needed to take this roundabout path up to the chest and glide over from there. The sub-areas were my next target. I collected all 5 shards in the Bitefrost room along with the moon, and then flew from the start directly to the end in the Icicle Cavern for another. In the Poison room, I could reach the end but couldn't kill the Spinies, and lastly, I had no way to climb up the Snowy Mountain to fight Rango in that room. This put me in the right spot to start collecting 2-player moons. I warped back to the cliff top to get the secret path to Shiveria and backtracked into town for Shining in the Snow in Town and the Shiverian treasure chest. In the Poison sub-area, I now had access to atop the Blustery Arch and the Gusty Barrier thanks to being able to kill Spinies with Cappy. I tried some other ideas, but nothing worked, so I moved on to Seaside. Since this kingdom is much more open, my #1 goal was to find another spot to infinite height glitch. My first idea was this spot near the beach house, but the skew it gave me was in the wrong direction, so that wouldn't work. My next idea was just using the Odyssey, and this one did work. It just gave a weak skew, so it took longer than normal to get the height I needed, but eventually I made it to the lighthouse and collected its moon. I flew back down to repeat the glitch for the diving platform checkpoint and glided from there all the way to the seal above the canyon moon. With these 3 spots covered, I should have the proper height to reach any of the remaining moons, or that's what I thought. It was helpful to get on the cliff overlooking the beach and the stone pillar seal, but how was I supposed to get a moon like Ride the Jet Stream when it's hidden away in a cave? Well, as it turns out, I can use the infinite height glitch again, fly until I reach the ceiling of the kingdom, then go over the cliffs to reach out of bounds. From here, I could fall back into the map and grab the moon. What's cool about this glitch is I can do it again to reach the Gushen sub-area Capulus. Even though it ends up being impossible for the capture, it's always fun to reach sub-areas without 2-player. Before starting the co-op section, I had one last idea to fly across taking notes without touching the water. Doing this normally was impossible, and while there may be a weird way to set up an infinite height to fly perfectly straight and get the moon, I don't think that's very realistic given how few options there are to perform the glitch in this kingdom. For the most part, Seaside's 2-player side of things is pretty simple. The first part was simple backtracking where I collected the back canyon excavate, what the waves left behind, and the secret path to Bub Lane. What's exciting, however, was I got to do the infinite height glitch one last time to get the treasure trap hidden in the inlet. This moon in particular is really cool because Glydon is the second capture to collect it, the Cheep Cheep being the only other. Before leaving the kingdom, I went back to taking notes to see if Cappy was enough to make the moon possible. At first, this seemed promising because Cappy does fly as fast as Glydon. The problem is Cappy is very insistent on staying at the same height as the player. This makes the moon impossible because Cappy is either on screen and too high to get the notes, or low enough but off screen so the notes aren't loaded in and can't be collected. And before you say just turn the camera, you can't do that while using motion controls with Glydon, and to make it to where the moon spawns without hitting water, you need to use motion controls. So yeah, too many things working against this moon, it's just not happening. I started Luncheon Kingdom by climbing on top of the Odyssey and flying over to the roof. I walked from there all the way over to Pilot on the Salt and hopped down to collect Lurking in the Pillar Shadow. I repeated the process to reach Spewer and like normal beat the fight easily. From there, I continued with the story, where I had high hopes that Glydon's glitchy nature would let it clip inside the cage and become the first capture to collect this moon. Come on, please. Please, game, I really want this. This is really frustrating because Glydon looks like he gets so close to clipping inside but never manages to actually do it. If I were to guess, there's some weird quirk to the box's shape, specifically the edges, that just doesn't mesh well with Glydon's method of corner clipping. I'm going to write this moon off as being impossible, but given how weird Odyssey can be with glitches like this, I can't be 100% certain. Even if it didn't work out, we can still get some fun moons with the infinite height glitch. I used this incline here here to set up a skew and flew into the distance. Just like Seaside, this was a slow process, but after about 3 minutes, I had the height I needed to fly all the way over to the Painting Island and grab Secret Path to Mount Balbano. This was a really good vantage point, but the only solo moon it was much help for was atop the jutting crag. I was running out of the obvious options to increase my score, so I started my quest of clipping out of bounds into more sub-areas. Got it! Wait, I'm not gonna be able to do anything in here. Didn't really think of that, huh? Well, that was awesome. Unfortunately, that was the only sub-area I managed to reach with an out-of-bounds glitch. I swapped over to 2-player and started with all the ground pound moons. All these followed a simple pattern of warp to the Painting Island, fly down, and collect the moon. To keep things concise, here's the full list. After that, I went for sub-areas I couldn't find glitches for. The Magma Swamp was up first, and getting both moons inside was fairly easy. After that, it was time for the Forks Room. This one could be possible for the first time with the right infinite height glitch. The problem is, there's no boundary around the room, so I can fly off into the distance forever, and being over the void gives me no point of reference for how quickly I'm gaining elevation. Basically, whether or not I get this moon is entirely up to luck. See, I wanted to use this slope, but it was weird, like, Glydon, like, freezes on it sometimes. That doesn't mean I can't necessarily get it. Oh, wait, please, 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 please. Oh my god, please. This is good rate of elevation. There it is! Let's go! Oh my god. This is a very important jump. I got it! That was terrifying. I didn't want to have to do that again. I cannot express how thankful I am to have finished this room in about 15 minutes. I figured I was done with the kingdom at this point, but just in case, I checked over the moon list. I found out there was a chance I might be able to get one more moon if I clipped into a sub area I forgot about. I flew back to the jutting crag and started clipping into the rock. Getting out of bounds was fairly easy, but it took me a few tries to enter the sub area. All right, I don't actually know if I can get all the moon shards. If I can get up there, I feel like I'd be able to clip in. Okay, come on. You're like so close to jumping up. Come on, man. There we go. Come on. No, I was so close. Come on, you're like right there. Yes, let's go. Moon 123. We're 1 away from hitting 124 in 2-player mode for Glydon. I moved on to Ruined, where Glydon got his 124th moon in 2-player mode. An awesome accomplishment, but at this rate, I'm not sure Glydon is going to be able to beat Gushen. I mean, there's only 2 kingdoms left, and neither are known for being heavy hitters. But before I get too caught up in that, there's one thing I need to do before leaving the kingdom. Am I going up this way? Yeah, it looks like it. All right. I know what people are thinking. I know what they're thinking. Am I losing height? No, we're still gaining height. We're good. We're good. Why are you doing this? So that we can be the only capture that makes it to the Ruined Dragon fight, even if it can't get the moon. The color's returning. I hit the arena death plane. Gosh dang it. I wasn't far enough to the side. All right, and now I gotta go like over here. Yeah, I think this time we're good. We avoided the death plane. But like we're probably pretty close to the right height now. I mean, since those disappeared, I feel like that's a good sign, right? It's gotta be. Chat, you think we go for it? You think we're good? Just trust in the process. There it is. Let's go! The first capture to make it to the Ruined Dragon. It's not gonna matter, but it made it. It's cool. You might be wondering why isn't the Ruined Dragon possible in 2-player at least, you know? Well, about that. It's the same thing as the freaking lever in Cap Kingdom. Okay, so this is how Glydon can still win. If I do an infinite height glitch on this roof and fly off into the distance long enough, I should be able to reach any island in the kingdom. Yeah, that was more than enough, because I need to get the checkpoint on this island. Wait, do the other checkpoints show up already? Because it looks like it's there. I'd rather get that one first if it's already there. I grabbed the souvenir shop checkpoint and flew to the nearby island to get from the side above the castle gate and treasure inside the turret. I continued going through the level in reverse. On the next island, I got taking notes between spinies, and the one after that gave me behind the big wall. This covered all possible solo moons before the shop, so it was time to do another infinite height glitch to go even higher. I eventually got a good skew and made my way up to the painting island for secret path to Bowser's castle. I still wasn't high enough to reach the top of the kingdom, so I flew down to the outer wall checkpoint to do the glitch one more time. I got a good skew and made it all the way up to the kingdom's final boss arena. So yeah, I don't trigger this right now, right? Hi, Bowser. Hi. Hi. Hello. Having this vantage over the entire kingdom means I should be able to reach any moon, with my only limits being based on what sort of utility they needed. This sounds great for the solo score, but the only moons I found were inside a block in the castle, which I got by manipulating an ogre, and hidden corridor under the floor, which I could reach thanks to an out-of-bounds corner clip. There's just not many moons that appear at this point in the story, and to actually progress past the first story moon, you need to ground pound an ogre, so 2-player Cappy is necessary. Obviously, I want more moons, so it's time for co-op. I got the first story moon, Infiltrate Bowser's Castle, and as a reminder, any moons this gives me access to will be considered 2-player, even if the moon itself doesn't need it. I warped to the souvenir shop so I could fly down to the next part in the story, Moon Shards. Collecting all 5 shards is super easy. The only one that's somewhat interesting is the 5th shard, where I need to manipulate a Pokio to hit a bomb at the crate. It's not actually that hard, but the moon name Smart Bombing makes this solution pretty cute. The next story beat is the Harriet and Topper boss fights. For the sake of the challenge, neither fight is any different than what I did earlier, so getting the moon Big Brutal Battle was fairly straightforward. The last part in the story was the Mecha Brutal fight. Before starting, I grabbed a couple easy 2-player moons, including knocking down the nice frame and on the giant Bowser statue's nose. I was honestly procrastinating a bit because if the fight's possible, which it might be, I'm going to have an awful time finishing it. Here's the idea. Just like Smart Bombing, I can manipulate the Pokio to hit bombs at the mech's legs. If I manage that twice, the mech falls and I can use Cappy to ground pound one of the Brutals. The problem is, every time I do this, the fight gets harder. After the first hit, the bombs get bouncier and are generally more annoying to hit with the Pokio. On top of this, the mech also gets this new phase where it walks around the arena, further complicating the process. That didn't stop me from knocking the mech down again and eventually getting my second hit. Phase 3 is where things really start to ramp up. Now between bomb bursts, the mech shoots out these spinning fireworks that can kill the Pokio. I can knock them away with Cappy, but it's just one extra annoying thing that makes the already difficult fight more complicated. Let's go! I don't think I can get up though, that's the problem. Guys, I don't think it's possible. Yeah, that's not a good sign. The way the mech falls puts the next Brutal I need to hit right on top, and Cappy can't fly that high when I'm on the floor. But if I could find a way onto that leg, I think I can get the hit. Okay. All right, one more hit. The final phase is by far the most erratic. Faster and bouncier bombs, more fireworks, and the mech moves around the arena at its quickest speed yet. And even if I manage to knock it down, I have to repeat that insane trick where I flew onto the leg. Come on. There we go. But I didn't get it. Is there an off chance you can just climb up this on your own? No, because I have to be up there for you to be able to get the jump. All right, come on. There we go. Finally. Oh my god. I've been trying, but I feel like it's really hard in a condensed video to express how awful this fight was. But to quickly put things into perspective, I have been showing footage for one single attempt I did in assist mode. This attempt took 47 minutes. Most of the fight was just running around while I failed to hit the mech's legs over and over and over again. But hey, I'm done now. Let's just finish up the kingdom. I wasn't sure how many moons I'd get thanks to beating the boss fight, but it's actually a lot. Above the poison swamp, Bowser's Castle treasure vault, past the moving wall, and caught hopping at Bowser's Castle are all moons that became available because I defeated Mecha Brutal. Now we go from here to the above the cloud sub area because apparently the loading zone's just there. cool. That's awesome. The two in that sub-area were definitely my favorite addition. Before leaving the kingdom, I grabbed Exterminate the Ogres. This was here before the boss, but it's a 2-player moon I'd forgotten about until now. This rounds out the Bowser's Kingdom 2-player score to a staggering 22 moons. If any capture was going to do it, I guess it was Glydon, but dang, that is a lot. In Moon Kingdom, I decided to start with the easy stuff, collecting caught hopping on the moon, rolling rock on the moon, and taking notes on the moon's surface. From there, I did an infinite height glitch to reach shining above the moon. A cool idea I had after was using a corner clip at the start of Moon Cave for under the Bowser statue. I'm able to get in the wall, but the weird geometry of the statue prevents me from hitting the moon. I went back outside to do the infinite height glitch again, this time aiming for the church where I could enter through the top and grab up in the rafters. I exited the church and went back into Moon Cave, this time from the top. This positioning makes it easy to fly down to any part of the level, but in single player, that only gets me around the barrier wall. I realized this minute was time for 2-player, so I swapped and went back to the top of Moon Cave. I flew down again for on top of the canyon, and then repeated the same process for fly to the treasure chest and back. I went back to the overworld where co-op unlocked one last moon, Cliffside Treasure Chest. After over 11.5 hours, I was done with the run. Glydon had an incredible score of 75 moons solo and 155 in co-op, taking the crown from Gushen for the highest 2-player score. I wasn't expecting it, but after that insane run in Bowser's, the comeback was definitely deserved. And hey, it's not like Gushen lost both trophies. The capture still clears Glydon in single player with its score of 84, but now with these heavy hitters out of the way, I really have to wonder if any of the remaining captures will perform to the same caliber. I think some have a chance, but I don't disagree that I predicted Glydon and Gushen way too early. Paragoomba and Parabones are essentially the same capture. The only thing I'm expecting to be different is those Goomba exclusive moons and maybe 1 or 2 spots where the captures interact with certain objects differently. Because of this, I will be doing both of these runs simultaneously. I'll make sure to check the important things individually, but when I know the bulk of moons for both captures will be fly somewhere, this will make my life a lot easier. I started my run as the Parabones with the goal of seeing if I could fly up to Top Hat Tower. I already knew going inside wasn't going to work, so I instead attempted a glitch on the outside of the building. If I tap A in a rhythm on the sloped walls of the tower, I can slowly fly higher. I was hoping this combined with clever Cappy movement would allow me to reach the checkpoint at the top, but at a certain point the wall became too steep to climb any higher. I was nowhere near close enough to the checkpoint when this happened, so I gave up on the idea. Before leaving, I did a quick look on the inside of the tower for another way up, but just as I thought, it wasn't happening, resulting in a score of 0 for both captures. Heading into Cascade, I already had a pretty good idea of how things would go. I flew to the back of the kingdom, used the same corner from the Gushen run to get out of bounds, and then collected the first moon. I did this again to get chomped through the rocks, and afterwards spent some time trying to find the highest point I could reach in the level. I was able to get all the way up to this electric pole, and while it got me high, it wasn't enough for the Painting Island moon, even when you include trying to grab a checkpoint with Cappy. Now in 2-player mode, I went back to do the out of bounds glitch again, grabbed the chest moon, and was able to leave, giving both captures the same score for the kingdom. I started off Sand Kingdom by getting the obvious stuff first. In total, I was able to get these 11 moons just by flying around. I then set my sights on reaching the first story moon on top of the round tower. I flew into the wall trying to find little ledges to climb all the way up, but since that didn't work, I instead made my way over to the inverted pyramid where I was able to slightly gain height, but not enough to reach the top of the tower. Based on previous runs, I knew this wouldn't even be high enough to use Cappy to get the checkpoint, which was a shame, but that's just how these things go sometimes. My next idea was to use the moving platforms to clip out of bounds like I did with the Gushen. While this didn't work for the dry bones, I had a feeling this could be a spot where the two captures differ. Unfortunately, when I gave things a try with the Paragoomba, there was no discernible difference. I tried some other ideas to clip out, but none were working, so it was time to move on. I did a quick check to see what single-player moons I was still missing, and was able to collect Inside a Block as a hard place in Jaxie's stunt driving, but that one needed assist mode. I also just assumed the other moon in the sub-area would be possible, but there's no way to gain enough height to reach the end. I tried some weird ideas like using the edge of the poison to get higher, but this doesn't work because there's technically nowhere to stand, even if the graphic makes it look like there would be. I did a few last checks on other moons, but ultimately had to swap into 2-player if I wanted to make any more progress. To keep things brief, this opened up several really easy moons, including all 3 ground pound spots, the Treasure of Jaxi Ruins, the Invisible Maze, and both Bullet Bill Maze moons. I really expected 2-player to enable more, but the fact that Cappy isn't enough to reach the Round Tower Story Moon blocks us off from a ton of progress. Lake Kingdom as a whole ended up being a pretty straightforward level for the captures. Flying up to and beating the Rango boss fight can be done pretty easily and is the only possible set of moons in single player. Once in co-op, I wanted to see if I could fly up to the Painting Moon. After finding a series of walls to stand on, I made it up to the island and got the moon. Everything after this point was pretty trivial. I collected On the Lakeshore, What's in the Box, and lastly, Taking Notes, Dive and Swim using Assist Mode. Everything else, like the jump, grab, cling, and climb sub-area, was impossible. Wooded Kingdom was the first level where there was actually a real difference in score between the 2 captures. I started the kingdom like normal, collecting the Rabbit Moon and then going for the nearby rock. Ooh, you don't hit rocks. That's rough. I thought you would be fine with rocks, but whatever, man. I was expecting the only difference to come from Lady Goomba moons, but the fact Paragoomba can kick rocks while Parabones can't means rolling rock moons will be adding to both scores for Paragoomba, but be 2-player only for Parabones. As I continued with the run, I had another scare that maybe the Parabones wouldn't be able to attack the giant piranha plant, but this was just hitboxes being weird and I was able to collect the moon just fine. Before doing Spewart, I decided to take a quick detour to collect a few nut moons, including tucked away inside the tunnel, atop the tall tree, nut planted in the tower, the nut round the corner, and the nut at the dead end. I went back to the Spewart Arena where the fight worked as expected and then flew my way up to the Iron Mountain Path Station 8 checkpoint so that I'd have a good spot to warp for height in case I needed it on future moons. I grabbed the nearby nut that grew on the tall fence before swapping over to Goomba to get his exclusive Love in the Forest Ruins moon. There was a part of me that was scared this wouldn't work because you only get these moons in the base game with normal Goombas, but I'm glad Nintendo put in the proper programming for it. Since I was using the Paragoomba now, I decided to be a good time to get Rolling Rock in the Woods and Rolling Rock in Deep Woods, along with both Deep Woods ground pound moons that would count for the capture's 2-player score. I left Deep Woods and started collecting all the easy moons that 2-player unlocked for both captures. This included Thanks for the Charge, Climb the Cliff to get the Nut in the Red Maze, Elevator Escalation, Over the Cliff's Edge, and Cracked Nut on a Crumbling Tower. I tried other moons like the Poison Flower Road, but because of a vertical incline halfway through the level, the sub-area is impossible. I did a quick check to see if I was missing anything, found that I still needed Behind the Rock Wall, but after that, I was done with Wooded. This left the Paragoomba with a score of 1523 and the Parabones with a score of 1222. It was really interesting to finally have a kingdom that resulted in a different score for the 2 captures, especially since it included something weird like the rocks, which exclusively affected the solo scores. It'll be cool to see how this affects the rest of the run, but for now, let's head into Lost Kingdom because, yeah, nothing happened in Cloud again. My success in this level would largely be determined by whether or not I can gain enough height to do Klepto Skip. I started by flying around the back of the kingdom, collecting twist and turnip treasure, soaring over the Forgotten Isle, and over the fuzzies above the swamp, before using a couple of trees out of Klepto's range to gain enough height to reach these steps and then the bird itself. Since I now had unrestricted access to most of the kingdom, I could collect a ton of easy moons, including on a tree in the swamp, atop a propeller pillar, below the cliff's edge, and peeking out from under the bridge. I was expecting to get the butterfly moon as well, but I can't actually fly high enough to reach the platform it's on. The last thing to check before 2-player was moon shards. The 5th shard in the tree was pretty obviously impossible with Parabones, but I assumed there was a chance Paragoomba could fit in. I spent some time flying against the opening, and even though I occasionally landed on the edge, the capture was too big to get inside. I eventually gave up and swapped into co-op so I could finish the kingdom. Most of these moons I could easily get just by flying around, so here's a list of all the ones I got, which includes the Rabbit Revisit moon. In Metro, I immediately flew over to Girder Sandwich because it was an obvious moon, and then dropped down to repeat the Stingbee strat I found in the Glydon run to collect Inside an Iron Girder. My next goal was to find a series of platforms that could give me enough height to reach the Heliport checkpoint. I managed to get somewhat close, but it wasn't enough to reach it on my own. The worst part about this is even with Cappy, I'm one jump from being able to climb up. If there was a single spot somewhere in the kingdom I could gain more height, we'd be getting another moon in 2-player. I traveled to Snow Kingdom where I very easily got Snowdram, no surprise there, and dropped down into Shiveria afterwards. The heights in the town work out pretty nicely because I can climb up these steps at the beginning, fly over to the balcony, and walk up to the chest, which gives the perfect height for entrance to Shiveria. Next, I went into the sub-areas where a very interesting gameplay quirk happens. Because all 4 of the Shiveria rooms are a part of the same level, the capture maintains the maximum height from the original room. This means if an area is placed below the town, I can fly up until I reach my original height. This makes some moons easier, like the Ice Wall Barrier. For others, it doesn't matter, like the Icicle Barrier, but Behind Snowy Mountain and Rango are only possible because of this quirk, and I think that's pretty cool. After beating the boss, I was ready to start getting 2-player moons. I'm only showing the list again because these moons are just flying around areas we've already been ground pounding stuff and opening chests, excluding the Gusty Barrier, which is knocking over enemies with Cappy. In Seaside, I started by finding a way to gain height. I was a bit unsure of what to do at first, but remembered I could just walk around the rolling canyon, which would give me enough height to reach its checkpoint in Story Moon. From there, I was able to fly around the kingdom, collecting a few easy moons, including On the Cliff Overlooking the Beach, Ride the Jet Stream, the Stone Pillar Seal, and Paragoomba was also able to get Love by the Seaside, furthering the score gap between captures. Taking notes was possible too, but ended up being a little difficult because of how easy it was to touch water and uncapture. There were some other ideas I had, like Lighthouse, but even after checking the ledges all around the kingdom, this was the highest point I could reach. Unfortunate, but at least when I swapped over to 2-player, this was an obvious place to start. After that, I flew over to the Painting Island using Cappy again to grab a checkpoint and warp for the moon. I followed this up with both ground pound spots and finished the kingdom by doing a quick fly-through of the Gushen sub-area. This level was almost impossible, but I just barely had enough height to skip the poison at the end and collect both moons. As I started luncheon, I knew there'd be one Goomba exclusive moon with the Lady Goomba right at the beginning, so I got that first before continuing on with stuff that'd be possible with both captures. This is another super streamlined kingdom where there's hardly anything worth talking about, so this is the list of moons I collected solo, excluding Lady Goomba. The only one that was actually interesting was the Secret Path moon, where I flew up the side of the volcano to gain height, then over to the island to collect it. These were the moons I collected in co-op. They were just as basic as the solo moons, where all I had to do was fly around the kingdom and hit things with Cappy. The end result was a pretty solid score though. Paragoomba got a new highest for solo luncheon moons with 7, and its score of 15 in co-op ties the Gushen. The bad news is when it comes to total scores, Parabones is still 21 moons away from 124 in co-op, and Paragoomba is still 18 away. In Ruin, both captures get 1 moon, and in Bowser's, neither could fly high enough to get any. With only Moon Kingdom left, I can't say I was very hopeful they'd make the mark. I started the run by seeing if climbing on top of the Odyssey would give me enough height to reach the chapel. Not only did this work, but by walking my way up to the entrance, I can now fly all the way back to the Odyssey and collect Shining Above the Moon. I caught Hopping next and swapped over to the Goomba to get Rolling Rock, since Parabone would have to wait for 2-player to get that one. I spent some time after trying to get up in the rafters, but there was no way to gain height inside or outside the church. Moon Cave was next, and because I could enter from the top, I could fly through the entire level without restrictions. I used this to collect around the barrier wall and in a hole in the magma. At this point, I thought I was done with the solo moon, so I swapped into 2-player and grabbed the last 2 Moon Cave moons, which were on top of the cannon, and fly to the treasure chest and back. Going outside, I grabbed Cliffside treasure chest and then realized I forgot taking notes as a last solo moon to add to my score. I did my due diligence, confirmed the Bowser fight was still impossible before settling on the 60-113 score for Drybones and 66-116 score for Paragoomba. It was sad to get so close to the 124 moon goal without reaching it, but both scores were still very impressive, and it was cool to see the captures have a bigger difference than expected in the solo category. Now I know what you're thinking, you ranked Uproot better than Gushen, Glydon, Drybones, and Paragoomba. Honestly, I agree with you. Like, I'm at the point, I've been working on this video for so long, I can't even begin to fully understand what logic led me to this conclusion. Like, I know it has to do with the whole flying can't be that good thing, but I mean, look at this, why would it be any better? Anyways, let's start the run. All right, let's see, can I make the jump? No. All right, the Uproot cannot beat Cap Kingdom. What a surprise. In Cascade, I was expecting things to go similarly, but I wanted to make sure I still gave it a genuine attempt. Because, like, I'm not going to get this moon. That much is clear. But, like, can I go high enough to stand on this? Yeah, he does not want to stand on it. Like, he keeps falling immediately. His hitbox just might be too big. Oh, wait. Oh my gosh! I did not expect that to work. Does this even get me any more moons? Unfortunately, it doesn't. But with 2-player, I can grab the Fossil Falls Heights checkpoint and make it all the way up to the Madam Brutal boss fight. Like normal, this doesn't do anything, but it's still cool and unexpected. I entered into Sand Kingdom was hoping for at least a decent performance, like maybe one comparable to the Tropical Wiggler, given the two should have similar capabilities. I started with the Seed Moons because those are easy, got Overlooking the Town because it's right there, and ran over to the Oasis to grab the Traveling Bird and Taking Notes Moons. After, I set my sights on the ruins, targeting all the easy stuff first, including on the Leaning Pillar, inside a block is a hard place, on top of the stone archway, alcove in the ruins, and from a crate in the ruins. I tried some more unlikely ideas like climbing to the top of the round tower or getting the moon on the lone pillar, and while neither of these worked, other ideas did. I honestly feel like there's a chance this one works, but it might be hard. Oh? Oh my gosh! I mean, I know I said I thought there was a chance it would work, but I wasn't like that confident. I took a quick detour to get sheep and then decided my next move would be attempting to reach the top of Jaxie Ruins. I needed a few tries to make the jump to the statue, but once I did, getting all the way up was easy. Can Uproot open chests? Yes, it can! Let's go! I did not expect that. Okay, I kind of expected it, because it's like, the Uproot can break nuts, so it might have been, like, programmed in a similar way. But yeah, that's cool that that works. After this, I was struggling to find more single-player moons. Clipping out of bounds in the ruins didn't seem possible, and Uproot was also too big for employees only, so yeah, it was definitely time for 2-player. I started with sub-areas, collecting the Invisible Maze and both Bullet Bill Maze moons pretty quickly. I went back to Round Tower, where for once, Cappy actually made the difference and was able to grab the Round Tower checkpoint, enabling the moon on top, as well as the Moonshard story moon that came right after. Unfortunately, the story progress stops as soon as we get to the Inverted Pyramid, but that's okay because I still have 3 more ground pound moons I can get before leaving the kingdom. In Lake, I spent a lot of time trying to jump my way out of the start, but it was too far and I couldn't find any alternate routes. Assuming my defeat, I swapped into 2-player and grabbed on the lakeshore, but as I got ready to leave, a familiar chatter gave me a hint. Uproots can spawn GP moons, huh? I mean, that's a very easy thing to go back and fix. What? Okay then, I can fix that real quick. Retroactively, this increases the Uproot solo score by 3 in Sand Kingdom. It also makes On the Lakeshore a single-player moon. I was honestly perplexed that this was a thing, but dang, I'm glad we found that out now instead of later. I kicked off Wooded by getting Rolling Rock, Rabbit, and both nuts that you can find at the start. Afterwards, I hopped into Deep Woods to grab both Ground Pound moons and the second Rolling Rock. While I wasn't able to get anywhere else to collect more moons, a score of 7-7 is really interesting. It's a perfect score for a capture that's stuck in the beginning of Wooded, so even if the total is low compared to captures like Paragoomba, I still thought this was worth pointing out. As I continued with the run and kingdoms became more unforgiving, moon counts started to slow down. In Lost Kingdom, Klepto Skip was impossible and I could only barely collect peeking out from under the bridge. Metro Kingdom was entirely impossible. In Snow Kingdom, I could only get Snowdram because Uproot dies when entering Shiveria. Seaside, the capture would finally get a break because a lot of moons designed for the Gushen, like On the Cliff Overlooking the Beach and Ride the Jet Stream, work well for the Uproot skill set. On my way through the kingdom, I also got the Back Canyon Excavate thanks to the capture's ability to ground pound, as well as the seal above the canyon because I could stretch high enough to skip the boxes. Before leaving, I did one last wait for Dory, where fortunately things would be easier because of the Uproot's stronger movement. Dory! Okay, it was 2 waits, but my point is I got the moon solo. I rode Dory further into the kingdom to make sure I wasn't missing anything else, and did the standard 2-player checks before leaving for luncheon. This kingdom is pretty awesome for the Uproot because its movement is enough to make decent progress into the level. I pretty easily grabbed Lurking in the Pillar's shadow and piled on the salt. Since Spirit was also a joke, I grabbed that and made my way into town where I got both ground pound moons. I was optimistic that this perk would be enough to break boxes, but unfortunately I would have to save that moon for 2-player. I went for Atop the Jutting Crag next, which was also free, and tried a few last ideas I had for solo moons. This only led to Surrounded by Tall Mountains, but all things considered, this was a solid solo performance. Swapping to 2-player, I decided to try Forks, but because this room requires such an absurd amount of vertical movement, it was expectedly impossible. On the other hand, the Magma Swamp sub-area was super easy, and I got both moons along with that crate from earlier before leaving the kingdom. With that, we have reached the endgame. In Ruined, Uproot collects the chest solo, in Bowser's it's stuck at the beginning, and in Moon, I get Shining Above the Moon, Rolling Rock on the Moon, and Caught Hopping on the Moon solo, and can add in Taking Notes on the Moon surface with the help of 2-player. Compared to the last few captures, a score of 42 Moon solo and 51 in 2-player is kind of abysmal. That being said, if we're only comparing against the other captures that can't fly, 42 is a ridiculous improvement for the solo category. The closest capture is Tropical Wiggler with a score of 22. Like, that's nearly half as good. So even though my prediction wasn't the best, especially when you look at 2-player, I consider this a good run. The frog is easily a straight upgrade from the Uproot. Sure, it probably won't be able to get ground pound moves without Cappy, but the capture has an exponentially better jump and also doesn't die in water. I'm hoping this means that we'll be able to break out of the beginning of kingdoms like Lake and Wooded, resulting in a huge upgrade to both scores, but who can say for sure? Like always, we begin in Cap Kingdom. When I started the run, there was a part of me that was optimistic the frog could beat the level, but I was quickly reminded that the jump to reach Top Hat Tower is way too far. Cascade, I had a similar feeling of optimism. Like reaching the back of the kingdom or even the Madame Brutal boss fight was a no-brainer, but without any real utility to grab moons, the capture score would remain at 0. I figured the frog's run in sand would go pretty similarly to the Uproots. This is true, and I'm able to get a lot of the same moons just by jumping around. As a matter of fact, this is the full list of solo moons the capture collects. The only difference this has from the Uproot is no ground pounder chest moon solo. The frog is actually short enough for employees only. That's... and both story moons are possible. Now, just because the results are so similar and the frog has an objectively better jump, doesn't mean all of this was free. The frog has the longest time yet for getting the Ruined Seed Moon, coming in at 32 minutes. This is because the capture can only push the seed by landing next to it after a jump. I don't know why it's like this, but dang, it made my life painful. The second story moon was also randomly annoying. What? Wait. Does frog not... Huh? Does frog not trigger the platform? Is that really what's going on? What the heck? All right, well that, we have to take a different way. The frog can't jump far enough to reach the island from spots you'd expect, so my only way forward was platforming across the floating blocks. Accomplishing this is incredibly difficult, and there's a lot of jumps that look impossible at first, but are more than doable. Oh, what am I supposed to do down there? Do I need to make like this jump? Because there's no way if I jump down, I make it. I think I just have to go for it. Oh, come on! No! You're kidding me! In spite of this section being so difficult, it didn't take as long as the Seed Moon, which really says a lot. The capture gets pretty close to a few other moons, but ultimately falls short in one way or another. Like the frog gets painfully close to reaching Lone Pillar, and considerably close to the top of the pyramid, but can never climb high enough for either of the moons. In 2-player, things go as you'd expect. I'm able to grab 3 ground pound moons, the Jaxie Ruined Chest, and the 3 standard sub-area moons. By the time the kingdom is done, the frog has a co-op score of 22, giving it a 1 moon advantage over the Uproot. This is really funny to me, because I figured the difference would be a movement thing, but actually it's just the frog being short enough for employees only. Lake Kingdom was next on my list, and I had a good reason to be excited about this. The fact the frog could swim in water and had decent movement made for a fantastic combination. And come 2-player, there'd even be a chance we could warp underwater like with previous captures. I started the kingdom by making my way over to the Rango fight, where as expected, the frog's massive jump lets it clear the boss with ease. After collecting the multi-moon, I started exploring the rest of the kingdom, where I was reminded how rough it was for solo captures. Almost every moon is underwater, so if you can't ground pound or open crates, Rango is the only way to get solo moons. This applied to the frog, so it was already time to swap into 2-player. I started with the basics, grabbing On the Lakeshore, taking notes Dive and Swim, and What's in the Box. I also took a quick look in the Jump, Grab, Cling, and Climb sub-area, but the frog's hop wasn't enough to beat it. My next idea was to jump from the Rango arena and use Cappy to grab the checkpoint by the painting chest. This ended up being something that looked incredibly easy, but was impossible because of an invisible wall that specifically blocks Cappy from reaching the area. I guess Nintendo was aware some people may be able to reach the moon early using 2-player and didn't like that, but this implementation was so confusing that it took me nearly 20 minutes to figure it out. Thanks, Nintendo, but hey, at least I still had other ideas to try. All right, there we go. Water Plaza entrance. Time to see what happens when a frog goes underwater. Cool. All right, that's what I was hoping for. Feel good about that. The camera's like broken though. I was not surprised at all that this worked, but the boost it gave to the frog's co-op score was big, adding in From the Broken Pillar, Doryback Rider, Moon Shards in the Lake, and Cheep Cheep Crossing. I also went for the chest inside the tunnel, but because the ceilings here are so low, the frog isn't able to jump past this small set of spikes, making the moon impossible. This isn't a huge deal because 10 is the co-op point record for Lake, but I won't lie, the extra boom would have been nice. In Wooded, I started with the Bunny Moon and began testing the capture's interactions right after. Rolling rocks were a no as the frog couldn't kick them, but nuts from below were a yes, letting me get atop a tall tree and tucked away inside the tunnel. However, the big thing that would differentiate the frog from captures like the Uproot was it could make this jump, unlocking the back half of the kingdom. This would hopefully be a massive buff to the capture score and help it stand out among the flightless captures, but its journey wasn't done. I grabbed the nut around the corner and made my way deeper into the level. Wait, do I make this? No! I should be able to make this from the higher spot, I think. There we go. That was a nice one. That jump, thankfully pretty easy, but there were a lot of small obstacles like this. You're kidding me. You're actually kidding me. This is the exact same issue I ran into in Sand Kingdom with the moving platform, but this time the solution is a lot easier. I can warp back to the Odyssey, and instead of making my way back towards Spewer, I can climb even higher into the level. All right, I just gotta get up here. That was easy. Probably just do this. Yup. All right, while we're here, let's grab this moon. Got it. All right, so we can't even get that moon over there right now, so we just want to land on the boss arena area. Specifically in this part. That was kind of scary, but we got the checkpoint. I think we'll be able to get both moons in here too. Let's go. Up to 9. I beat Spewer next, which put my moon count up to 12, and finished the frog solo run by using the newly spawned tanks to grab behind the rock wall. Now on co-op, it was time to go back and get all of those nuts, ground pound, and sub-area moons I'd been blocked from accessing. To speed things up, here's the full list, but basically everything you'd expect the frog to reach, it can, and even levels like the poison sub-area are possible thanks to Cappy being able to press buttons. The only moon I thought might be possible but wasn't was the red maze nut. The frog's jump is just barely too short, so it never gets a chance to climb inside. In Lost Kingdom, I immediately wanted to go for Klepto Skip. I hopped over to the tree, then the cage, and with little effort, I was up. I made my way over to the butterfly and did some camera shenanigans to collect that moon, checked if I was anywhere near close enough to reach the summit, which I wasn't, and then grabbed a topper propeller pillar. I ran by Klepto to disable the steel Cappy area and began collecting any easy moons I could find. This included on a tree in the swamp, below the cliff's edge, and over the fuzzies above the swamp. I was admittedly expecting more, but the frog having such an awkward vertical jump made things like under the bridge and the 5th moon shard impossible. Since the frog has generally good movement, adding in 2-player gives it access to all the expected co-op stuff, as well as moon shards and the rabbit revisit. The full list is on screen now, but I doubt you'll find any of the results surprising. In Metro Kingdom, the impossible jump was impossible, but what did catch my interest was how incredibly close I got Cappy to the city outskirts checkpoint. I was almost certain it was doable, but given how easy it was to accidentally capture the wire, grinding out attempts was annoying. This didn't stop me from eventually nailing the trick and reaching the mainland. While any moons I collected from this point on would be considered 2-player, it was nice to pad out the frog's score on such an unforgiving kingdom. The first few moons were easy. For Inside an Iron Girder, I broke some boxes with Cappy. For Girder Sandwich, I did a few easy jumps, and Swaying in the Breeze only required a simple Cappy checkpoint trick. As a matter of fact, I only started to struggle once I made it to the top of City Hall's interior. Alright, can I make this? Oh, so close! Alright, with a vector maybe. Oh no! I'm falling! Oh, so close. There we go. That is 4 moons. With a perfect co-op Metro score, I left for Snow Kingdom and started with the same thing I always did. All right, can the frog do Snowdrift? Wait for it. I think this is a very obvious yes. Yeah, we'll come back for that moon later when I'm doing 2-player though, because yeah, we can't open the chest with the frog. I dropped into Shiveria where I quickly grabbed the entrance moon and made my way into the subrooms. In the poison level, I had no way of killing the spinies at the end. In the shards room, I could collect all 5 as well as the moon. In the ice room, I could knock down the giant icicle and collect the moon, while in the Ranga room, I got the secret moon and beat the boss right after. This put me at 5 moons, but because there were so many I had to skip because I didn't have Cappy, I was expecting 2-player to give a decent boost. I did one more loop through the kingdom where I was able to collect these 6 moons with little issue. In Seaside Kingdom, I had low expectations for single player, but once we turn on co-op and could go underwater, I'm expecting things to go crazy. I started the level by grabbing on the cliff overlooking the beach, and then made my way up to the back of the kingdom for the seal above the canyon. I dropped down, grabbed a ride the jet stream, and jumped my way up to the stone pillar seal. Even though I had only grabbed 4 moons, I had already exhausted all the obvious single-player options. I wasn't convinced there were no moons left to collect, so I turned on assist mode and went for taking notes. I was expecting this to require 2-player, but to my surprise, I got the moon first try. At this point, it would have been safe to say I had no remaining single-player moon options. However, that didn't stop me from experimenting with the frog air swimming glitch. Basically, you can use Dory to push the frog out of the water and swim through the air. My idea was that if I did this right, maybe I could find a way to get some vertical momentum and reach the lighthouse moon. I did this for around 30 minutes, but given I wasn't making any progress, I gave up on the idea and swapped to 2-player. I didn't give up on the idea of the lighthouse moon just yet and spent some more time trying to do a precise jump that landed Cappy near the checkpoint. I found out that the frog has this weird quirk where Cappy doesn't fall while you're swimming. This made the trick incredibly easy and I actually got the moon. I then used the same idea to get the diving platform checkpoint for an additional moon. I took a quick detour to get the ground pound moon to the back canyon excavate and what the waves left behind, and then swam to the back of the kingdom where I used Cappy to grab an underwater checkpoint. None of the moons in this section of the level are particularly hard to get. Like, I'd sort of compare this to running around Sand Kingdom where a half-decent jump is enough to reach basically every moon. Because of that, I'm not going to walk you through everything, but if you want the full list, here it is. The coolest thing about this list actually comes from the last 2 moons found in the Lava Rising sub-area. This level is only accessible underwater and needs a strong jump to be cleared. The specific set of traits the frog has puts it in the unique situation of being able to visit and clear the stage. Like, only a few captures have reached this room, and I'm almost certain the frog will remain the only one to collect any of its moons. After this, I tried a few other things like the Gushen sub-area, but none of this led to moons, so I left the kingdom. At this point, I had 56 moons solo and 103 in co-op. Once again, we had a run that with a strong endgame could reach the 124 goal in 2-player, and even if we didn't hit it, beating 116 moons is a good secondary goal because that would put the frog over Paragoomba, which is similarly impressive. I kept this in mind as I started Luncheon, collecting Piled on the Salt and lurking in the Pillar Shadow before fighting Spewart. After the fight, I continued to make my way through the level and collected atop the jutting crag, but after that, I couldn't find anything else. Like, I could climb around the giant volcano at the center of the kingdom, but this didn't get me anywhere helpful. In retrospect, this isn't surprising. The Uproot would have gotten a 4 too if it couldn't ground pound without Cappy, but that didn't stop the score from feeling underwhelming. I swapped into 2-player where I initially thought the frog may be able to get a slight edge over some of the other captures. Unfortunately, the extra jump isn't enough to reach the Salt Island, traverse the lava bubble room, or climb up the fork sub-area. This ends with the co-op only adding these 6 moons to the frog score for a total 2-player moon count of 10. These are the same 10 moons the Uproot got, which is kinda sad, but again, unsurprising. In Ruined, I got the chest moon in 2-player, while in Moon Kingdom, I ran into an interesting issue. You bet frog won't have moon gravity? Oh my god, it doesn't. It doesn't have moon gravity. Wait, you're right. Are you kidding me? Are the frogs in Moon Kingdom programmed to have higher jumps and that's how it works? I came to learn, yes, that is genuinely how the capture works. Originally, I was just going to say tough luck and not let the frog get the bonus height, but if I'm trying to have this challenge be the capture in the most intended way by the game, it should probably have moon gravity. This only adds 1 extra moon up in the rafters, but this laid into things, every extra moon is important. Besides that, I also grabbed Caught Hopping on the Moon in solo, as well as Rolling Rock on the Moon and Taking Notes on the Moon's Surface in 2-player. This leaves the frog with a final score of 53 moon solo and 119 in 2-player. So yes, in spite of not being able to fly, no, that niche glitch from earlier doesn't count, the frog actually beats Paragoomba and Parabones in the 2-player category. Sure, this doesn't hold true for the solo scores, but I was glad my seemingly bad prediction actually held up in some regards, and hey, almost hitting the 124 goal was cool too. This run makes me cautiously optimistic about some of the upcoming captures. Like, maybe my original intuition was right and decent enough movement can get high scores. My logic for ranking the Shiverian Racer over the frog can be summed up with the idea that a further jump is worth more than a higher one. Given how well the frog performed, I'm a bit skeptical of my original reasoning, especially since this capture shouldn't have water perks, but I do still think the Shiverian will get a good score. The first question I had was, does the Shiverian have strong enough movement to make the jump to Top Hat Tower? I tried a few different things like gaining momentum or using a slope to launch across the gap, but none of my jumps were even close. Do you even fit through the door once you get there? You know, that's a good question that we can answer right now. Well, yes, the answer is actually yes. Even if we did make the jump, this is the highest bounce we can get, it seems. I think it is safe to say the Shiverian cannot beat Cap Kingdom. Moving on to Cascade, I was confident I'd get 0 moons unless the Shiverian didn't uncapture in water. It does, so already time for Sand Kingdom. If there's one thing I learned as I started playing through the level, it's that moving with the Shiverian is either the most fun or most frustrating thing in the world. Like, look at this. I'm bouncing around and it's yippee fun, but look at this in comparison. Just bounce up. This is gonna be one of the most annoying captures in this whole entire challenge. I did eventually make it up to overlooking the desert town and had already gotten both seed moons prior. After, I decided to head over to the oasis, which is normally an easy task, but given the nature of the capture, it felt more like pushing a boulder up a hill. I did eventually make it and grab the bird traveling the desert, but even the simplest of moons felt unnecessarily hard this playthrough. All right, I just gotta bounce up on this one. Come on, quick. There we go! In spite of the capture having an annoying learning curve, there were some nice moments that would help it score. Let's go! He can poison walk! I got both the moons in the sub-area effortlessly and decided to focus on some of the easier moons in the overworld afterwards. I got Herding Sheep in the Dunes, Alcove in the Ruins, Inside a Block is a Hard Place, and even got to have a bit of fun with this one. Watch this. Let's go! There wasn't much left to collect after this moon. Like, I got From a Crate in the Ruins pretty easily, but anything beyond that was a lot less obvious. Now, most of the ideas I tested got close, just never worked. Come on, no! But testing the weird has always been a very important part of this challenge, and the Shiverian is definitely a weird capture. In case you didn't know, the Shiverian Racer is the only capture in the game where you walk up to an NPC and press A to start talking. Yes, other captures trigger dialogue by being near specific NPCs, but this is the only one where it's done with a button press, the way Mario starts dialogue. Whether or not this actually mattered was unknown because it's one specific NPC the racer talks to, but now that we're in Sand Kingdom, I can test this theory with the Sphinx. Unfortunately, the option to press A and start the dialogue never occurred, but even if this failed, that doesn't mean every idea I had was a failure. Come on. Yes, that was awesome. Oh, man. As I swapped into 2-player, I wanted to continue with the trend of going for these more difficult jump moons while taking advantage of the fact that Cappy could grab checkpoints. This led to a fun sequence where I hopped from this pillar and launched Cappy towards the Jaxie Ruins checkpoint. I wasn't super optimistic about this trick, but got it to work fairly quickly, so that's cool. My next goal was the 3 ground pound moons. Normally this is easy, but I just want to point out that top of a dune took like 5 minutes because the Shiverian would keep rolling back down the hill. It could have been worse, but man, that was frustrating. This is the part where I'd normally go in both sub-areas, but the Bullet Bill maze has an invisible wall preventing the Shiverian from entering, while the invisible maze just wouldn't let the capture inside. Does that mean me testing the door in Cap Kingdom was a fluke, or am I just running a 50-50 chance every time I want to do a sub-area? I'm not sure yet, but this isn't looking good for the capture's overall score. Finally done with Sand Kingdom, I moved on to Lake. The Shiverian was continuing to prove that it had decent movement, but in a kingdom like this, it was hard to turn that into more moons, especially when I kept running into more invisible walls. Wait, is there a wall? What? Wait! I just realized what's going on! The Shiverian Racer's like the Tyfoo! I think it was the Tyfoo, right? That had random invisible walls they put down in the, like, when they were making it so that, like, Goombas and stuff that are roaming in the area can't leave. While these walls aren't a guaranteed killer in every kingdom, it was definitely going to hurt the Shiverian's score. This already killed any chance I had of making it further into Lake, so I just had to hope they wouldn't be as harsh in future kingdoms. I swapped to 2-player, got the ground pound moon, and then did this difficult jump over to the island the Notes moon spawns to grab that as well. I started off wooded by grabbing the rabbit moon and testing some things. Rocks are a no-go for the racer, and the Shiverian not being able to talk to other NPCs held true for the shopkeeper as well as this kingdom's Sphinx. Because I tested this with multiple NPCs now, it felt safe to say the racer can only interact with the Shiverian Elder. It's a shame, but I'm glad to have an answer. My next goal was to test the limits of how far I could get in the kingdom. I knew going up the back wall would be impossible due to how steep the slopes get, so I needed to find a way to bounce up this waterfall. This jump is obnoxious because bouncing at the base, you're just barely not high enough. So instead, you have to start from the side on a small incline that gives you just enough height to make it. From there, I followed the stream into the cave to see if the nut moon would be possible. Wait, I have an idea. Wait, I think it's actually gonna work. I thought this wasn't gonna be possible. Oh, come on. Yes! No, he can't. They're 2-player moons. This is a crazy turn of events because the Shiverian's jump is too bad to get out of the beginning. Like, a solo score of 1 is some Mario letter shit. Like, oh my god. I did the trick again so I could grab tucked away inside the tunnel with Cappy and then shifted my attention towards the nut in the tall tree. This is another moon that was pretty obviously possible, but was going to be annoying. Come on, no, 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 no! Every time I felt like this, I had to do that dumb waterfall jump, which was really making what should be an easy moon take unnecessarily long. I did eventually get it several minutes later, but man, the more I play, the more I'm realizing how annoying this capture is. Fortunately, the last 4 moons are super easy. Just hop down into deep woods, get the rock, the 2 ground pound moons, and then back to the overworld for one last rolling rock. In spite of my grievances with the capture, I was excited to play through Lost Kingdom. I mean, what can I say? Give a capture poison walking and it's impossible to have a bad time. I started by collecting the key moon, rolled over to grab Soaring Over the Forgotten Isle, and bounced up to Over the Fuzzies above the swamp. Okay, but now I gotta try and think creatively. Is there a way I can get up there and trigger Klepto? Maybe right here? It's so close. All right, how far can I go here? Where does the trigger start? Okay. I might be able to do the one trick. Oh! Wait, what the heck? It gave me a bounce. I don't think this is gonna work, but it'd be crazy if it did. What? Dude, I'm just not, as long as I'm bouncing, it doesn't count as me touching the ground. What? Take that, Klepto! I noticed something weird was going on. I didn't realize it was like that overpowered though. Oh my god, that's crazy. This opened up a few quick moons, including below the cliff's edge, on a tree in the swamp, and atop a propeller pillar. My next goal was to find a way to the butterfly, because that was likely the last solo moon I could reach. Going the intended way was proving to be an issue because my bounce was barely too low to climb this ledge, and attempting to go around wasn't giving enough height. After brainstorming for a bit, I settled on the idea of climbing this tree and chaining a bounce over. Okay, so hypothetically speaking, if I bounce down there, can I get back up? Yes! Oh, it worked! The funny thing is, the trick I used for previous captures where I manipulated the camera to hit the butterfly doesn't even work for the Shiverian. It's not because I can't get it to respawn. I do, multiple times, but there seems to be no programming that lets the racer interact with the butterfly. I'm guessing this is like rocks where some captures just can't interact, or maybe the Shiverian just has a weird hitbox. I can't say for sure, but at least this will be possible in co-op. Even though I still had one more single player moon to collect, I didn't want to redo the jump to get up here, so I used Cappy to grab a butterfly's treasure on the mountain road and cave gardening. After, I got the last single player moon peeking out from under the bridge, and then made quick work of the remaining co-op moons. I'll put them on screen now because none of them are particularly hard or new, but I still want to show you this clip. Wait, that was awesome! I went into Metro Kingdom with the assumption that the Shiverian Racer could make the impossible jump. No matter how many ideas I tried, they were not making it and fell way too fast for a two-player checkpoint strat to work. I left for Snow Kingdom with 0 moons. It's time to find out! Can we do Snowdram? That didn't work at all! Okay, so unsurprisingly, Snowdram was impossible, but Shiveria itself still had plenty of options to collect moons. Oh no. Wait, okay, I felt an invisible wall. Oh no. Wait, that feels like an invisible wall. Wait, we're good. Oh my god. I finished the room and collected my first story moon, the icicle barrier, after which I grabbed the entrance to Shiveria and began working my way through the remaining rooms. Collecting the moon shards for the ice wall barrier was easy enough, climbing the Stoy Mountain to fight Rango was just barely impossible, and knocking the Spinies off in the poison room didn't seem to work in single player. Unfortunately, this meant I was already out of solo moons, so I collected both poison room moons in 2-player and started traveling around the kingdom looking for more. The problem is, everything I tried didn't work. The chest in the moon shards room was impossible, and reaching the upper part of town wasn't working either. Like, both these things felt doable entering the kingdom, but the more I played with this capture, the more I realized how bad it is. I was really hoping the Shiverian would complete the story because it's the only capture that can participate in the race, but not being able to reach Rango killed that entirely. A sad performance, but alas, I must move on. I had 0 expectations for Seaside Kingdom, so it was no surprise I couldn't climb up towards overlooking the beach. My next idea was going for Ride the Jet Stream. You can't make the jump up normally, but I found that rapidly bouncing against the walls gave me extra height in a weird and finicky way. Yes, come on! Come on, I gotta bounce. Yes, there it is! What a stupid moon! My last single player option was the seal above the canyon, but once I made my way up to the crates, I discovered my jump wasn't high enough to climb over. Who would have guessed? Fortunately for me, this is still a 2-player moon, so I used Cappy to break the boxes and collect it. Having this vantage point was actually pretty nice because I can now hop down and get a better bounce for trickier moons. This wasn't necessary, but did help for what the waves left behind, while the back canyon excavate wouldn't have been possible without it. There we go. That felt cool. All right, now let's get this ground pound moon right here. There we go. I thought this could maybe even work for overlooking the beach, but after one attempt, it was pretty obviously too far away. I also did a quick check of the Gushen sub-area, but again, he couldn't enter the door. Annoying, but it was clearly time to leave the level. As I entered luncheon, I was worried about how things would go. Like, I knew the lava wouldn't kill the Shiverian, but there are invisible walls that get in the way if I tried to go directly to Spewart. After getting stuck, I restarted the level and was careful to go around this time and grabbed lurking in the pillar's shadow. I couldn't bounce to Spewart from here, so I went back to the Odyssey and used it to jump onto the wall. With some careful navigation, I managed to make it to the arena, but instead of doing the fight now, I continued across the roofs to pile on the salt. All right, here we go. No. Wait, maybe I can make it back up. Whoa! Okay. Little did I know that small decision to grab the purple coins would completely change the trajectory of the entire run. All right, there we go. We got the moon. I know we should go on and do the story, but what? This had a lot of implications, but the one I cared about the most was, can I use this to reach the painting island? All right. Here we go. Are you ready, chat? I think it's ready. Come on! No! Here, let me try it again. Let me try it again. Let me try it again. Okay, okay, here we go. All right. I think we're almost ready to launch. All right, here we go. Come on. No, I'm so close. After that attempt, getting to the painting island moon seemed like it would be simple. Whoa. Huh. But I was wrong. Let's try this again. Huh? Incredibly wrong. You see, I didn't know what caused the clip out of bounds, or whether or not I got more height from the hole by the Odyssey or the purple coins. I didn't know how long I needed to charge up speed, or if adding in an extra bounce would help me get the distance I needed. All right, here we go. That was kind of close. After a lot, and I mean a lot of attempts, I learned two things. Firstly, I do not need to spam the bounce button to gain speed. Secondly, the level has a ceiling, so I can't just solve the moon with more momentum. This poses a very serious problem because it means a straight vertical launch will never work on its own. I assumed this meant I needed a bounce, but getting the correct angle was absolutely painful. Like, I got so sick of messing this up that I took a break. The first thing I did was go kill Spewart, which was thankfully easy as it always is. Next, I did taking notes, swimming in magma, which I also got first try. After that, I went for the jutting crag moon. All right, well, this is unfortunately a bit too high, but we did just learn about a trick. Gosh dang it, why'd I have to have another idea? Okay, the jutting crag moon will have to wait, because if I can hit the ceiling like I did just now, but with a lot of speed and get that same angle, I should be able to reach the island. So now, the problem became, how do I do it? God, that looks like it can work. No, not enough. I need to get like 15 seconds or so in that corner, I think. Come on, come on, come on. No, it didn't bounce. I think I went too far in. So close. Come on. Oh. Oh. Whoa. I'm starting to doubt we can even like reach the bounce speed I want to doing this strat. I don't think I've gotten closer than that, but it's literally like if I latch on for like 5 more seconds, we make it. That's the problem. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. This could be it. Come on, 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 come on. Oh my God, there it is. Finally. Oh, we are up to 6 moons in the Luncheon Kingdom. I did one quick victory bounce to get atop the jutting crag, and finally, after all this time, I could start 2-player mode. I wanted to get overlooking a bunch of ingredients next, but quickly realized that this moon was also only possible with the super launch. That's another 20 minutes of my life I'm never getting back. Fortunately, all the remaining ground pound moons were much easier. I collected Is This an Ingredient Too? Atop a column in a row, island assault floating in the lava, all the cracks are fixed, and surrounded by tall mountains. I also tried the sub areas, but for some reason this variant could only get inside the lava bubble room. This was annoying, but thanks to the capture not dying in lava, both moons were possible with only a few minutes of work. While I was done with Luncheon, the ramifications of the super bounce were, let's say, problematic for this run's results. This tech very obviously exists now, but how useful it is in other kingdoms, or whether or not it can get more moons, is up to debate. In an effort to cover my bases, I went back through several kingdoms, looking for any potential spots the glitch may help. Most cracks I tried did nothing, but some had promise. This location in Lost Kingdom might be able to get you to the top of the mountain, but I was never able to gain enough speed to bounce higher than Toad. Now, I'm not saying this proves the trick is impossible, but I would be surprised if it is. In Seaside, I was able to gain some speed using these question blocks, but this one was even more finicky and most of the time wouldn't even launch me. This clip was the highest I got, and while it's incredibly close, it's not enough to get the moon. You might be thinking, why quit there? But I had gotten that same height multiple times, which convinced me it's either the cap or going higher is almost impossible. I also spent some time trying to launch off the Odyssey, and while I can't prove with certainty there's a max height, I was only able to pull off similar bounces to the question blocks. I ultimately decided that overlooking the beach wasn't going to happen, along with any other moons, so I moved on with the run. In Ruin Kingdom, I was able to collect the chest moon in 2-player, in Bowser's I was stuck at the beginning, in Moon, also stuck at the beginning because there's more invisible walls. Thankfully with 2-player, I could still at least get shining above the moon. After 7.5 hours, I was done with the run, collecting 31 moons solo and 66 in 2-player. This is technically a good score, like 66 beats Uproot in 2-player, but man, after all the work I went through, it feels low. This run had some great moments, but the amount of pain involved with getting simple moons was just not worth it. That being said, I'm glad I'm done and doubt any future captures will be this annoying. Okay, so these guys are a lot like the Paragoomba and Parabones, where they should have the exact same movement with slightly different utility. In this case, that means Fire Bro can light fires and Hammer Bro can break stuff. My initial prediction placed the Hammer Bro as the winner of the two, and with the experience I've built up, I am certain that's correct. I'm very uncertain about this guy. I ranked him way higher than he ever should have been, like in retrospect. Throughout doing all of these runs, I have come to learn, I don't think there's a single moon you can get throughout the entire playthrough of all of these captures where lighting a flame would have helped. Like, it's kind of insane. So yeah, the Fire Bro is starting to look like a worse Uproot. After dying in camp, I moved on to Cascade, where thanks to the first moon rock, the Hammer Bro would start to get a lead. This gets him the first moon and chomp through the rocks for free, while the Fire Bro is stuck helpless at the beginning. In Sand Kingdom, the captures return to even ground and pull off a relatively underwhelming performance given how high I ranked them. Don't get me wrong, they had good moments. Wait, is this gonna be hard? No, it isn't! First try! I was like, I might have to bounce off the bullet bill. And the weaker jump did make some of the simpler moons more exciting to grab. There it is! Oh, I was starting to doubt. Like, that jump was harder than it looked, and it's for that exact reason I said earlier. These guys are just worse uproot, and when you're in a kingdom where the hammers don't even help, the end result is underwhelming. In all, both captures collected these moons solo and added 7 more to the list with the help of Cappy. This is everything the uproot got, minus the 2 story moons and Ice Cave treasure. In Lake Kingdom, we're back to a good old-fashioned set of captures that only get on the lakeshore in 2-player mode, and in Wooded, we kept that trend by getting the classic 3-5 score. Yeah, it's been a while since one of those, huh? I continued through the game where the captures kept having an underwhelming performance. 0 moons in Cloud and Metro was expected, but 0 in Lost was just sad. Like, even if Under the Bridge was impossible, I assumed Hammer Bro would at least get the caged gold, but they can't even break in, which is just like, why? All right, first things first, Snowdram, yippee! I can't even do Snowdram. Maybe it can do Snowdram in 2-player. Probably not, but I'll at least try in like 10 minutes when we run out of moons in this kingdom. The bros had a very standard run when it came to single-player moons. They grabbed Entrance to Shiveria, the Icicle Barrier, and the Ice Wall Barrier. Jumping up to reach Rango was not an option, and neither were the Spinies at the end of the Poison Room. This one's especially sad because the bros are some of the rare captures that can kill enemies, but oh well. Before going back to Snowdram, I grabbed atop a Blustery Arch, which was the only ground pound moon I had access to. I then spent the next 20 minutes attempting Snowdram with the help of 2-player Cappy. This is one of those things I was almost certain would be possible, but it was so painfully hard because the only way to do it was landing Cappy on the island, jumping below it, and then turning off 2-player so you can use Snapshot to bring the island into focus while Cappy hits the checkpoint. Every single step here is necessary because you can't use Snapshot in 2-player, but need the checkpoint to be on screen for Cappy to hit it. So yeah, I gave up, but this viewer named Gorgonim showed me up and proved it was possible. I technically never got the moon, but since it's 100% possible, I'm adding it to the total. In Seaside, anywhere I felt like I might be able to get a moon, I found a jump that was too much for the captures. As a matter of fact, I was only able to get the seal above the canyon in single player and what the waves left behind in co-op. Because of how abysmal this performance has been, I wasn't expecting much going into Luncheon, and I was kind of right for it. In solo, each of the captures can only collect 4 moons. Lurking in the Pillar's Shadow, Pilot on the Salt, the Spewer at boss fight, and it's this an ingredient too. Like, don't get me wrong, 4 moons is okay, but when you so often have moons that are just out of reach, it hurts more than it should. I swapped into 2-player, got both moons in the Magma Swamp sub-area, as well as the 2 ground pound moons found in town. Isle of Salt was too far, and the bros couldn't climb the walls of the volcano to reach surrounded by tall mountains. The only interesting part of this kingdom was how the Hammer Bro was able to get 2 new sub-area moons thanks to being able to break these cheese rocks. The level itself is designed for the Hammer Bro, so nothing crazy is happening here, but hey, still cool it's the first capture to grab them. Also, before we leave, no, the Hammer Bro cannot continue with the story. Lever's still in capture, remember? The next 2 kingdoms both went as expected, with me getting the 2-player Chest Moon in Ruined, but nothing in Bowser's. In Moon Kingdom, things were a bit weird because the bros are one of the few captures to get Moon Gravity. I don't know if this changed anything because none of this movement looks impossible for a normal Fire Bro, and the things that definitely would be impossible are still impossible. So, whatever, I guess. I collected these 3 moons solo and added in taking notes on the moon surface with the help of 2-player. After everything was done, Firebro had a 2544 score and Hammerbro had a 2748 score. I originally thought these guys would be in the top 5, but damn was I wrong. Like, even before I started the run, it was obvious they wouldn't do well, but this bad? Like, worse than Tropical Wiggler? I thought hammers would be so much more helpful, but in the end, they only amounted to 4 extra moons, which is pathetic. If there's a bright side to any of this, it's the fact that my next prediction will at least do better. Yoshi is undoubtedly a good capture. He has the closest movement of any to Mario, can grapple ledges with his tongue, and can even flutter for extra distance or height. So sure, no single piece of his kit is as powerful as flying or even the high jump the frog gets, but it's so well-rounded, I'm expecting my overzealous prediction of rank number 3 to at least hold some validity. I started in Cap Kingdom and like always, I could not make the jump to the tower. Heck, it wasn't even close. In Cascade, on the other hand, making a jump past the first moon rock seemed obvious, but there's an invisible wall on the other side that makes it impossible, so time for sand. In this kingdom, Yoshi pulls off a pretty standard run, exactly copying the frog's moon list, with the main exception being Yoshi has to wait for 2-player to collect atop the highest tower and moon shards in the sand. In case you're curious, here's the moons Yoshi gets in single player, and here's what's added in co-op. Pretty normal, but if you're an astute viewer, you may have noticed one of these moons doesn't make sense. So let me show you how that happened. It's funny, it's like close almost. Yeah, I don't think that's, this one's working. That's just how it goes sometimes, I guess. All right, well, that's a 1-player moon. A bit of a weird time to grab it, but, sure. I moved on to Lake, and while most captures don't have a clear way to reach Rango, I figured Yoshi's movement might just barely be enough. Grab the checkpoint, because I am probably gonna die. Oh, okay. All right. Not bad. Not many Lake Kingdom captures can say they got any moons. I headed from that moon towards Rango, where I beat the fight with little issue. While this multi-moon is the last single-player moon Yoshi can collect, a score of 4 is technically the solo record for the kingdom. That might sound wrong, but it's not. Every capture so far has either beat Rango or been able to collect other moons. Yoshi, on the other hand, is the first to do both without Cappy. On the 2-player side of things, Yoshi's score is nothing special. Cappy's assistance adds in On the Lakeshore and Taking Notes Dive and Swim, 2 very standard moons for the kingdom. I did try other things like going for the Painting Island chest, but that invisible wall I mentioned in the Frog Run gets in the way of Cappy grabbing the checkpoint. In Wooded Kingdom, Yoshi's performance would largely depend on whether or not he could reach the back of the kingdom, so I quickly grabbed a few moons and then went for the jump. All right, can I get anywhere else in this kingdom before I go into Deep Woods? Because I might. Yoshi has good movement, I might be able to make that jump. And if I can make that jump, things are about to go insane. Things are about to go insane, oh my god. Since I was in the back half of the kingdom, the first thing I wanted to test was whether or not Yoshi could break nuts that he couldn't jump into from below. I found one to test on, and to my surprise, both hitting it with Yoshi's tongue and bonking into it did not work. Unfortunate, but now it was time to continue with the story. There we go. 5 solo moons in Wooded. Insane. And we're not even done. Oh, what? Sure. I didn't know Yoshi could do that. From there, I worked my way up to Spewer, collecting Nut planted in the tower, and making a decent attempt at the Stretching Your Legs moon, even if it ended up impossible. The boss itself was a joke like always, but I was more concerned about what moons I'd be able to get after the fight. The first one I went for was behind the rock wall. This might be the easiest any capture has gotten in this one, thanks to how Yoshi can manipulate the tank by sticking to the wall. The next obstacles didn't look so easy. Normally you can use rocket flowers to speed up this area with Mario, but not every strategy needs them. Since Yoshi can't grab the flowers, these alternate methods were my best bet. What if I like mash jump like you do with Mario? It works! What the heck? Getting this trick opened up the nut that grew on the tall fence, but didn't help with anything else because further progress in the story was impossible. At this point, I checked the list to see if there was anything left in single player and discovered I was still missing the nut around the corner and Rolling Rock in the Deep Woods, so I grabbed both of those. Swapping into 2-player, I cleaned up the rest of Deep Woods by grabbing the Hard Rock in Deep Woods and By the Babbling Brook in Deep Woods. Then went back to the overworld to get all 4 co-op exclusive nuts along with the Ground Pound moon thanks for the charge. I finished up the kingdom with its sub-areas. Both moons in the Flower Road room were easy, and so was the one at the end of the tank room. Yoshi was one of the few times I was excited to face Bowser. Since he's the most Mario capture, I assumed Yoshi had the highest chance of wearing the hat. Unfortunately, I got myself hyped up for nothing because trying to wear the hat just does the same thing it has for every other capture. Oh well, time for Lost. I started by going for Twist and Turn Up Treasure, but that was impossible because you can't grab the key with Yoshi's tongue. I got peeking out from under the bridge thanks to Yoshi's flutter jump and did what had to be one of the easiest klepto skips so far. After I chained together a couple easy moons, decided to take on moon shards. Honestly, Yoshi might also be one of the only captures that can do moon shards on its own. Yup, let's go! This is like, what, the second capture that's been able to do this? Wait, we just... Not what I expected, but I'll take it. I grabbed the rest of the easy moons and was ready to start trying some more experimental ideas. Just in case. What? Wait, this makes sense. This makes sense, actually, because it's in Mushroom. That's crazy. I didn't think that would ever be a one-player moon. But those are in Mushroom. It's logical under, like, the game rules. There we are. One of, like, what? 2 captures, maybe, to get up here? Yoshi is tied with Glydon and Gushen for solo moons in this kingdom. If I can make this jump, Yoshi, that would make Yoshi the best performing capture in Lost Kingdom. And it would be by 2 moons too, because of the revisit moon. But I don't think Yoshi's gonna make this jump. I don't think that's happening. Oh my, that was so close. All right, the late flutter's the strat. I think I can make that. While I was close, this strat was insanely difficult. Like, a decent jump is easy, but every meter closer I got to the island was harder to add, and eventually I'd hit a limit. The problem is, I have no idea where that limit is. Oh! Dude. I grinded away at this trick for a while and wanted to quit so many times. Like, you'd think covering the rest of the distance would be super easy if Yoshi grabs the island with his tongue. In theory, this is something that will work, but because the poison is so close to the surface of the island, the actual execution of this is finicky and unreliable. Hey! Finally! This trick let Yoshi become the first capture to collect 10 moons solo in Lost Kingdom, which is huge. Like, this is an incredibly impressive feat and gets Yoshi the bonus rabbit moon that's only available on the revisit in its single player score. After setting the new Lost record of 11 solo, it was time for 2-player. This doesn't add anything crazy and just gives Yoshi access to some ground pound moons, including a propeller pillar secret, inside the rising stone pillar, inside the stone cage, and on the mountain road. Before heading to Metro, I did one last check to see if Yoshi could clip into the cage, but to no one's surprise, I didn't find anything. All right, I have a feeling this jump will be possible. It might be annoying though. God, that was easy. Collecting the first 3 moons in this kingdom as Yoshi was also incredibly easy. His tongue can break boxes for inside an iron girder, and wall jumps help him reach both girder sandwich and swaying in the breeze. The only moon that was actually any trouble was City Hall Lost and Found, which took around 10 minutes thanks to Yoshi's finicky tongue. Since it's a chest moon, this would be 2-player exclusive, but a 3-4 score in Metro isn't something to complain about. Also, yes, I tried to fight Mecha Wiggler, Yoshi can't hurt the boss, and the tanks in the arena still can't deal damage on their own. I entered Snow Kingdom and got an easy Snowdram with Yoshi because, like many captures, he could just climb up the wall. But again, no chest moon until 2-player. In Shiveria, we have access to a ton of quick and easy moons, including Entrance to Shiveria, the Icicle Barrier, the Ice Wall Barrier, and even the Gusty Barrier thanks to Yoshi's ability to defeat Spinies. Unfortunately, when I tried the Snowy Mountain Room, there was a jump halfway through that was too hard for the capture. On the co-op side of things, I was able to get a pretty standard set of moons: atop a blustery arch, treasure in the ice wall, the Shiverian treasure chest, shining in the snow in town, and secret path to Shiveria. The only one that was at all surprising was the ice wall moon, but the jump up to the chest only took a couple minutes, so in reality it wasn't that impressive. As it turns out, Yoshi's just good. Since this capture isn't immune to water but still has decent movement, we're able to get a lot of the standard moons in Seaside. This includes on the cliff overlooking the beach, ride the jet stream, and the seal above the canyon. I also went for the stone pillar seal, but this is another instance where Yoshi's movement is just barely not enough. In 2-player, I added in what the waves left behind in the back canyon excavate and also gave the Gushen sub-area a try. Wait, is this gonna work? I never thought of the possibility of what is happening right now. I think it's gonna get too wide up here though. All right, I think I'm at the ceiling. Yeah. No! Okay, but I might be able to do this. While I was optimistic about the idea, this does not work. Even if I did cross the massive gap where I died, there's still the poison area, which is very clearly impossible. It was fun for a moment, but it's time for luncheon. Yoshi has a standard start to the kingdom, collecting lurking in the pillar's shadow, piled on the salt, and the brutals are after some cooking. Entering town, it has the luxury of getting as this ingredient too in single player, but after atop the jutting crag, we're out of solo moons. I started co-op by going for the remote island that was home to all the cracks are fixed. This moon has been exclusive to flying captures in 2-player mode up to this point, but Yoshi's strong movement made me think he could join the club. Sadly, every single attempt I made at the jump pointed towards it being impossible. Like if I was closer, maybe, but right now I don't see that happening. The remaining 2-player moons are just your typical backtracking for ground pound spots and a couple of sub-area moons, so I'm just gonna give you the full list. None of this is groundbreaking, like the only interesting moon is Island of Salt floating in the lava because that hasn't been guaranteed for every high rank prediction. I moved on to Ruined where Yoshi grabs the chest moon in 2-player, Bowser's where nothing happens, and then Moon Kingdom where Yoshi is able to get a staggering 4 moons solo. Like shining above the moon, caught hopping, and rolling rock aren't all that surprising, but taking notes on the moon's surface caught me off guard. It makes sense in retrospect, sure, the flutter jump is literally perfect for it, but this has been so hard-coded as a co-op moon in my brain that it still managed to shock me. The only chance Yoshi had for a 2-player moon was the cliffside treasure chest. I tried the jump for a bit, but this was another spot Yoshi's movement just barely fell short. Yoshi would finish the run with a final score of 61 moons solo and 101 in 2-player. The co-op score was admittedly worse than I expected given how many good moments the capture had, but the solo score was worth commending. 61 just barely beats Dry Bones, putting the capture 4th in the category. Not bad for something that can't fly. I feel kind of like a kid for predicting Bowser second with all the hindsight I have now. Like, yeah, of course, Big Bad Bowser is gonna do great. He's just the coolest. But in reality, there was solid logic behind my decision, even if it was bad. While he won't be as powerful as he is in my Bowser mode video, he should have solid movement like Yoshi, the ability to break hard rocks like Hammer Bro, and poison walking probably works. Being a larger capture might create issues, but I do think the end result will be a net positive. Also, I know I've already said this, but I want to stress that the Bowser mode video was designed to make the game as playable as possible. This was not, and is Bowser in his rawest form. So again, if Nintendo didn't program Bowser to be able to do something, he can't. I started Cap Kingdom with the classic bridge jump. Bowser can't do it, but does manage to give a good attempt, so I'm hopeful for future kingdoms. In Cascade, I grabbed the first moon without breaking the rock thanks to Bowser's giant hitbox, and then used a fireball to break open Chomp through the rocks. Next, I checked if his fireball could grab checkpoints and confirmed that was a feature we added in Bowser mode. After that, I swapped into 2-player so I could grab the Fossil Falls Heights checkpoint further in the kingdom. If you're wondering why I didn't just use the 2D pipe, that's because the one in the escape sequence is special. Generally speaking, Bowser cannot enter 2D sections. Now at the top of the kingdom, I wanted to try 2 things, hitting the Painting Island with Cappy, which was impossible, and the Madame Brutal boss fight. Also impossible, go figure. I moved on to Sand Kingdom where it's finally time to have some fun and take advantage of Bowser's unique movement. Let's get the bird first. He's so fast. Yeah, Bowser is really large and fast, and you don't really notice it until you're in a kingdom like this. Wait, oh my God. We have another capture that can juggle seeds. He's gonna be able to get all 3. It's really cool that Gushen isn't going to be the only capture that can get all 3 seeds. That being said, it was not a fun experience. It took me over 20 minutes to get the seed up from the lower ledge. Like, yeah, that's still shorter than it took the frog to get the ruined seed, but at least that had a more steady progress to it instead of being constant failures trying to juggle a seed up the edge. I grabbed all 3 of the seed moons and made my way into the ruins. I got all the standard moons you'd expect here. On top of the stone archway, alcove in the ruins, inside a block is a hard place, and on the leaning pillar. From there, it was time to try poison walking. All right, what about poison? All right, we can just go on poison, cool. What was that? Fortunately, that was just a one-off glitch, and I was able to enter the sub-area. The challenge here is pretty non-existent thanks to poison walking, so I collected Jaxie stunt driving and Jaxie driver pretty easily. I went back to the ruins to grab from a crate in the ruins, and then back to the poison where I found Bowser could open the chest on his own to grab the treasure of Jaxie ruins. I got herding sheep in the dunes because that was a given, while I continued to test Bowser's capabilities. Turns out even he isn't strong enough to break the cactus for among the 5 cactuses, and he also has no way to open cap doors on his own. Next up was climbing the round tower for the story moon. This just kind of worked and was really easy thanks to Bowser's hitbox being good for standing on small ledges. It's a weird quirk because you would think it'd be the opposite and make things harder, but no, Bowser's just good at this. I went down the normal story path towards the other poison lake, collected the 5 shards there pretty easily, and got the second story moon. Any further story progress was impossible, so I tried a few other ideas, but the only moon I was able to collect was taking notes jump on the palm. This left me with a score of 17 moons prior to swapping into 2-player. Before moving on, I want to quickly note how insane of a solo score this is. It ties Glydon for second place in the category, only behind Gushen, who had that ridiculous 21 moon Sand Kingdom. Unfortunately for Bowser, this hot streak doesn't transfer into 2-player because the worst possible thing happens. Bowser is too big to enter some areas. It sucks that Cappy is only going to be adding in 3 ground pound moons in this kingdom, but it's even worse to know that Bowser might get 0 sub-area moons throughout the entire run. There could be exceptions like with the Shiverian run, but I'm not optimistic that will be the case. So Bowser has a really weird performance in Lake. He can't beat Rango on his own, but can use his massive swipe hitbox to grab into the hidden passage. Literally 0 other captures grab this moon because it's locked behind a zipper, so yeah, that's pretty neat and will probably come in handy later. He also gets what's in the box, but that's nothing new or interesting. I swapped into 2-player to defeat Rango and spent some time trying to jump up to the painting island for a secret path to Lake Lamode. I found some weird spots to stand on, but a jump up to the platform didn't seem possible. I won't entirely write this moon off, but I couldn't get it to work and would be happy if somebody proved me wrong. Lake Kingdom ends very unceremoniously, with the last moon being on the lakeshore. Like, I tried other things, but taking notes was impossible because Bowser's height makes Cappy move slower in the water, and the creative idea I had to use Cappy for moon shards failed because Bowser's reach isn't enough to hit the moon once it spawns. Bowser has a strong start to Wooded, collecting caught hopping in the forest, rolling rock in the woods, tucked away inside the tunnel, and atop the tall tree. Things got even better when I made the jump into the back of the kingdom. Like, for once I get to play as a capturer with actual utility in Wooded. I got the nut round the corner, defeated the Piranha Plant mini-boss for Road to Sky Garden, and then got the nearby nut at the dead end. On the way up to Spewart, I was able to grab Cracked Nut on a crumbling tower without Cappy thanks to Bowser's attacks, but unfortunately his size became an issue again when I tried to enter the tower. There was a trick jump I could use to avoid going inside, but this meant I was missing out on 2 potential moons. That's a substantial loss, so I made sure to check the top entrance as well, but that door wasn't any bigger. This is normally the part where I'd fight Spewart, but if Rango is any indicator, that's not going to work, so I'll worry about it later. I made my way back to the start of the level, where I was able to get behind the rock wall without a tank for once, and climbed up further until I found the nut that grew in the tall fence. I used this height to drop down for over the cliff's edge, and climbed the cliff to get the nut. Now at 12 moons, I was running out of options, but I did have the cool idea of grabbing the nut in the red maze from the outside. Wait, that looked like it broke it, right? Come on, I'm nervous. Hey, there we go. It worked. I moved on to Deep Woods, where I grabbed Rolling Rock in the Deep Woods, along with both the 2-player ground pound moons for convenience. After I made my genuine attempt at Spewart in single player, but since Bowser fails to deal damage, I finished the fight with Cappy. Because of the whole Bowser being too big for sub-areas thing, the only moon beating Spewart seemed to unlock was Thanks for the Charge, but that didn't mean I couldn't experiment. All right, normally I'm just like, okay, captures aren't gonna be able to interact with stuff, but part of me, like, this just feels right. Like, it just feels like I should. There was a part of me that was still in denial. That's neat. Didn't expect that. I tried entering the boss arena right after, but for some reason the game was crashing. While I couldn't test the moon, I already knew from the Bowser mode playthrough that the fight was impossible because even with the extra functionality from that challenge, he couldn't do damage. This marks the end for Bowser's run in Wooded and the start of Lost Kingdom. Alright, so we're at least going to be able to get a few moons here because Bowser doesn't die in poison. We got the good old-fashioned poison walking. You know, I thought I'd be able to get this one. I grabbed a few of the moons I had easy access to thanks to poison walking, and then jumped up with the cage to perform Klepto Skip. Since Bowser reached where Hammer Bro couldn't, he became the first capture to collect Wrecked Rock Block. The fun doesn't end there, because Bowser was getting the standard moons like On a Tree in the Swamp, and atop the Propeller Pillar, with bonuses like the Caged Gold added into the mix. Unfortunately, Bowser comes just short of unlocking the revisit in single player with a score of 9 moons. All it would have taken was inside the stone cage being a little closer to the wall, or Bowser's Fire Blast collecting moon shards, but neither of those things happened. In 2-player, I figured we might finally have a kingdom where Bowser's score doesn't suffer because of his size. I mean, there's no sub-areas to enter, why would it matter? Well, guess what? Cave gardening is impossible for that exact reason, and yes, I tried grabbing the moon through the wall. It doesn't work. On the bright side, we can still collect the rest of the 2-player staples, including a Propeller Pillar secret, on the mountain road, and even inside the stone cage. Oh my god. You're kidding me. Bowser, you're almost so good, then you go and do stuff like this. Okay, maybe scratch that last one, but he can still get inside the Rising Stone Pillar, moon shards in the jungle, and caught hopping in the jungle once we do the revisit. Alright, Metro time. Bowser, can you make this? Yes, first try too. Let's go. All right, give me the checkpoint. I don't want to have to do that again. I'm able to grab inside an iron girder from the outside, and platforming up to girder sandwich is super easy. I only started to have trouble when looking for a way up to swaying in the breeze. I managed to make a difficult jump onto these supports, but the extra height wasn't enough to reach the entrance to City Hall. Eventually, I caved and swapped into 2-player, using Cappy to grab the heliport checkpoint, warp up, and collect the moon. Oh no, does he not get in? All that, and I can't even do anything. No other way up. I can't jump high enough. That's messed up. You know, I shouldn't even be surprised at this point, so I guess it's just time to move on to snow. All right, let's get some moons. Shiveria's either gonna be very good for Bowser or very underwhelming. And I think I know which of the two it is. In all, Bowser collected 2 moons in snow, Secret Path to Shiveria and Entrance to Shiveria. This might sound low, but Bowser can't jump high enough to reach the upper parts of town, so he's genuinely just stuck with 2 single-player moons because he can't enter the sub-areas. Bowser's Seaside performance is similarly lackluster. Every single moon other captures would be able to jump to, he falls short. For single-player moons, this left me with the Seal Above the Canyon and Sea Gardening Canyon Seed. That second seed moon is one of the most annoying moons I have ever collected. Like, it's so bad to get this in a single segment that I instead proved each individual section was possible. So yes, I technically cheated to get the moon, but I did it in a way where I was able to undeniably prove it was possible. Throughout this challenge, that's what I've been more concerned with. It's just, this is a rare instance where I had to make a compromise for my sanity, and all of this still took over an hour to do. Whatever, Sea Gardening Canyon Seed is possible in single player. Co-op adds in the Back Canyon Excavate along with What the Waves Left Behind. Both of these are super easy, I'm just happy to leave the kingdom. Luncheon starts off with its 2 classic moons, Piled on the Salt and Lurking in the Pillar's Shadow, but because we can't fight Spewer, we get to use Bowser's Lava Walking to skip further into the level. We're able to get a couple extra moons by doing this, including Is This an Ingredient 2, Atop the Jutting Crag, and Taking Notes Swimming in the Magma. This might not seem like a lot, but Luncheon has always been a pretty 2-player heavy kingdom. Afterwards, I went back to Spewer to beat the fight with Cappy and grabbed most of the ground pound moons throughout the level. So, I think we're out of moons. However, There it is. The first capture to get under the cheese rocks. The bonus moon is cool, but this doesn't unlock anything new for Bowser to collect. If I could reach the pot somehow, the multi-moon would be available now, but Bowser's movement is not good enough for that. I did one last check for missing moons, found I still needed to top a column in a row, then left the kingdom. In Ruined, Bowser joins the exclusive Ancient Treasure Chest and Single Player Club, while in his own kingdom, he gets nothing. Moon Kingdom Bowser exactly copies Yoshi's score, which is a bit surprising, not because him doing taking notes solo is weird, but because Bowser doesn't get moons I thought he would. In Moon Cave, we can lava walk for the key in the magma, but this just gets Bowser stuck because of his weak jump. I also tried Under the Bowser statue, but his reach wasn't enough to hit the moon for this. Bowser's final score comes up to 60 moons solo and 89 in 2-player. This is by no means a bad score. 60 in single player ties Dry Bones, and that's impressive, but I really had higher hopes for the co-op score. Bowser proved it was one of the most versatile captures out there, but at the same time was constantly held back by being too big. As a matter of fact, if we just shrank Bowser down, I'm certain that 2-player score would beat Yoshi. Unfortunately, that is not the world we live in, so Bowser's performance will have to stand as is. The capture I predicted to stand above all else was the Pokio. It might sound strange, but outside of Bowser's Kingdom, the Pokio can stick to any wall. Like, it's just the game's default to allow this behavior from the capture, so navigating any kingdom outside of Bowser's will be super easy. Sure, it's not an infinite height glitch, but the Pokio does have some special utility like breaking boxes and grabbing moons through walls. I'm not sure if it'll be better or worse than what we saw in Bowser's run, but if you wanted my reasoning for the rank, that's it. I started off Cap by messing around with the poking feature, but that was just delaying the inevitable. Pokio would not be crossing the gap or finishing the kingdom. What the heck? Wait, is this because they're breakable? Well, give me a sec. I need to see something. Because I'm pretty sure it has health. And I think I'm doing damage to it. What do you know? I thought this utility might come in use in other spots in the run. Oh, it doesn't count here. What the heck? Wait, I can grab the moon anyways. Let's go. Beak moving enough. I traveled deeper into the level where Chomp Through the Rocks seemed like another solid option. I couldn't poke through the wall this time, so about 200 attacks later, the rock broke and I had the moon. Next, it was time to fight Madame Brutal one last time. It didn't amount to anything, but there was something nice knowing I wouldn't need to senselessly throw another capture at the boss. Before leaving, I made a quick attempt at navigating out of bounds for the chest moon. Walls are generally one-sided though, so that didn't work, but was still worth trying. I started Sand Kingdom with the seed moons, and honestly, I just want to say something. I am glad the Pokio is a garbage capture that can only kick seeds along the ground. What I had to do with Bowser was painful, and knowing I'm done is great. After those 2 moons, it was time for more of the basics. Employees Only was impossible, but overlooking the desert town, bird traveling the desert, taking notes jump on the palm, on top of the stone archway, alcove in the ruins, from a crate in the ruins, and inside a block is a hard place, all super easy. To make things even better, we finally had a capture that could clip back into the wall, adding Hidden Room in the Flowing Sands, as well as Sphinx Room access, which would be helpful in 2-player because Pokio can't open chests. After this, I cleared up the rest of the easy moons, including Herding Sheep in the Dunes, On the Leaning Pillar, On the Lone Pillar, and Ice Cave Treasure. I followed this up with some story progress. Atop the highest tower was super easy thanks to Pokio's poke, and the moving platforms worked as expected, so getting moon shards in the sand wasn't difficult either. Instead of continuing with the story and going straight to Harriet, I wanted to try the Jaxi driving sub-area next. I could narrowly avoid the poison with precise pokes on the way inside, and in the sub-area itself, I just needed to take the long journey across the walls until I reached the moon. Oh no. I have a plan. What, you can't poke it? You're kidding me. All right, we're going around the left this time. Thankfully, that tricky section was easy to avoid as long as I went around the other way, and I got the moon shortly after. At this point, my only reasonable option for a single-player moon was the Harriet boss fight. I like everyone in chat saying I think Harriet is possible. Like, nobody knows for sure. I doubt any of you have like insider knowledge. We just all collectively want it to be true. This is so awkward. I'm glad it just works though, right? That was easy. Pokio, can you hit the bomb back? You don't even interact with them? What? That's surprising. Like, this is out of everything that could have happened, this was the least expected thing. I swapped into 2-player mode and finished the fight pretty easily, given it was impossible to take damage. Now in 2-player, I traveled through sand collecting some of the newly accessible moons. This included the 3 ground pound moons, Top of a Dune, where the birds gather and lost in the luggage, the 3 chest moons, the treasure at Jaxie Ruins, Sphinx Treasure Vault, and Hidden Room in the Inverted Pyramid, along with some of the post-Harriet stuff like Bullet Bill Breakthrough and Goomba Tower Assembly, the latter of which had a cool strategy. There we go. Okay, finally. Way harder than it needed to be. At this point, I was basically done with the kingdom, but still needed to clear some sub areas before I left. They were pretty easy, but did have some fun moments. What the heck? Why? Oh wait, I can poke in it. It's just one of the weird pokeable walls. I wonder if I can climb this. All right, there's an invisible wall at the top. Wait, no, there isn't. What the heck? How high could I go in here? Oh, I'm out of bounds. Okay, well. Neat, that was a good use of my time. I grabbed the Bullet Bill Maze side path and breakthrough, went to the Invisible Maze area for that moon, and then back to the Jaxie room to see if taking notes would be possible with 2-player. Even with assist mode, I wasn't able to get half the notes. I wouldn't say it's impossible without a doubt, but it'd take a player who is very skilled at using 2 controllers to get this moon, and even then, I don't know if they could do it. This left the Pokio with a final score of 1731 in Sand Kingdom. This ties the solo and 2-player categories for second, which is pretty cool, and gives me some confidence this first place prediction has some validity. I moved on to Lake Kingdom, where thanks to Pokio's flexibility, we might be able to set a new solo record for the level. I mean, my first thought is to do the same thing Bowser did, but with the Pokio. Let's go! It's unfortunate Pokio can't open chests. I do, however, think this is going to be another just oh, it gets 2 moons, that's it. I started the Rango fight where I figured the Pokio would be hard stuck like it was with Harriet, but for some reason it can interact with the boss. I was so confused by this, I went back to Sand Kingdom to recheck the Harriet fight, which still didn't work. So yeah, Pokio beats Rango and gets the best solo lake score yet with 5 moons. In 2-player mode, Pokio gets a similarly impressive score with 10 moons. It gets the standard stuff like On the Lakeshore and Taking Notes, Dive and Swim, but thanks to the capture's wall climb, it adds in Secret Path to Lakewell mode and both Jump, Grab, and Climb sub-area moons. What's really cool about this score isn't just that it beats the heavy hitter Gushen in 2-player, but it ties the frog for first, and that capture could go underwater. Entering Wooded, I was hoping for a similar performance, and I got it, so let's break down the run. I got Hopping and Rolling Rock to start, then followed it up with a Nut Test. Oh no. Okay, wait, there's still a chance. Yes! We can at least hit the ones above us. This wasn't the worst thing because most captures can only get nuts like this, but I did turn what could have been an insane Wooded to just a really good one. I continued on with some more moons, grabbing the nearby tucked away inside the tunnel, doing a clean spin for behind the rock wall, and climbing further up for the nut that grew on the tall fence. I traveled deeper into the kingdom, focusing more on the story. I killed the giant piranha plant with a single poke for Road to Sky Garden, and got a few moons on my way to Spewer, including the nut at the dead end, nut planted in the tower, and even stretching your legs thanks to Pokio's ability to climb the outer wall. The actual Spewer fight remained consistent with Rango, so beating the boss and collecting the multi-moon was super easy. At this point, I was running out of options, but Pokio's unique set of skills opened up some interesting moons. Can I get you? Bowser didn't have the luxury of a wall climb. Oh my god, I think the answer is yes. Let's go! The moon Bowser couldn't, because he couldn't jump high enough. I just out of curiosity, can I get the checkpoint? Yeah. All right. So there's a part of me, I've been wondering this whole time. Can Pokio get this moon? Wait, these are different? They're different? What? It can't? Okay, then. All right, can you poke them dead, though? No. I was hoping it would be a weird thing that let me do it, but I guess not. Cool. Even though every little idea didn't work, grabbing the nut round the corner and rolling rock in deep woods edged Pokio's score up to 16, which is another first place. It sounds wrong, but Pokio lacks the shortcomings of some of the other high-tier captures, letting it have a slightly better performance in the solo category. On the two-player side of things, we get a similarly impressive result, adding these 10 moons to Pokio's score. Everything here is pretty standard for a capture this strong, with the only exception being the nut in the red maze, which was notably missed by Gushen. But I think the most interesting part of this section comes from a moon the Pokio doesn't get. All right, this shouldn't work. These should be something you can stick to. Yeah. Because it's something you stick to, I don't think we can destroy it. So unfortunately, it does not get those moons. It's interesting to see how certain breakables like nuts, these rocks, or even the bombs from earlier are programmed differently to the metal cages in Bowser's. Like, I never would have expected it to be this much of a toss-up on whether or not the Pokio could break something to get the moon inside. In spite of this, 26 ties Glydon's two-player record in the kingdom, so still an incredible wooded score. I started Cloud Kingdom where one last time I got to attempt the Bowser fight. Like always, the Pokio could not wear the hat or damage Bowser. It's funny to see zeros across the board for Cloud, but it's not a surprise given bosses are programmed to interact with like one thing and that's it. Lost Kingdom started off strong, with the Pokio's wall climbing making twist and turn up treasure doable, albeit a bit difficult. I followed that up with a unique Klepto skip to unlock the rest of the kingdom. I wanted to start with the weird moon, so I tried getting Stone Cage through the wall, but like Bowser, Pokio could not reach far enough. Fortunately, this was not an issue for the caged gold, which I grabbed with a simple poke. After that, I got some easy moons, starting with peeking out from under the bridge, and then climbing all the way up to the top of the kingdom for enjoying the view of the Forgotten Isle. After that, I did the camera trick for a butterfly's treasure, tested if I could grow flowers with the beak, which I can't, and then got another simple one with a topper propeller pillar. Wait, this might be sick. Let's grab this. So I thought I was gonna have to poke the thing 200 times, but that's awesome. That's so cool. I grabbed on a tree in the swamp along with Over the Fuzzies Above the Swamp to top off my score at 10 moons. I was hoping for moon shards as well, but the last shard is too deep in the tree for Pokio to grab with its beak, and the capture is slightly too big to fit inside. I got one last solo moon with the rabbit revisit, then swapped to two-player. This gets a super standard set of moons, so here's the full list. Even if none of these moons are new, it does let Pokio hit a new two-player score record for the kingdom, thanks to all the unique things it accomplished solo. Speaking of solo, it ties that point record for the kingdom as well, matching Yoshi's 11. The Pokio felt unstoppable, but the lack of flight or a strong jump in Metro Kingdom gave reason for concern. All right, I don't really know what to expect from Pokio Impossible Jump. Okay. Dang, that's kind of sad. Yeah, that's not working. The slow fall was helpful, but not enough to reach the mainland. A shame, but not a huge deal given Metro is 4 moons at most. All right, Snowdram time. This will probably be a joke. Okay, maybe a little, wait, what the heck? I can't poke everything? That was closer than I thought it was gonna be. I can't grab the chest yet. But yeah, moon for later, I guess. All right. No! Pokio can't enter Shiveria? You're kidding. Pokio just went from being on one of the most insane runs to getting 0 moons in 2 kingdoms where it should have gotten like 15. The Pokio got one 2-player moon in Snow Kingdom, but I just want you to know that I did a quick off-stream test to see how many moons the Pokio could have gotten if it made it inside Shiveria. The number is 7 moons solo and 12 in co-op. This would be the 2nd place solo score and a new 2-player record for Snow Kingdom. Kind of infuriating that one small quirk eliminates over 10 moons, especially when the Pokio would be one of the only captures to grab Ice Dodging Goomba stack. But hey, this is how Nintendo programmed the game, and we have to deal with it. Seaside was up next and ends up being a more average performance. I got moons like on the cliff overlooking the beach and ride the jet stream to start out. Then I tried climbing over the outer wall to reach the treasure trap area like I did way earlier in the Glydon run. Unfortunately, the wall stops being grabbable after a point, so this isn't possible. I'm not making that jump. Oh, yes! I was wrong! The only other solo moon was the seal above the canyon, and when it came to 2-player, I was only able to get the back canyon excavate, what the waves left behind, and secret path to Bub Lane. I did try the Gushen sub-area, but the moon becomes obviously impossible as soon as you reach the poison section at the end. Luncheon starts off relatively normal. I collected Piled on the Salt, Lurking in the Pillar Shadow, beat Spewer, grabbed Is This an Ingredient Too, as well as atop the Jutting Crag. But where things get interesting was the next story moon. And there we go, we got it. All right, so now the question remains. Can the Pokio climb up and get the multi-moon? Because if it can, that's huge. That'll be huge. Oh, I think it might be like too bad of an angle. Wait. Oh! That's so close. That's so frustratingly close. Well, that kind of sucks. I was putting a lot on Pokio being the only capture to grab the multi-moon, but due to the flat bottom of the pot and awkward shape of the mountain, I can't. To make things worse, this means it's already time for 2-player. These are the moons Pokio can collect with the assistance of Cappy. It's a pretty standard list, with the only standout being the 2 moons in the Fork Room. Pokio is the only capture besides Glydon that has managed to collect these, so that's cool at least. I entered Ruin, where Pokio would join the long list of captures to collect the Chest Moon in 2-player, and then in Bowser's, where it joined a similarly long list of captures stuck at the beginning. Entering Moon for the last time, I wasn't quite sure what to expect, so I just had to try things. Shining above the moon, rolling rock on the moon, and caught hopping on the moon all worked in a way I expected. The cliffside treasure chest failed because the gap was too far, and taking notes didn't work for a similar reason. It's just this time I couldn't grab the second platform because the bottom half doesn't have collision. I climbed up to the church next, where I could easily collect up in the rafters, then entered Moon Cave from the top before realizing that the wires meant I was not getting any moons on this side. Starting at the entrance, we're stuck at the beginning, but this still meant I could attempt to grab under the Bowser statue through the wall. Just like Bowser's attempt prior, Pokio's reach was unfortunately not enough. Out of 1-player options, I turned to Cappy and started climbing up the pillar at Moon Cave's entrance. This eventually leads to Fly to the treasure chest and back, which is a cool moon to see Pokio find. Unfortunately, all the capture had left was taking notes on the moon's surface, as well as one last fight against Bowser. And here we are at the Bowser fight, unable to do anything, which means after 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 51 seconds, we are done with the Pokio. And after 29 or something like that playthroughs of Odyssey, I am done. Pokio's final score was 65 moons solo and 114 in 2-player. This isn't a bad performance, but it's sad knowing how much better it would have been if Snow Kingdom worked out. At its best, Pokio was a record breaker, but it failed to have a kingdom that did the unthinkable like Glydon and Bowser's, and lacked the consistency of a capture like Gushen to make up for that. Without either of those things, it makes sense that the Pokio didn't break top 3 in either category. That being said, it was a cool run, and I don't regret this prediction like some of my others. Congratulations to Glydon for being the best capture in 2-player, and Gushen for being the best solo capture. When we combine the two scores, we get an ultimate winner of Gushen. Pretty cool. I know I've alluded to this a million times, but in retrospect, this list makes a lot of sense. Sure, Pokio was lower than I expected, but flying was just by far the best utility any capture could have. It makes sense that the top of each category is mostly composed of captures with that utility. Now, I don't want the end of this video to drag on for too long. I've done enough work as is, but I do want to show you the final bit of data I have. I've been tracking scores kingdom by kingdom and want to show who performed the best in each for the solo and co-op categories. Simple as that, so without further ado, let's get started. This is one of those projects that I thought would be shorter, but here I am months later after hours and hours of work, and at the end of it all, I feel great. Now, this isn't meant to serve as a definitive list for what captures can get what moons. There's probably at least one painfully obvious thing I missed somewhere that people will only notice after the video is done, and a handful of others that are only possible with insanely precise movement and skill. So yeah, feel free to leave a comment with your ideas. Just know there's a good chance I already tried it, even if I didn't talk about it in the video. Like, what I've been trying to say with this outro is that my list isn't perfect. Not that I did a bad job. Anyways, I think that's it for me. If you enjoyed this video, for the love of God, please subscribe. It was a lot of work. Now that I'm done, hopefully I can get some more regular videos and streams out to you guys with some cool concepts, just ones that don't take as much work as this. So yeah, see you next time.